welcome in to the Brawl House.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way, one. And that is that. What an insane moment.
Hello, what's up? Welcome to the BSC, and we are ready for the second half of the season. I'm super excited. I'm also effed up and super excited. He's also ready set. How you doing, man?
Doing great, man. I'm so happy to be back for the second half of the season. Things are seriously amping up right now, and the stakes are a whole lot higher. I don't know if that really means that our players are going to be playing harder, but I'm kind of hoping so, right? I want to see some good action in the second half of the season.
Well, if I'm a player, I'm definitely playing harder. There's some extra points going on. We'll get into it in just a matter of minutes, but of course, just a reminder, we're here in Power Match format, and we've whittled it down to the top 8 teams. We're going to jump into a drama-inducing single elimination bracket. Best of 3 as we take it to chill quarters. Then we'll get to the semis and the finals. We'll really turn up the dial, bring it back to 5, and find best of the best of the best. Sir, with all that said, these are the teams that we're going to take a look at. All of them, no Chasmac and AQM, but there are some new faces here already that I think we're excited to see.
Yeah, I'm mostly looking at FDO ABC on that first matchup of the day, and they don't have a really easy opponent either. It's Renegado's FA, and we've seen some pretty serious stuff from them in the past. We also get to see, unfortunately, they have to face versus AC Milan Clash, but it's Portuguesa Esports, and last month that we had monthly qualifiers on the player cams, they're not necessarily failure, but they were not able to make it to the monthly finals, and someone held up a sign lamenting Portuguesa Esports. So it's good to see them back, right? But we've seen Zero Zone, we've seen 6FA before, we've seen KIB, but I wonder if anything has changed in this last month, because we had MSI, we didn't get a monthly final, and that has left a lot of room for change.
Definitely got to take a look at how these teams are going to change things up towards the second half of the season. Of course, watch. Thank you for. But of course, if you want to up and enhance that experience, you got to go to event.brawlstars.com, get some extra bonuses, and again with the second half of the season, we've tweaked and changed, and there's new stuff on the table.
Yeah, we have that new pin that's available as well. It's the Belle, human version of Belle. It's technically not Belle. She has a different name. I'm not really sure what it is, but she's got a heart, right? And that should be reason enough for you to submit those predictions, right, for every single monthly final that we have this month in July, and also participate on the event platform with some random trivia that comes up in an effort to get that awesome pin and flex it on your friends. I know for sure that I will be flexing it.
Definitely want to look towards the future, and with things, predictions is what we're going to be looking for, because everybody wants to plug in their predictions on the viewing platform. But I'm going to take it easy and kind of cheat off of you, man. I think it's easy to kind of QM and chat. What are your predictions elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, look, Renegados, I think, is pretty slated to win this first matchup in the quarterfinals. Then when it comes to the second quarterfinal, Zero Zone, we've seen some pretty stuff from them, some pretty serious stuff from them in the past, even versus 6FA, actually. Also, Chasmac, I think, are pretty much slated to win that third matchup as well. They made it very far in the monthly finals in this region previously. And also, I feel like it's kind of a no-brainer, AQM to win that last quarterfinal. Now, that still leaves the semifinals and the grand finals on the table, and I might wait a little bit as well to see how these guys are playing, considering that we haven't seen them play for quite a while, with the exception of AQM. They had a rough matchup at MSI, but I don't think they have slowed down, and I think they've had plenty of time to recover and show us their best side today.
Absolutely. You got to wait until the bracket is filled out, because anything can happen. So definitely want to wait a little to get into those semifinals. But we've mentioned it once, twice. Let's talk MSI, man. We're in the second half of the MSI mid-season invitational. And so in that middle, we saw some crazy stuff going on, a lot of fun. But when it comes down to the real esports, we saw some exciting things going on, and change might have expected to really go down.
Yeah, I mean, look, AQM was the representation from this region, and I thought, you know, these guys are very, very qualified. They are a fantastic team, but they did have to face versus Tribe Gaming in A. And if you've been keeping up with those guys in the North American and LATAM North monthly finals series, you'll know that these guys are a very, very scary team. And even for the other people in their region, they seem to be almost impossible to beat. Not impossible, as SK Gaming showed us in the semifinals. But that, of course, followed Tribe Gaming in a taking out AQM. So I think that if it comes to a team to take down AQM, Tribe Gaming in A is going to be one of those teams that they are afraid of. Maybe we'll see if that happens at the World Finals, but we got a whole lot of Brawl Stars to play between now and then.
Well, right now, AQM is the team to beat in this region. They're #1 with the crown up on top. But listen, we teased it earlier, and now we're going to talk about it. Double the points for these victories. So when you place in our monthly finals, you get a whole bunch of points. Now they're doubled. So AC Milan Clash at 306 points, Chasmac Gaming BR 239, and Arena Quesito at 189. Shouts to that third place team getting a spot. That's new, by the way. Well, nobody's really comfortable here already because, as we said, the points are doubled, and one quick victory, one sneaky oopsie-daisy win can find you rocketing up the leaderboard.
Especially third place, right? This isn't the time for Arena KC to kick up their feet and relax because they aren't with us today, actually. And Zero Zone, I can assure you, has a very, very close eye on that spot. KIB Esports, actually, in 5th place is only 2 points behind. So just as well, these guys are going to be looking to claim that 3rd spot for now. Even, I would say, 1st and 2nd place, Chasmac Gaming BR can totally advance up to the 1st place spot. And AC Milan Clash shouldn't feel too safe either in their points, especially because, yes, as we said, points are doubling, but AC Milan Clash and Chasmac Gaming BR have a pretty good chance of facing each other in the semifinals, which, when you're the top 2 teams, is actually a pretty bad situation to not be able to make it onto the grand finals and claim some more points. We'll see if that matchup happens, but for now, that is a potential matchup that I seriously have my eyes on.
Well, the Renegados are in that 10th position, and they want to find some points, and they're going to start our day off in the quarterfinals. Renegados going off against FDO ABC, and we'll see if FDO has the numbers and not just the letters in order to make this one happen. So let's jump into the quarterfinals numero uno as we see how the Renegados, free agents, by the way, figure themselves out. Draft coming at you pretty soon here, Eddie, and once we start talking about today's meta, that's what I'm going to ask you straight up and down. Who are the go-to picks right now? Who's strong and who are we leaving behind?
Well, of course, if you've been playing Brawl Stars recently, then probably the 2 most frequent brawlers that you've been having trouble against on ladder are Penny and Carl. These 2 are very strong right now. I would say that Penny is kind of on a different level, though. If you played her day 1 after the update, then you know she's just ridiculous. She had to get an emergency nerf as well just to keep her in check, and even that isn't enough to keep her under wraps. She has gone from a brawler that was played very infrequently, kind of made a surprise appearance from SK Gaming when they played versus AQM in a third-party competition just a month ago. And even then was able to do pretty well. So imagine what she's doing with all these buffs. She has a brand new gadget as well that allows her to pump out so much damage just by shooting that little turret that spawns as well. So that's one of the brawlers that I'm expecting to be banned a lot and picked whenever it is allowed.
I think that Carl might make it past some of the ban phases for sure, because there's a lot of other strong brawlers out there. And so Carl has been really exciting to watch. And Carl is funny because he winds up being sort of a specialist pick, but then when he's strong, you kind of have to find who on your team can rock the Carl. And so we'll see how it all happens. Gem Grab, I think, is also a straight off the rip that we might get to see the Hammer Boy. And so I'm excited to kind of see where he winds up, if we get to see him at all, as Chill Space is the first map that we're headed to. So taking a look here, bam, we're in picks and bans. And Chill Space, as I said, is the map that we're going to be running to. But Renegado's on the left-hand side. They should be starting us in the bans. And just to introduce you to who's going on, FDO on the bottom side, that's Omega. And it should be exciting to see how he's rocking out. We're on the top side. Renegado's, they're hanging out. That's the whole team. Always love to see the camaraderie there. Really able to amp up the communication.
Yeah, and no less, that is Marcel right there, inventor of the Protesto as well. So I wonder if we'll get some Protestos on the cams today. Still waiting on that first ban to come through. It is actually going to be Rico from Renegado's FA. This one I can kind of understand. Chill Space, it's a new map when it comes to the competitive map rotation that we have in BSC, and it's one that is not really understood as much as the others, especially since it's a pretty new map in the game, actually. And here are all the bans coming out as well. A Barley ban from Renegado's FA. Very interesting. Yeah, not one that we see picked very often, not one that we see banned very often. Sometimes it is a bit of a game changer, though one that I think makes a whole lot more sense. We do see the Squeak ban from Renegados, we see the Janet ban from FDO ABC, and also the Bow, which has proven to be a very strong brawler right now. You just have to trip a single mine throughout that game and get stunned on it to pretty much turn the entire tide of the game, especially in gym grab. And there's Carl first pick. F. Dot, you were saying this can be a total game changer when it is the right map that it's specifically a good pick for. I just wonder how Renegados are going to form a comp around this.
That's really the question here, and look across the other way, and I'm immediately very excited. Anytime you see the offshore, I like the sandbags, but the gene pool is just so game-changing. That said, on the other side, you want to talk raw power. I mean, you talked about 2 brawlers earlier, and now we see so, oops.
Yeah, it's a little concerning for me, but sometimes you can have a whole lot of good pieces and not make a good puzzle. I feel like that's an analogy I like to use a lot because I think it explains this very well. Brawlers that don't necessarily synergize, but they are good on their own. And on Chill Space, you actually have pretty close proximity between these lanes, so synergy is going to mean a whole lot. Now, FDO ABC, it's going to actually be pretty easy for them to create some synergies around these brawlers because they both play pretty good support roles. Gene, he's going to need a brawler that has good close range damage in order to combo with so that you can actually get good value off of the pulls. You also have Colonel Refs over here who's going to be breaking open some of the walls, which is going to make Penny a little bit less strong, but only a little bit. And there's a Gale, actually, that's going to be good for stunning and pushing away any enemies that come within close range. But I am a little bit concerned because the effective range for this comp from FDO ABC is pretty much outranged by the entirety of Renegado's FA. And if there's one thing that Gym Grab is about, it's about control. And long-range control is the safest and the most consistent to play. I'm liking Renegados' comp so far, but FDO ABC is definitely a little bit more in line with what we see usually on this map.
Yeah, jumping right into it here for game number 1. Marcel here in the mid lane. On the Penny, that's kind of where my eyes are for Renegados. At the end of the day, Juki doing really well on the Carl, bringing a ton of damage, and there's the follow-up. 2 kills from Marcel off the assist from Carl. And that's going to open up this middle lane completely for Renegados. They're halfway to the countdown, already ready. And it was not hard.
Yeah, we see just an absolute pop-off on the right side, especially as Carl has amazing wall peek abilities, and Gale is not really up to this task. If anything, Omega might be the right brawler to put on this lane, but it's going to be hard actually to make that lane switch up since so much of this left side has been broken open already. There's a lollipop drop as well by Doritos on the left side. He is going to be able to take down Omega as well. Those sandbags weren't very effective, unfortunately. On the right side, we still see Juby doing a pretty good job of keeping Fake Gooey down. There's a good pinch from Doritos as well, and this is very decisive for Renegado's FA. Not a single gem going the opposite way as well, and what a way to finish things off. I mean, Alpha is able to get a kill, but still 0 gems were picked up by FDO ABC pretty much that entire game.
Yeah, that was, let's say dominant. That's the polite word, right? That was really dominant. Alpha gets a kill. Of course, it's after the super. I mean, just not a great situation for FDO. And so if I'm Team Letters, I need to look for everything to change. We see a little bit of a, well, We see a little bit of a lane swap, but looks like Juki doesn't mind at all. Carl's just going to work. He'll kill whoever shows up.
No doubt, and he's going to be able to take a beating as well because he has about 6,000 health. Call him a tank if you want, and I actually kind of want to call him a tank. Good synergy there, especially between Marcel and Juvi as well on the right side. Good pinches. We will see Omega breaking down this wall. Hopefully that does something for him. He's not going to get wall peaked as hard, but he still will be taken down in close range versus Juvi. It just doesn't seem like Carl can really be held back here. His range got buffed, and that is part of what has dictated his position in the meta for so long. You give him a tile and a half of range, he is going to absolutely wreck some enemies. Now, FDO ABC is holding their own a whole lot better this time. We will actually see a supply drop going to Alpha, perhaps a kill for Doritos. There's a lamp blowout, and Alpha will be able to stand his ground here. We'll see if he's able to get a good pull, though, because that will change the pace of the game.
Couple of kills going Blue's way, and I was just about to talk about how close we were, but instead, 1-2 punch, and just like that, FDO loses all the gems that they've amassed. We're in the countdown, 10 seconds to go, and Blue Team looks clean. The combination of Juvi and Marcel has been so impressive. It wins the game, it wins the match. Nice stuff.
Pretty much. I mean, this is set 1 of 2 that Renegados need to win, and being able to get 2 such decisive games in a row bodes really, really poorly for FDO ABC. What we saw mostly was some of these key brawler picks actually being allowed by FDO ABC to go to Renegados FA. And if you are a team that is facing a very strong and established team, it's usually the safe option to ban out the most powerful brawlers in the meta at that moment. And if you're a good team banning like the best brawlers, basically the default bans, if you will, usually that's a bad omen because it shows that you're not confident to be able to play those. But we didn't see FDO ABC pick them either. Now, I think that this set, as impactful as it was, will be enough to influence them to try and pick some of these brawlers in the following set, or at least ban them out. But that's very costly. You only have 3 sets in this best of 3 max, and you've already said goodbye to what could be just half of your match.
I think that was the big problem, is that, listen, I don't fault a team for not banning any of the strong stuff. If you want to leave everything on the table, okay, because first selection only gets 1. So listen, there's 2 brawlers we're talking about right now, so we leave them both up. You get 1, I get 1. But then we actually watch the draft, and you get 1, and you get the other one too. We're just going to pick whatever we want. I think that was, listen, sometimes that was a mistake, right? Like, you just can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, if Penny had been banned and if Carl had been banned, then I probably would have liked that combination from FDO ABC way more than anything that Renegados could have mustered. You see Gene, you see Colonel Ruffs on the enemy side. I'm going to be very worried, even for such a seasoned team as Renegados, with such amazing players, especially we saw the synergy between Marcel and Juvi in that last set. Now we're moving on to Layer Cake. Now, I don't think that Carl is going to be as strong, but he can get pretty aggressive. We know that the playstyle of this map can either be long range control or it can be short range aggression where you pressure your enemy into their spot. So I wonder how that is going to bode. Hopefully we see a better draft for FDO ABC.
You know, I'll be honest, I think that I very rarely do I challenge you, and whenever I do, I'm just wrong. However, I think that Carl can actually work here, especially if you go for the strategy that you were talking about, where you kind of like walk up layer by layer. But at the end of the day, what we saw to Juvi and Marcel is kind of brawler independent. They just did a good job of communicating, because really what you want out of your mid laner is the ability to pick up, hey, one shot, and then your mid laner switches, smashes the shot. I don't care if you're playing Penny, Belle, Piper. Your job is to just hit that shot. And the communication that we saw out of the right laner and the mid laner in that first set was chef's kiss. Oh, man, bring me a pizza. And so I liked it a lot, but right away we see the adaptation. The first pick, Carl here from FDO. You got to love that if you're rooting for the red team.
Yeah, I think that this is a lesson learned for FDO ABC already, but the problem is that Renegados has a couple brawlers to play counter if they want. Doesn't seem like they really want to. In fact, they're going to be picking up Bo this time. Now, keep in mind, this was banned out by FDO ABC in the last set, and I would say this is an important acquisition for Renegados FA, and it's a bit of a statement as well. It's kind of saying like, hey guys, we think you're gonna walk over a bow mine and you're gonna get stunned, right? They are like preying on FDO ABC's lack of communication, or just in general preying on their downfall. And FDO ABC, they just gotta communicate effectively and play carefully. Bo will probably be running Super Totem as well, so we'll get that Super for free just by standing next to his Totem. So treading carefully is going to be paramount for FDO ABC. Now that said, it does look like they will be able to play a long-range game if they want. But with Carl having Flying Hook, it's going to be pretty useful to him to actually be able to push in for, you know, a good play. We will see the Sprout final pick though, and that is a good time to pick Sprout, and also be good for blocking off a lane versus FDO ABC.
So this FDO composition, when you look at the Carl, when you look at the Janet, is definitely looking to kind of like push up layer by layer. Janet has some long range. When you're looking at some of the gadgets that she has available to you kind of want to control route players into some similar areas. So FDO seems to want to play that close game that came out. Where Renegado's side, they're a little bit more open. I love the Sprout against Carl. I think it's a great choice.
I think so too. I mean, look, Sprout versus any sharpshooter is going to be pretty much a solved game. Now, that said, wall break can take him down. You see a great kill there by Alpha in a super in. Hopefully he's going to be able to cover his tracks as he makes it out. Doritos is looking for a kill here. Alpha bit off way more than he could chew. And a single kill, a single overextension is actually going to cost FDO ABC their 3-0 lead.
And that's where it is. When you go back, you're like, hey, look at me, I'm so safe. But Renegados just didn't take their eye off the ball, and as soon as she landed, bop, got him with the long-range sniper shot. Now we're tied at 3, but the blue star is on the side of the blue team, and counting down from 52, Renegados safely in the lead. There's no reason for them to mess with it.
Yeah, FDO ABC, they got to tread carefully through mid. Omega is going to bait out a couple of the mines. He's going to take serious damage while doing so, though. Juby is going to continue to pressure him into this one area. Omega and Alpha are very low health, but Omega is able to dodge out a lot of damage. He's not running Protective Pirouette. He can't take too much damage. In fact, he took none. I'm absolutely shocked that he was able to dodge that all out. And there's a kill from Fake Gooey on the right side. And that is going to be crucial. No, there's the stun onto Omega on 4. And Renegados are back in the lead with the countdown.
10 seconds to go here. Juby following Marcel, who has been having his is dodging everything. That belt from the right-hand side is shooting. Still goes right, but it's better left. And it's 11-7. That kicks down. Got a little hairy there in the last literally 2 seconds ready, but Renegados were ready. They were handling it.
They are very cool-headed right now, as you can see. No stress, no indication of any uncertainty on the player cams, and you can also see it reflected in their gameplay. They're playing a pretty slow and calculated game here. FDO ABC had a lead for a while, and it didn't seem to phase him at all. Here is the first kill as well. Renegados FA are going to be grabbing a 3-star lead so far. There's a kill by Doritos as well, and this is pretty much all Renegados need to do for the entire game. If they can sit in this position for the next minute 30, then they are home safe and they're on their way to the semifinals. We'll see Omega on the left side get taken down by Doritos. Almost no response to Doritos just appearing in his face. We got to see something coordinated from FDO ABC because it looks like they're panicking. They don't really have coordination from the looks of things, just kind of going in one by one and not really being able to peel for each other either. Unfortunately, Marcel is able to get a kill on the left side. Now, this time, I don't think that Renegados FA are going to have to rely too much on the bow mines to make something happen. Almost a kill on the right side there. Down goes Doritos, but still, it's only 11-5, and there's a minute left for FDO ABC to get 6 stars and a blue star.
Doritos right there made a just like a calculated mistake. Trouble here though, as he's one more time really pushed up. down behind the lines. Was the opposite of calculus. You have jetpack out. Janet just gets eaten. Even if Doritos falls down here, only worth 2 stars, 22 on the ready. And as we count down, I think Gatos are pretty healthy, but 4 stars, that's a kill on Marcel. This could swing the other way very quickly.
It's going to come down to how Omega plays this. GB does have a super up. There it is. But Marcel fires back with a kill. Down goes Omega. Down goes Alpha. And down goes FDO ABC. Just like that, Renegados FA made short work of them. That's unfortunate for FDO ABC. Oh, I see no protesto from Marcel. He's a changed man. It's been a long time. Okay, there's the carry right there. Fun stuff from Renegados FA. They already knew how this one was gonna pan out before they even got into the game, and they're feeling great. If you're FDO ABC though, that has to hurt, it has to sting, but only a little bit, right? You're facing versus some former like Worlds class players that are well on their way to making it to Worlds once again.
Exactly. You know, you just got to take it and run with it. Renegados here looked really, really clean. Something that I want to really bring out, though, is that Renegados didn't just look clean in the gameplay. A lot of times, specifically in the quarterfinals, when we see these sort of like middle-of-the-pack teams, we see, all right, either they nail the gameplay and the draft is just like they're good brawlers, or they nail the draft and they just kind of like skate by because of the strength of the patch recently. No, we saw a team that did their homework. You don't ban the good stuff, we'll play the good stuff. Oh, the good stuff is banned, we'll play the other stuff. Shout to the Bow that literally won them a game. This was a team that did their homework and then they brought it on the field. Listen, man, you're playing for my heart, man. Love to see a team that can do it on both sides, the brains and the brawn.
Yeah, you have the mechanical skill from this team and also the synergy between the players as well. Just overall, what we could see was good communication and very calculated gameplay, as you said. I also really like the bow pick as well because, yes, in a way, it kind of relies on your enemy's miscommunication, but you also kind of have to force them to miscommunicate. You have to create other diversions for them on the battlefield. And I think that seeing Bow as the very first pick and then Sprout as the very last pick, and those having the primary lane control tactics, right, via their super that made that entire game possible, that made things play out how they did, that's just really good ability to draft, and I hope to see these guys draft just as well in the semifinals.
And like I said before, you can draft all the good stuff, but you have to play it well. You talk about like forcing the player into that bad communication. You have to force the opponent to make the impossible decision. That's what they do. Renegados take it, and that's quarterfinals number 1. Shifting gears over into the next quarterfinals, we'll take a look at Zero Zone versus 6, also free agents, by the way. And these two squads here, like you said, we know a little bit about them, but still some of the underdogs, I think, in the entire region. And so as we sort of brace ourselves for the draft, again, we know what the patch has brought us, but these individual players and their prowess, that's always what's fun. And so it's a draft on a screwball.
Yeah, Zero Zone 6 FA, these are both teams that previously have made it past the quarterfinals and have made it to the monthly finals here in LATAM South repeatedly, but haven't gotten to get much beyond there. And today, it's going to be no different. Only one of them can advance onto the semifinals, and even then, they'll have to take on Renegados FA. It proved to be enough of a challenge for FDO ABC, a newcomer to the monthly finals, and I don't think that's going to be any different for Zero Zone, nor will it be for 6 FA. But of course, leading up to that challenge, we got to find which of them is worthy, I suppose, of heading on to the semifinals and facing this very formidable foe. And of course, it's got to be done on the battlefield. Good mechanics, good communication, and good drafting as well. And when it comes to the draft, once again, we're looking for Penny and we're looking for Carl. It has seemed to be pretty much a game changer when we've seen it applied. But as you also pointed out, F. We saw the Carl pick and it didn't prove to be exactly game changing. So it does come down to a situational pick just as much as it does come down to how you play it and how your teammates support you as you play this brawler.
Very well said. You know, Carl is very unique in how he plays. Like, you know, sometimes if you don't get the Piper, well, All right, there's a lot of long range sharpshooters that can kind of fill that gap. Carl, with the way the single ammo works, the bounce back, getting close to the wall and everything, that's a unique character, and so got to see how he works out for sure. Heist is where we're starting, and there it is, DJ Frank. I'm here for it, buddy. Party all day, safe zone. That's it. Oh man, that's the first time. Listen, we've seen a lot of friends in our fly-throughs, but DJ Frank might be my #1 friend. I am very excited. Let's say hello to our players, Eptic and Alchemical, on the bottom side. They're going to be repping 0 Zone and 6, respectively. And now we jump into picks and bans. Right off the rip, I think that these teams being as established, I expect to see not this. I expected to see the kind of the Carl ban, but we don't see it here. And right away we get Brock.
Yeah, I think Carl can be a pretty irritating brawler on this map. You can run basically the same strategy as you do with the Nanny, and well, there it is. So we'll certainly get a bit of a taste of that. Nanny's a really strong brawler on this map. Something important to point out, you can also teleport behind your enemy and sit in a pretty tough area that blocks are usually protecting. And since we do have Nanny in the game, we'll get the chance to point out that tactic to you as well. I can see Carl fulfilling much of the same role, but so far, no one has really wanted to pick him. So far, there have just been better brawlers to pick. I don't necessarily agree with the Brock from 0 Zone, but evidently they're planning on being all over that safe for a good amount of time. Now, when it comes to the comps versus each other so far, I would say they're pretty even. Eve isn't in the same spot that she used to be. But I also really like the Penny from the side of 0 Zone. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. We'll see what 6 does to counter out the Fang.
Yeah, the Fang should impact this map very interestingly. So here on Safe Zone, you know, there's a lot of like void zones that you can really make use of. I'm very interested to see how this 6 team plays out. Eve, since she's not as crazy, how does she impact the board these days?
Yeah, well, she's good at blocking out any brawlers that have single target projectiles. I would say Piper is one of those. Penny is absolutely not one of those since she has a penetrating attack. There's, I guess, a counter tank from 6FA. We'll see how well it does versus Fang, actually. He does have more health, he has more damage, but he doesn't have the ability to stun like Fang does with his roundhouse kick. I wonder how that's going to work out, but bring it back to the Eve. She'll probably be, she'll be playing this left side, and it also lets her walk over the water, since she does have that passive ability, and that might be useful for facing no one on the left side. We'll also have to see that that new reworked star power, so that she can't spawn hatchlings as fast by hitting the last egg, and it doesn't seem like she's really able to so far. No one is keeping her at pretty good range. She's about outranged by Fang, it appears, as well. And some damage is coming in from no one so far. He does have a super, but if he supers in, pretty much guaranteed you're going to see Eve jump away with her gadget. So until we see a key kill like Nanny or Bull, then I don't think we'll really see any movement from either team. As I say that, though, 6FA is allowing some movement onto their safe, and now they got to defend.
Well, it's big damage coming out as Alonso is able to find a kill, but immediately he gets taken down. So there is about 20% damage done in this siege. And I'll be honest, you know, kind of an all-in, but I don't mind it. If every 20 seconds you all in and get 20%, and then get team wiped, and then do it again, that's fine, man. Like, this is not knockout. You have unlimited lives. Problem on the bottom side, just kidding. No one's able to take care of the Bull. Just like that, 6 still chilling.
Yeah, I find it interesting. I mean, there's not really an issue with getting team wiped if you're able to get back to the exact same position that you worked for to begin with. We also see Eptic on the left side versus the Eve handily taking down those hatchlings without taking too much damage, without taking too much ammo either. Good takedown onto right side. Almost thought it wouldn't happen since he was hanging on with 15 health. That said, though, little bit of damage from LK on the left side. Also, we see Jixer getting on that safe. And here comes a ton of damage, actually. 65% remains so far. Alchemical is working on reducing that number for now. And Zero Zone are just gonna have to roll with this and keep on pushing for the enemy side, but as soon as that bull gets going, he doesn't seem to slow down. Only 15 seconds to make a counter push for Zero Zone.
Zero Zone were running this game the entire time, but now in the last few seconds, Six are able to step up and do work. Problem is, Zero Zone has a player on the top side, but it doesn't matter on the bottom side. Six does as well, and 15% not good enough. And Alchemical able to just look clean. Love the hoodie matching the team color. But real talk, this was in Zero Zone's hand the entire time until the very last moments. Six were able to surge forward, and I don't even know if they played. This is weird to say. I don't know if Six played the better game last game, but they certainly did when it mattered most, and so they take it and run with it.
Yeah, by and large, I would say that Zero Zone played the better game. Here's the thing, though. They weren't really able to deal with the bull once he got going. It was one sweeper after the other. It was the T-Bone injector to heal up. It was the shield as well. His shield is active. He's not going to be able to get onto that safe. But here's the thing. Fang is more effective at getting onto the safe. He's more effective at generating kills on these squishy brawlers. There's the jump out, actually. From Eve as well, but this is a good pinch by No One as he is able to pick up a kill. Still, though, he doesn't really have too much to offer when it comes to dealing damage on the safe. Yeah, he can get some, but his reload speed is pretty poor, and his damage is not any more effective when he gets very close to the safe like it is with Bull. That said, though, Zero Zone, No One's teammates especially, are doing a good job of defending Bull so far, and as we speak, a 90 to 62% damage comparison. 1 minute 10 left on the clock. An effective defense as well from the members of Zero Zone, but we'll see that change as Jexter on the left side will start rushing in once again.
Well, there it is. No One again dives deep, but can he bop hard? That is the big question that we ask. You know, Daryl is banned, and so I look at the Fang and kind of see him as the poor man's Daryl, the poor man's Bull. He gets in there, but you covered how he doesn't find the damage after the fact. We're coming down to the last 40 seconds. Again, Zero Zone kind of held this game, but Six pushing forward now. A good answer from the ZZ this time, and that's certainly different from what we saw in game number 1. So half a minute to go here already. Six in position as Loco's able to take down Alonzo, but a good answer from one more time.
We also saw a very close 1v1 on the left side between Bull and Fang, and No One came out on top, but only by 50%. There's the rush in. Jexter has to take some damage here, and so he will, but it won't even matter. 305 health, and here come 1, 2, 3 huge shots. 3,600 damage each, but it's not going to be enough to put them in the lead. So much damage from Eptic. Especially if you're trying to tank those penny shots, that's it's only going to put your safe in more danger, unfortunately. Eptic did a great job on the penny. I got to hand it to him. We didn't see, like in game number 1, the difficulty that Zero Zone had in getting onto that safe with their higher damage output brawlers, meaning basically anyone but Fang. But we also saw a bit of a repeat of game number 1 from 6FA. They were able to get the nanny teleport onto the safe. They were able to get Jexer onto the safe as well. And if Zero Zone can't stop that, that very well could take them down in this game and end off the set with a win for 6.
What I did see, though, Zero Zone was kind of caught by surprise in game number 1. You know, like, oh, they're charging, and they weren't ready for it. Game number 2, I saw that adaptation, but a further adaptation from 6. Games 1 and 2, they kind of sat back, let Zero Zone do their thing, and then looked for a final surge towards the end. Not content doing that this time around. They're pushing forward already, doing about 40%, 50% to the box and counting. 6 has completely changed their approach to this game. Zero Zone was not ready for this outright aggression, and because of it, Zero Zone's heist box is almost halfway down, and 6's, that's the first damage their safe has taken thanks to the block center.
Okay, well, Alonzo does have enough health to make his way to the enemy side, but it doesn't look like he wants to too much. We'll see some damage on LK on the left side. Kill shot will be avoided by LK's gadget, so he has one fewer gadget that he can use as an escape plan. On the right side, though, we see a rush in by Bolt, and here comes a little bit of damage on the safe. Just as that's happening, though, Alonso is generating some serious pain on the side of 6's safe. There's another shot from Penny as well to add to the issue for 6, but it's not too much of an issue. 6% is how much they lead by, and here's the Nanny super in. Alonso isn't able to take it. In fact, he's gonna get hit by that warp blast and get taken down, and here comes even more damage from the 6. If they can't defend this last little bit, then it's gonna be GG, and here's the final rush in from the Jexer, but it's not enough to take things down. In fact, this might be an appropriate defense from Zero Zone if they're able to get these last couple kills. Doesn't look like it. 547, there's the last attack, and 6 will take this one.
Oh my, I'll be honest, dude. So Loco did such a good job at avoiding the damage. Loco dodged one shot that allowed him to find the final hit on the safe. And if Loco dies early and there's 500 damage left on the safe, I think Zero Zone push forward, stop all the aggression, and maybe even find the win. When we say that these games can be changed by one shot, that's what we mean. And that was really smooth dancing moves coming out there on the side of 6. Because of that, they take a set that I thought Zero Zone looked better in the beginning of the set, but the later that we went into it, it looked all 6.
Yeah, and I think it just comes down to the draft that dictated this one. We saw an early Fang pick by Zero Zone, and I think that might have led in a large way to their downfall. Now, am I saying they should have picked Bull instead? No, please do not pick Bull unless it's a last pick, because you're going to get countered so hard. Now, it was kind of enabled also by the Colette ban. This tank play was enabled by that ban. So it should be a dead giveaway that there are going to be some tanks, but you don't have to run a brawler that's as risky as Fang when it comes down to it. Daryl was also banned, so that's another factor to consider. But it really seemed like the draft was saved by 6. It was not a fantastic draft for them, but they certainly saved it, especially with how they played the Bull and how they played around it. Once that first super came in, the entire pace of the game was changed, and also the mechanics from Nanny as well. Not only being able to thread the needle with the super, but the lead up to it as well. Practically being able to win a 1v2 at mid while Eve was pretty outrange for a good portion of the matchup. So overall, I think it comes down to mostly mechanics from 6 that were able to win this last matchup. Yeah. Now, when it comes down to Gold Arm Gulch, though, like you said, well, this is heist, not knockout, right? You can die more than once. Well, now it is knockout, and you only have 1 life per round.
And so when I look at these two teams, I see a lot of control and a lot of, we've got a game plan, we should follow it from Zero Zone. And across the way from 6, I see, but we're really good at pushing our buttons. Like, just a whole lot of chaos, and it works a lot in that heist mode. In Knockout, I think the control, that slow, methodical approach is a little bit more appropriate than, oh my god, my hair is on fire. And so, if I'm looking at a team, I don't see any drafts, I don't see any picks. I think that Zero Zone, just by gameplay and play style alone, have the upper hand in this game mode. But I'll be honest with you, man, I tend to lean towards control anyway. I'm looking for 6 to take their gameplay and their playstyle and kind of prove me wrong, because there's something special here. Like you said, their mechanics were on point.
Well, let's see if their draft proves to be on point as well. We see both Penny and Carl are available, and Zero Zone does have the first pick. They're going to go with Bonnie for the first pick, actually, which I like a lot. You are a little bit slower than other brawlers, but that can be fixed by using a gadget. Also, you have the ability to jump in, deal a whole bunch of damage in close range. And I think, honestly, the fact that this was able to slip through the draft shouldn't raise any alarms. This stuff kind of happens, but the Janet slipping through the cracks, I think, is kind of an issue. 6FA will be picking that for their third brawler. We're also gonna see the Jean as well, and Janet's also a brawler that can pump out some decent damage in close range, so it won't be a bad combo. There's the there's the bow, and if you want to talk control, yeah, we can talk about bow some. And I find it interesting that we're gonna see Grom here. Since he is a thrower and he can get countered, and I think Sprout would do the job better. But 6FA, I think that also means that they are going to pick Sprout, but maybe Zero Zone are hoping that the Bonnie pick will actually lead them to success on that matchup.
Maybe. I look at this 6FA draft, and one, I see a lot of chaos. I see chaos and crazy gene pulls, and Janet, I think, is just chaos incarnate. So, yeah, I think looking at the 6FA draft, excuse me, kind of what we expect. The Sprout is going to be, I think, really important to how this team stays safe. If they want to, we might just see really quick rounds and then go all the way in. But for me, I think Zero Zone, I don't think they hold the ball here. I think it's up to 6FA to kind of be the aggressor, find these crazy Janet plays, and then Zero Zone has to be the ones to really deal, because a lot of what we're going to see Bonnie try to do, this is the only angle she had. So if you deny this angle, you can kind of deal with her pretty well.
Yeah, I also want to point once again at the Jean pick that started things off, because typically Jean is going to be followed with a Sprout pick, and I think this is prudent by Zero Zone to pick up a Grom because they knew that a Sprout was coming. But you also got to think about how Zero Zone, they did, it seems, get a worse draft. So hopefully Alonso is able to account for a lot of that by getting some mines earlier on. So far, no mines for Alonso, and 6FA have already gotten a super with Luke here. Though he won't be using it just yet. Here it comes, actually. Poison has started to close in. You can force everyone into the same area. Down go the mines as well, but it's not going to be as much of an issue. A whole lot of health for no one, and he will be able to get in close range. We'll see Jexer actually go down after popping the Lamb Blowout, and Alonso will get the final strike. Good stuff by Zero Zone so far. I think they kept their cool. I think they played that one very in a very calculated manner. 6FA, I think one of the main things that held them back was they weren't able to get a super onto Alonso. So if he can generate a super a bit earlier, he can cause some mayhem on the back lines, especially with Eptic, and work from there.
I liked the approach from 6. They had a game plan, get Sprout the super, lock people into a compartment, watch them drown. I think the timing was a little bit rough. They've got to find that super, they've got to find that placement of the super a little bit better, and then find the answer back. Zero Zone said, oh no, we're trapped, just kidding, and they immediately smacked forward when I think that timing was so important. Bo, in a precarious spot. He had the upper ground for a moment, but 6 could have turned it around very, very quickly. And all of a sudden, they find themselves in trouble. Here comes the Poison sneaking on in. Cuts forward from Zero Zone. One goes down with a trade out, and there's 2 as Grom gets eaten by Loco. Janet takes to the sky, slams down, puts him in the ground, and it's 1 for 6. We're going to round 3.
I seriously saw the clutch potential there for Zero Zone, but it was going to be very close, and it seemed like Alonso was perfectly fine with this going to a round 3 because that was going to be tremendously difficult. That said, though, Zero Zone doesn't have any supers. They expended them all in the last round. Now, it's not the end of the world. Alonso can get another one. No one is going to take a little bit longer to get his, and that was one that really changed around the pace of the game. I think it, in a way, though, came down to some micro plays that Zero Zone got taken down in the last round because no one actually got taken down in close range after he used his super, when that super is typically a free kill. So 6FA, they're obviously prepared for the super from Bonnie, and their preparation is not just mental, it's also physical, as they do have some supers. Down goes Loco, though. Down goes Jexer, and that might be the game decider.
Oh, it will be. Janet probably can't get this done. Decent run around, but yeah, oh, that one hurts, Reddy, because it looks like, you know, the first 2 rounds looked like some calculated play. The better this looked like an oopsie daisy. It just looked like one kill went the wrong way, and the rest of the team fell down like dominoes. That one, oh man, listen, I really love Knockout because of how devastating it can be, but That one feels bad. Zero Zone has 1 point in the pocket, and we shake the Etch-a-Sketch back to round 1. 6 has to shake that off real quick.
We'll see how they manage it this time. We do see an earlier bow totem actually from Alonso, and he's going to get the free super for no one, which I think is a very good decision. And this isn't the first time we've seen this either. In fact, it's a pretty common strategy, even on like Shooting Star, to just spam nanny supers. When it comes to getting a super for a teammate, Bo is absolutely the one for the job, and no one's actually going to have a lot more pressure now that he has a super, but he's got to pick the right target. And, well, the obvious target is going to actually be Sprout on this top lane. Doesn't seem like he can afford to switch just yet, but he might have to come up with a backup plan because the poison has just started closing in, and here comes the Sprout super as well. Eptic is going to generate a big combo. There's the kill with just a single attack plus a super, and maybe a jump out? No, Alkay tried to go for an escape mechanism, but he just went into the poison, but that might be a good thing because he didn't give any super to Zero Zone.
A good corral by 6, but the player was able to kind of shoot their way out of that Sprout trap. That one, so it was funny. We saw in the very first round of the first part where 6 was able to kind of execute their strategy. This was the same thing, but done poorly. They timed it a little bit worse. The player had time to kind of break out. So you did it, but not quite. This, however, could be problematic. All the players with Zero Zone stuck in the corner. Fire from above, gonna land here, turn and burn. One in the pocket there, but 2 on 2 as the answer kill is good.
I'm feeling a lot more confident in 6FA at the moment. No one is going to have to switch away from this left side because the poison is starting to creep in. There's the stun, though, and a follow-up kill from no one. Tragic moment here, actually, for 6FA. They had this one in the bag, and it all fell apart after a bow mine kill, but that's all it takes, F-Dot. That's literally all it takes is for one brawler to get stunned by the mine, because 2 seconds is all the time in the world when every second matters. Well played here by Zero Zone. They did get a little bit lucky that things got tripped up there in the end, but still, well played, good control, and it's headed to set 3.
This is, so a lot of times, listen, I watch a lot of games and play. When you hear something like 2 seconds, right? As a viewer, as somebody watching, like, oh, 2 seconds. Yeah, it's 2 seconds. That's pretty quick. As a player, if you're stunned for 2 seconds, it's over. That's the whole game. Why am I even here? I'm going home. Like, I feel like I can make an entire meal in 2 seconds when I'm stunned by a bow mine. So no, that's a game decider. Oh man, that one, rough. Just, let's move on. Let's move on. That one hurts. I'm sorry. We got Sticky Fields in front of us.
Didn't happen.
Let's head to Brawl Ball, man. And looking at how these teams have been playing, again, Control versus Chaos is kind of how I'm whittling it down, but these teams have kind of showed us that they can kind of play both sides of the coin. There's a lot more going on than just one bullet point per team. I look at this Brawl Ball, and I always say this, man, like, Brawl Ball is really where, like, anything can happen. You need a lot of different play points, a lot of different approaches. The draft can be extremely different, and it's just not like anything else in the Brawl Stars catalog.
Yeah, I mean, there's control involved. There's very aggressive play being rewarded over control involved. There's positioning of the ball, right? Deciding when you're going to hold on to the ball because it wastes one of your ammo when you shoot it away. You got to think about brawlers that can keep something in the corner as well. Sneaky Fields is definitely one of those maps that comes to mind as well. So that is going to be a huge factor in this upcoming game. Sneaky Fields, though, big bush at the middle, and that's one of the key things about this map that you gotta play around. And it might encourage you to play tanks, but where there be tanks, there be tank counters, and where there be grass, there be speed gear. And so these factors are going to influence the pick phase immensely. You can also see in the corners, actually, a row of 3 boxes plus a barrel, and if you place down like Gale's Twister there, you cannot access that ball for like a good 10 seconds. So you can really turtle up and prevent your enemy from playing the game, you can play defense once you get a goal. So there are a lot of factors, a lot of vectors for victory here, as you pointed out, F. But it's going to start off in the ban phase, and here you go. There's the M's ban, which is a very powerful brawler on this map. Also Lola and Squeak banned out by 6. When it comes to Zero Zone, though, they're going to be going for the Janet ban, Crow ban, and the Eve ban, but there's still some important brawlers being left open, but they're going to come to greet us later on.
Colonel Ruff's here, I think, always a great selection when it comes down to Brawl Ball. We know the sandbags can prevent, shots from hurting you, but obviously can also be a good defensive tool. My man Gale coming on through, love him on the defensive side, and then Gene, kind of just an all-around Brawl pick.
Okay, we'll see what number 4 and 5 are from 6FA. They can decide that they want to play counter to the Gene. Also, another thing to point out is that Gale being picked this early in the draft is probably an indicator that Zero Zone wants to play a tank and doesn't want to play versus 1. Here's something that kind of can be a tank, kind of isn't a tank. Pam, right? And Gale isn't going to be too much of an issue for her in close range because she can sap away those attacks from him with Scrap Sucker, and as Gale, it only takes 3 full shots in order to get your super back to chain another stun, so that's going to be a useful ability if 6 can pull it off. There's a Spike final pick. That's a very safe way to end things off, and I don't think, especially considering that the bans haven't been safe, that this is a red flag that 6FA is going to be playing too safe. Here's a Carl, though, as the final pick. I'm not really sure how it's going to work out on Sneaky Fields. It could be great, could be a little underwhelming. Let's find out, actually, as we get into the game.
Jumping in here right quick. And, well, a little bit of a issue there. We are going to bounce back right quick. Obviously, not Sneaky Fields, so we're going to check in a little bit on Chasmac, I suppose. But Sneaky Fields here is what we've got ahead of ourselves and getting ready for the players to kind of take the field. And again, just introducing you to the players on camera. That's Eptic up on top and Alchemical, Alk, on the bottom side there, repping the red team.
Sneaky Fields was so sneaky. Yeah, it was so sneaky that we had a little bit of trouble finding it, but at last we've pinpointed its location, and we'll see if our brawlers have just as much of an adventure, right, finding their enemies in the central bush. We already see a little bit of this broken open. Here's a break on the right side. Alk is able to break open a good portion of the goal, and not that it was even that necessary, but goodness, a little showmanship there from 6FA. Something that I usually really hope for in Brawl Ball. Why is he shooting at his teammate too? Fun stuff. I would be shooting at my teammate or messing around if I were versus Zero Zone, but hey, you know what? You love to see this kind of attitude of like, at the end of the day, we're here to have a little bit of fun, business, right? I guess after the first 2 seconds of the game.
Right away, you start off with a little bit of a lead. That feels good. Alk has been on fire in this game, taking care of business in this lane. That set up the push for goal number 1. And we're seeing it here. Gene pull, brings in Pam. She'll go down, but 6 with the lead. They've buried the ball, and now it's up to Zero Zone. They need a full team wipe and then some in order to score here and bring us into overtime. They have just about a half minute to do so.
Okay, Alonzo on the left side is ready to play defense, but that's not the name of the game right now. You gotta play offense. Big pull, actually, and no one is able to get a kill in conjunction with Alonzo. That is the kind of synergy that we needed to see with Gene, and it's finally coming through. Here's a little bit of damage on the left side. Good kill. 10 seconds left. There's not really too much defensive capability by 6FA, but they gotta keep their men up. Eptic is going to be able to pass the ball out, but no one is nowhere to be seen, and even if he tried to score it on the left side, he would have been faced versus both Jexer and Alk. Very difficult. Alk, a little bit nervous, just got to keep his cool. This last game means the chance, right, that the guarantee that they advance on to the semifinals. But a win for 6FA means that we're at a double match point. Or rather, a win for Zero Zone means a double match point.
I knew it wasn't going to be enough there. You know, Zero Zone just needed too much towards the end, and that's what we like to see. Alk was running game number one, so shift it, show who's boss, and then Alonzo was able to find a kill. Yeah, sure, answer back. But seeing the roughs being taken care of early, very different from what we saw earlier on in game number one. That said, this is no different. 6FA seems to have the advantage here as, again, Eptic goes down on the Carl. You were questioning this Carl pick here, and very rarely do I question Carl. I was doing the same thing as well. I just don't know how he's going to be working out here, and well, the answer so far has been not great, but the combo there is good. Pull into the stun, and how do you follow up is the question.
I gotta say, I am scared of no one right now. He has hit 2 max range pulls within this set. Now, no victory yet for Zero Zone, but that could be well on its way. We gotta see a pass up to the left side. We will see Loco go down as well. Eptic also gonna be able to get that last kill, and that is gonna be a goal for Zero Zone to start things off. This is not just bad for 6FA, it's in fact catastrophic. This might be the decider of the game already, and we still got a minute left on the clock, but here's the reason. Is that Alonzo has a gadget that can lock that ball in the back right corner or back left corner, wherever it may be, for 30 entire seconds. And we got 45 left in the game.
Could be trouble. One long pocket for Zero Zone. Now their whole comp is about heavy execution. They need to follow up, find the big combo. When they draw those cards, the game's kind of. That's what we saw earlier on, but we're going to have a bad kill on the old man there. That changes things. 22 on the clock here already. It looks like 6 coming through, looking to tie the game.
And as you can see on the back right, this ball's been a very bad ball. It's going to prison for the next 10 seconds. Here it is. And there's the vortex as well. You can't get through that unless, of course, you're Alke, who has an escape mechanism, but there's not enough time to make it into the goal. There's the defense, and Zero Zone are bringing it to a double match point.
Oh, man, that vortex just so troublesome to deal with. I thought maybe they would be able to break through, and they did, but I think 2 more seconds, and that's a victory. But there wasn't 2 more seconds, so it's a loss. And now, as you said, double match point for the end of quarterfinals at number 2. Up next is Chasmac Gaming versus KIB. But first, we have to find a victor to go up against Renegados. So at the moment, 2 in each hand. And 6 right now, who have looked dominant early, and Zero Zone had to answer. Not the case here in game number 3. Loco gets the kill on Alonzo, but it doesn't really open the door the way they needed to.
I would say another very worthwhile matchup to watch here is going to be Jexer versus basically anyone, because he's doing a great job as Spike. And this is why we say Spike is a very safe pick, because Spike's great versus tanks, Spike's great versus sharpshooters, Spike's great at pretty much everything. And that's why it's such a safe pick. The thing is that you have little micro abilities, right, and some synergies that you can leverage from picking other brawlers. For now, though, 6, they don't really seem to need that. The wall break is proving to be phenomenal from Alke, and the positioning and the pushing in from Loco so far has been phenomenal. Good kill as well to take down no one. An open goal and a goal for 6FA. Zero Zone are going to have a lot of difficulty firing back, but no one's able to get another amazing pull. There it is! Wow! Insane stuff, but an even better response as well as Alke comes in to help out, and Loco's able to throw down the healing station to defend.
See, here's the thing with Zero Zone. I said before that they've got this combo strategy coming on, and everything kind of needs to fall into place, which I like the control. I like methodical, but 6FA, their approach is more open-ended. They don't need everything to go 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. They can go C, 3, 4, A, X, Y, and that was the response that we saw. Just haphazard, you're going to get the pull, no problem. We can answer with a pan, bang. Another pull, the freeze is late, and so she gets out and the kill.
This is not looking good. Eptic is gonna have to clutch up if you want something to happen, but there's too many defenders. Well, down goes one, and 5 seconds left. It's protected by the Spike Super. A little chicken and a little Spike card as well to say so long. It's our game, it's our set, it's our match, and it's gonna be going the way of 6FA. I think this one was 50-50, and it going to double match point, I don't think disappoints anyone, except if you're a Zero Zone fan. I do feel a little bit bad for you, but for all the 6FA fans out there, give yourself a pat on the back for believing in such a phenomenal team, and congrats to 6FA, because they're heading on to the semifinals.
Again, I think these teams are multifaceted for sure, but to do the oversimplification, we saw the control versus the chaos, and the chaos winds up winning, and I think it was really about the individual game modes that we played. We saw how in Brawl, you just have to be open-ended. You have to be able to be adaptive and kind of change what you're doing on the fly, and that's what brought the victory over there, 2-6. What a surprise! It was an easy 2-0 when it comes down to when it comes down to that second game mode, because the control, that's where it's going to show its best face. But yeah, everything comes up Millhouse for number 6, and they're going to go on deal with Renegados a little bit later. Shifting into the bottom side of our quarterfinals, though, this should be an exciting sort of segment. We've got Chasmac Gaming versus KIB, and we're starting at Hot Zone, which is always fun, and we're starting at Canal, how do you say this map, Reddy?
Look, I'm from Texas, man. We have a few rivers, but among them is the Rio Grande, right? And that is why I say Canal Grande. But you know what? You can say Canal Grande. I actually messaged the creator of the map, and I was like, "Hey, is it Grande or is it Grande?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's actually Grande." And I'm like, "Well, that sounds like something I'm gonna choose not to believe or remember." But I remember it. But yeah, that's cognitive dissonance at its finest. Still, though, I mean, look, call it whatever you want. It's Canal Grande to me, man.
You know what? I'm Team Ready Set. Canal Grande is where we're going. But we've got our bracket locked in on the top side, and the bottom side is where we're shifted. We have 4 teams to deal with. We're going to turn them into 2, and so that's where we're headed. Chasmac Gaming, not number 1 in the region, but number 2. But at times they have looked like the best team in this entire world. So a lot of fun to kind of see how this team is going to kind of push forward and like just be a powerhouse, because when I see CMG, I expect victory.
Yeah, CMG, such a great team. Now, KIB Esports, also a good team, but I do think they are going to get a little outshone here. Now, Chasmac, let's be fair here. They don't have their attention really on this quarterfinals match. Their main rival in this region may be awaiting them in the semifinals if, of course, AQM gets their victory. Now, Chasmac Gaming BR still, I think, is a team that a lot of people are going to be expecting to win this one, and for good reason. Their mechanics are great, they have a great roster of players, and they have phenomenal synergies. They've existed in this region, they've been playing together for a very long time. So the underdogs here are undoubtedly KIB Esports. We'll see, though, if the maps and the modes lend themselves towards a certain team, because we certainly saw that in the last game. The control was certainly the specialty of Zero Zone 6. They specialized more in aggression and more aggressive modes and maps, and they went the way of 6. So what'll it be? We'll have to get into the game to find out.
That's absolutely what we're going to look for. Again, KIB here across the other side. This is a strong team that you want to talk about like motivation and everything, and we see the double points here in the second half. If you're just joining us and you missed the top of the show, because we're in the second half of the season, MSI in our rear view mirror, this could be hard for a lot of the teams that struggle to find their footing in the first half of the season to really catch up. It's a runaway train. Just kidding. We've doubled the points for each position that you land. And so if you're a team looking at Chasmac and like a month or 2 ago, you're like, you know what? It's whatever. I don't know, man. Why don't we just... No. Everything is within reach. You can make it. 2 worlds if you find these victories. And so KIB has to kind of like turn up and find themselves in that next spot. And so draft coming at you pretty soon in about a minute. So we're going to jump into bounty. And that's really what I want to talk about here, is kind of the breakdown of the different game modes, because we saw some stuff, how different Brawl Ball can be from knockout, etc. Bounty, on the other hand, long range sharpshooters tend to be on top. But with a change in some of these character buffs and things, how do you think Canal Grand is going to look?
Yeah, I definitely think that Penny is going to be a powerful pick here. With Canal Grand in particular, you got to acknowledge the large bushy area in mid. We already saw last year just how this map can influence a pretty weird style of play, where it's not top and bottom like we usually see, reds on top, blues on bottom. It's kind of arbitrary, but it's going to be like east versus west. So that's already an interesting dynamic that this map influences, just because of the placement of the water down the middle. The other thing is that as long as those bushes are allowed to stay up, close range brawlers are going to absolutely thrive here, at least in the early game. Now, if we talk like Carl, for instance, he's going to be able to get to mid really, really fast. And this is just kind of one of those things where it's like, you get there first and you take it. It's like the preschool playground. You get the toy first and it belongs to you by default. So Carl, I think, is going to be either banned or picked first in this matchup. You also got to acknowledge some other very strong brawlers here that carry over from the meta of, I guess, last week. So Ashe is a brawler you should be looking out for. Ashe combined with literally any healer. Ashe Byron is basically a death sentence here. And you have basically the Ashe that's almost as good as Ashe, which is Rosa, because she gets to sit in the bushes. Those are some of the brawlers I'm looking for here. Not your typical bounty gameplay, but we still get to see some of the typical bounty brawlers, as long as wall break is involved in, is generated pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think that's really what I was reaching for, is that Canal Grand is just so different when it comes down to bounty, that it really forces some different things. Here in the draft, I just ban Penny. Just, this is not where you want to play around. Maybe next time we're going to, spoiler, we're going to go into hot zone. Sure, mess around on the dueling beetles. But for here, you just got to get rid of her. Even if your first pick, I think you just got to get rid of her. And so the bans coming through in a matter of moments. Firecrow up on top and Prosy on bottom. If I can just say, I'm such a big fan of having player cams all the time. It's so cool to see kind of the players behind the pixels. But here they are, and we aren't going to see that Penny ban that I'm sitting here begging for.
Oh boy, I'm a little concerned. Also, the rhythm seems to be disrupted a little bit by Firecrow, because we don't get to see his kitty cat in the background this time, but maybe it'll come around later on. We all remember the celebration from the last monthly final where he held it up in the air. We'll see what brawler he picks here, though. Maybe this is just the warm-up. We'll start off with the Daryl from Chasmac Gaming BR. Definitely a brawler that can be countered out very well, though Chasmac Gaming BR have banned the primary counter, which is Gale. Here's KIB Esports following up with a Carl. Now, Chasmac Gaming BR, they're a good enough team to where I can pretty much assume that they know something that we haven't thought of yet, because they have allowed the Carl to go the opposite way and they've opted for a Daryl instead. That said, they're very talented at playing tanks, and going with a brawler that you're already familiar with and have already practiced with a lot is probably going to give you a better leg up than a brawler who just got a recent slight buff.
That is very, very true. You can look at your favorite YouTubers tier list or whatever, but at the end of the day, if you are better at one pick, that absolutely can make a difference. Or maybe they're just role playing. Pirate ship map, pick the pirate. You feel me? At the same time, then where's the Penny? Last pick here. Who's gonna be? And the Carl, and there it is. All right, so we've got Bonnie here on the other side, and an interesting composition. I'm going to straight up ask you, how do you feel about the Grom?
I think that this is the same situation we saw earlier, where they expected to play into a Sprout and didn't play into a Sprout. And it's kind of interesting. They banned out the tick, probably expecting the enemy to ban out a Sprout or something, and then maybe picking up the Grom later, or perhaps not having to play a thrower at all. it's not the end of the world. Also, note that Tufa can break open walls with his super, and we don't see any other wall breakers on the map, so that could provide some kind of advantage to Chasmac Gaming VR, though I don't think it's going to be too much. That said, though, since they got first pick, they don't get last pick, which means that they can't really play Sprout safely without the chance of getting countered. Big push in from Pekka. He's actually able to get 2 supers off of that, a kill from Tufa as well. And now we got to see Firecrow line up that last shot. There we go, a total team wipe by Chasmac Gaming VR and KIB Esports. If they can't push up really quickly, they might get spawn trapped. Thankfully, they have Prazi, who can walk over what is not water and is really just a gaping hole, but still, that is going to make this a lot less probable that they get trapped in their spawn. That said, though, Chasmac Gaming VR does have this 7-star plus a blue star score so far.
Prazi's able to walk over it, but is that a good choice? She gets lit up. Here comes down one more time. She gets one hit by the Tufa right there to answer back. 11 stars in pocket. 7 of KIB looking up at Chasmac Gaming. It's an all-in strat for Chasmac. It's been working, but now the lead is very slim.
It looks like the strategy for the most part is to have Pekka lead the charge and then Tufa and Firecrow follow pretty much. But now Chasmac Gaming VR are going to be backed up all the way. A kill on a Firecrow could mean bad news. Pekka is going to have to roll in, but he keeps on getting chipped down from long range. KIB Esports have a lot of room to back up as well. This is going to be a done deal, and KIB Esports will be taking this one back, albeit by just 1 star. But a win is a win. And in a best of 3, each win means a whole lot more.
And you know what? When it comes down to bounty, that's actually one of the bigger deals here is that, like, yeah, Chasmac was in the lead for 99% of the game, but it do not matter. Whoever ends up with the chips towards the end, that's the important part. And so KIB times themselves, they pace themselves, and they find themselves up by 1 exactly when it needs to happen. So they are 1 step away, moving on to the next set. And we'll see how it works out.
Okay, well, here comes a bottom side position from Prazi. He does get punished, taken down as well. A 4-star plus a blue star score for Chasmac Gaming VR. KIB only having a single star for picking up the blue star to boot. They do have a little bit longer range on the bottom side, as they do have Eric trying to take things down. Firecrow does have immense range, but it is going to be countered out pretty effectively by the hatchlings from Prazi. So as long as Prazi is able to make a good, I guess, educated guess on where his enemies are, he'll be able to charge up that super without too much difficulty. Here comes some damage on a Firecrow. He still needs to charge up that super. Of course, talking about Prazi here. On the right side, Meliodas will just have to stand his ground pretty much. It looks like, for the most part, KIB Esports is hoping to pressure Chasmac Gaming VR against some immovable wall of the map. That way they have nowhere to run, and that time is going to be approaching quickly. Only 30 seconds left in the match, and probably only 10 seconds before KIB Esports starts making moves.
KIB going to look to come down from the top side, and you can already see one of the players. It's Eve who's able to kind of cross the river, as you said, and look for this collapse flank. 2 players stuck in the mid in Chasmac jerseys still. Lead in Chasmac's hands, but we saw it happen last time around. Here comes the pressure push in from KIB. Top side, bottom side, right side, does not matter. Tufa, 2 for Tufa, and the 3rd kill doesn't even need to come. It's 8-1. The 3rd game, though, on the way.
Well played by Chasmac, and as you might have observed, a much different play. Oh my gosh, there's a cat on the left side. A big yawn for the kitty.
What a good cat.
Getting back to the topic, though. Such a good yawn, such a good cat. In fact, the cat was so still that I thought it was like one of those awesome like wolf blankets or something. We'll see actually on the right side, though. Prazi does have to jump away, hang on to that blue star. And I think a lot of the victory in the last game can be attributed to the fact that Chasmac Gaming VR had the blue star and played safe with it. Much different from game number 1, where we saw Chasmac Gaming did have the blue star and played a little bit more risky. In fact, they played a lot more how like how they're playing now. The difference, though, is that KIB Esports is leading. Let's see if Chasmac Gaming VR is able to keep up the pressure and start getting some stars out of this.
Yeah, Chasmac was looking for Pekka to use their super early and often, find that roll in, and just barrel everybody down. It worked once, didn't really work twice, and well, that's why I think KIB wound up with the victory there. Second time around in the game, in game number 2, like you said, they changed their approach and were a little bit more reserved. Here, kind of in between. The positioning is aggressive, but we're not seeing them hit the gas pedal the way we saw in game number 1. Lead on KIB's side right now, 4-2. Blue Star in the pocket as well. But Chasmac, they're lined up. Supers online for every single player. They've got KIB cornered, and now they're looking to kind of take a page out of KIB's book, where they just, in the last second, go blasted, but a dive in from Exing, taking out Fire
Let me show you how
Pro.
it's done.
6-5, KIB in the lead.
I think that was a very close call there, and it was totally saved by Pekka. He popped the tar barrel, which slowed down Bonnie just enough to where he was able to get that last bit of damage and get a kill. Here comes a super, though, that is going to contact Meliodas, but he won't take that final bit of damage. He will not be able to get away with the super either. Prazi needs to be taken down. He's on very low health. We'll see a roll in from Pekka, but he won't be able to get a kill out of that. Doesn't even matter, though. That was all that Chasmac Gaming BR needed, was a pretty safe, right, and well-covered retreat. A close call there of Fire Crow. Obviously, yawns are contagious. The cat yawns, now Fire Crow yawns. Prazi, though, I think still keeping his cool, though. He played pretty well in the last game, and I think he can expect to play well in the next one. At the end of the day, though, I think this was simply good mechanics from Chasmac that won the game.
I got to agree here. I'm looking down at the screen and I'm seeing what's going on here for Chasmac, and I liked what we saw in that first one. In the second one, okay. But as we shift over to Dueling Beetles, Hot Zone, completely different mentality. The approach that we saw from Daryl in game number 1, I think, was perhaps better suited for something like Hot Zone, where you can kind of all in and just kind of like pounce on the enemy. I want to see a shift there. I want to see them kind of stick to that mindset here as we go in. It might be enough to keep KIB at bay for now, and they can end this one early.
Okay, well, if you want to see some aggressive play, Dueling Beetles is the place. If you want to see some control, let's just hope that Penny is picked, because I think that's the only way that we see something more control-based on Dueling Beetles, is that turret does arrive. But for the enemy team playing into Penny, it'll be a total loss of control, because, well, the reason that Penny is good on this map is because there are numerous nooks where she can place that turret that make them pretty much inaccessible, even if you have a thrower, simply because it's basically out of range. So I expect to see either a Penny ban or a Penny pick. I think that if any team is more prone to picking it, it's gotta be Chasmac, though I don't anticipate that it'll be too much thinking for KIB Esports to pick it up for themselves. Another thing to watch out for, I still think the Carl, you gotta watch out for. Though something that I don't know if it's gonna appear, but I really hope it does, Frank. Love the big man, and maybe it'll be DJ Frank to appeal a little bit to UF Dot.
So I got my DJ Frank moment, but look at, like, I mean, is there a world where Penny is a trap? Can you lure your opponent into picking Penny and then going, haha, we've got the perfect strategy here? Or is she just really strong right now? Is there an answer to Penny is the question.
Yeah, I mean, the best you can do is break open some walls. Even then, she does have good range. She has good area control, because if she hits a single target, that fans out so much. And with the rework, she has a star power that makes the cone of those coins that emerge when you hit an enemy even wider. I think it widens to some ridiculous degree, like maybe like 120 degrees. So it's pretty wide, and it's going to be hard to not be hit by it. So it's not just the turret that makes her good here, it's her base kit as well. And we could even apply that to why Griff is pretty effective here, because his super comes out in a large cone, and Penny's attack now fans out in an even larger cone that pretty much stretches from each side of the hot zone to the next. So I don't think that really you'll be able to counter her too much because you're tasked with getting something that can break open walls that makes her turret less effective, and also something that can outrange her and make up for the fact that she's going to counter out your tanks. So there's not really a single brawler for this job. There might not even be 2, there might not even be 3. You might just have to ban her.
So, okay, I was just, because that was my last question was, so are you team pick Penny or ban Penny? And
I'm
sounds
team
like,
Penny.
and wake up!
Period.
Daryl, wake up! Daryl, wake up! Wake up! Oh, he's out. He's just sleeping. He was so awake last round. Oh my goodness.
I think Firecrow might wake him up. That would be a reason to wake up Daryl, is to see Firecrow on it.
How come Daryl's allowed to take a nap and I'm not? Can I just like...
He's a robot. Do robots need sleep?
Stream of electric sheep? That's really the question here. Chasmac Gaming up 1-0. And we'll jump into the draft here for Dueling Beetles and Penny ban. Penny ban. Penny. I think everybody's rooting for this Penny ban right here. We'll see if Firecrow, Prozzy, and their teammates are thinking the same things as we jump into Hot Zone Dueling Beetles. And, okay. Got it.
Well,
So,
I mean, a statement has been made by both sides here. You gotta admit, KIB Esports, I would say with the Janet and the Bonnie ban, these are like default bans. But
right,
also
yeah.
there's like the Stew. But okay, maybe the ping is just like really high to LATAM South, and they just haven't really gotten news the Penny yet. At least for Chasmac and KIB Esports is linked because we have seen it already. But Crow is going to be picked. Maybe so. Well, we'll see what the Belle can do. She does have long range, right? That can't be too bad.
Same thing with Lola. You know, these are characters that just kind of like fight well. Gale. That is exactly who I was going to go to. Yes, he's one of my favorite choices, but I just love Gale on Hot Zone. I think he does a really good job of just area denial. Gale's job is just going to be able to make it cold and make sure you don't have a jacket. And then if you get away from him, cool, Crow's going to come through. Pow, pow, pow. I like what we see at the Dueling Beetles. How do they finish the comp?
I think probably with Tank. Yeah, there it is. There's Daryl. Okay, well, he's going to be woken up for this one, but still, I don't think robots really need sleep. They probably just need a restart. I mean, that's what I do with my computer. You can give your own opinions on whether I should turn off my computer more frequently, but it's not going to change the fact that... Oh, okay. Well, that's nice to hear. We'll see what KIB Esports does, though. They'll probably pick a tank for themselves. I would say that it's kind of a risk to pick something like Frank, but it wouldn't be too bad. They could even go for an Ashe if they wanted. You're going to be hard-pressed to find something that just by the nature of the Brawler's kit is going to be better than the Daryl.
Last pick.
Yeah.
You know, absolute last pick. Number 6, Penny. So you were looking for a tank. With all the good stuff that we said about Penny, is this a problem in the last pick?
I don't really think so. I mean, the only thing that could really trip up KIB here is if the walls are being used really well by Chasmac. Also, if they're not able to hit their shots. We see Meliodas is able to... Ooh, is he able to? No, he's not able to use that gadget to its full potential, but he does get a free super, and already the super's down, and down come the cannonballs too. Tooth is already getting damaged. 16% has been generated so far. Here's the thing, though. Right? Something that I didn't really see coming because we haven't seen it used until pretty recently. We saw it used to be used a lot actually on Split, which is back in rotation. You would run Gale and you would run Frank, and you just constantly jump in. I think you remember that F. Well, it has risen to the surface once again, but it's not going to be enough to outdo the Penny, I don't think.
No, I mean, Penny, this is... You just have 4 players, dude. Like that turret, just so devastating. It really is. KIB just kind of like they set up. It took them a little bit. You can see Chasmac has a third of their win con locked down. But look at Ufa. He just got killed by the turret. Yeah. He got solo the turret, my guy. Like that. Come on, man. You got to ban it out. Just ban stuff.
I think it's also a pretty good indicator of how long it's been since Penny was played in competitive in a respectable capacity, because he got hit once by the turret and he went into the bushes and he kept getting hit. That's the thing though, is that turret will keep on shooting at the spot where you where you went into the bushes, right? And if you play versus Penny a decent amount, this is common knowledge, but if you never play versus Penny because you're just a competitive player and you only play versus meta brawlers, that's probably not going to be fresh in your memory. And KIB Esports, I wouldn't say that they were planning to use that to advantage. I think they expected Chasmac Gaming VR to be a little better prepared versus the Penny, and it does seem like Chasmac Gaming VR are able to do pretty well in light of the fact that they are versus this brawler. In fact, P.E.K.K.A is going to get the kill, and this is a comeback for Chasmac.
That, you know, it's real funny because we were sitting here harping on the Penny, and then haha, the team on the other side won, the one without the Penny. But the entire game ran around the Penny. Like, you know, Fire Crow and his team was able to clean up their gameplay, like the cat in the background's cleaning his paws. Like, just, listen, we're getting killed by this turret. We're getting killed by this turret. We're getting killed by this turret. So let's kill the turret. And as soon as the turret went down, which was harder to do than they would like to admit, then things changed. But if Chasmac want to find the win, they just have to make sure that that turret goes down early, because, I mean, P.E.K.K.A already dies to the ground mechanic of the turret.
Yeah, that turret's going to be amazing versus any kind of control, any long-term control that Chasmac Gaming VR plans to have on this point. P.E.K.K.A is going to be taken down. It looked like he was taken down by the flames, but it looks like Prozzy got the last hit on him. Still, though, it might as well have been. It's a little comical to watch, but still, KIB Esports hasn't been able to establish too much permanence on this point, because 7,000 health is appearing on this point every few seconds, and then 6,000 more appears on an alternate schedule. So if Prozzy doesn't have really good uptime on the point, this one's going to Chasmac Gaming VR, and we're seeing them in the semis.
Beautiful play here so far. Chasmac, they've understood how to fight against this turret. Game number one, they just took care of business. And one of the biggest things when it comes down to Hot Zone, especially in the single Hot Zone maps here, is the idea that you can win 100 to 99. 96% and counting here for Chasmac. They find another couple of kills. They're standing on the point. And then, oh, that's rude. That is rude. And the game, boys. End the game, boys. Don't be like that. End the game, boys.
Okay, hey, maybe they wanted to end at 199?
No, that was rude. You know what? I will say, it was rude. But I like it. Anyway, not to promote toxicity at all. That's still cleaning himself. Like we saw the cleanup of the gameplay, because this one was... Chasmac understood, I think, in game number one that, listen, I play other games, and one of the things that I always say is you got to use your life total as a resource. That's what I say in Magic the Gathering. And so when it comes down to Hot Zone, using that 99%, they use that as a resource. They're like, all right, you can build up the Hot Zone a little bit. We're going to go ahead and spread out, find our section. You can build up all the points you want as long as you don't hit 100. And then, bam, we're able to make our play. We can ignore the turret. You can kill us. You can make us look silly for a couple of seconds. And then we're going to come back later and find the W, because all the way up to 99 doesn't matter. The 100th point on Hot Zone is what you've got to look for. Chasmac look for it. They find it. They're moving on to the semis.
Health pool is an extremely important thing to be considering in Brawl Stars, because like other MOBAs, right, your attacks are a resource that recharge over time. So you have slower reload, then you're not going to be able to fire out as much DPS, and this Gale and this Daryl that are constantly getting free positioning into mid because Gale decided to run Gadget 1. That's going to be a huge issue. And it just didn't seem like Penny's turret, yeah, it doesn't have high DPS. It's good for getting like chip shots every now and then, and chasing an enemy out from a position. But the thing is that Chasmac, they arrived to the point from the jump pad without a plan to leave, at least without being sent back to the respawn by being taken down. I wonder if that is going to be used by our next matchup. AC Milan Clash versus Portuguesa Esports is coming up. AC Milan Clash, the usual returnees of the region, the kings of the region at the moment. Portuguesa Esports, they didn't make it last month. I want to remind everyone that a player held up a sign warning that Portuguesa Esports wasn't able to make it last month. Well, now they're here, and we get to see what was so, I guess, beloved about these guys. Will it enable them to take at least a game off of AC Milan Clash?
It's going to be tough. Portuguesa Esports definitely has their work cut out for them. AC Milan Clash, as we said, the #1 team in the region, I think, by points, period, but also kind of by the eye test as well. Chasmac Gaming looks really strong at moments, but AQM is just really, this team has kind of represented this region for a long time, historically speaking, and when you look at them, it's just, yeah, man, they're that good. And so Portuguesa, as I said, they have their work cut out for them. We're going to go into Heist Hot Potato in a matter of moments before we get into the draft. And like, that is kind of immediately where I'm thinking, what kind of research has Portuguesa done? Are they ready to handle new meta, old team? How do they jump into it? You know, do you expect that? For me, if I'm Portuguesa, I don't want to play it fast and loose like some of these other teams have. I want to ban the penny. I don't want to play around. I just want to play kind of like the game that Portuguesa Esports, know well. And so that kind of puts the onus on Portuguesa. For Milan Clash, I think they just show up. I think they just come through, play Brawl Stars, and they say, all right, dude, your job to stop us. See what happens. Which, like I said, it's going to be a tall task.
Yeah, and let's talk about research too, because we're headed into Hot Potato, as you mentioned, and there's been an interesting development in the metagame around how this map is played, and it comes down to one brawler that I think, like a lot of things that make their rounds around the world, these odd picks that seriously make waves, is played by Zeta Division first, right? They brought us the max mid, and now a lot of people play the max mid. They have now brought us BB on Hot Potato as a last pick. So whoever gets that last pick, that is a brawler I'm looking out for. And if you see that, then they have done their research on this map. And I think Portuguesa Esports, they are coming to prove something, and this might be as far as they get, because they're playing versus AQM, and AQM are simply showing up because the match that they are most concerned about awaits them in the semifinals should they make it. That's going to be versus Chasmac, but they got to make it first, and they're playing versus probably very well prepared opponents. Here's the thing, is that AQM, they have a phenomenal org backing their team, right? They have the resources, they have the coaching staff, no doubt, to get these kind of updates, these status updates about what's going on in the rest of the Brawl Stars world, and is BB going to be something that we are thinking about? That said, we got to see the bans first. I don't know if BB will be banned, but since we have 3 per team, I'd say there's room for including it.
Definitely kind of where you're at. Those pocket picks are always so interesting. Shout outs to our NA friends, rest in peace Siege, but the Siege Mortis once upon a time was one of those pocket picks as well. I love the way how players can kind of come up with these crazy oddball strategies that wind up working, and then we run with them. And so the max mid, I think, is the best example of one of those that we see these days for sure. So I've got my eyes on the BB, and we'll see if that's where these teams decide to go. Hot Potato, bringing up the 2 dominant characters in Carl and Penny. I think they work out here, but we will not see them banned this time around. The Colette is an important ban, as per usual. And the first pick, Daryl. So, listen, we haven't spoken much about Daryl and the Barrel. He obviously kind of like a quintessential tank, roll up on you, big heavy damage in melee range, but we've seen so much Daryl, not just this month, but in months past. He seems to just be the tank to go to these days.
Yeah, there was a point in time where Daryl wasn't that great, and then he got a buff. He had kind of his firing pattern reworked. He also had his shield reworked a little bit, made it a little bit stronger. Now it's part of his default kit and stuff. And Steel Hoops just makes it last a little bit longer. He has been in a good spot for a while, and I gotta attribute that mostly to his mobility, but also he's able to do a whole lot of damage on objectives. It's the mobility and it's the damage and it's the predictable and consistent mobility as well. I would say Bull would be in a similar position if his super didn't go on for so long and Stomper wasn't a limited use ability, right? But you only get to use it 3 times. Portuguesa Esports, they're actually going to 5th pick a brawler to prevent the enemy from picking a tank themselves, which isn't too much of an issue for AC Milan Clash because there are plenty of other good brawlers to pick here. Rico is going to be the one for the task. And I envision AC Milan Clash is going to try to shape this map to their advantage because they do have Colonel Ruffs, who's great for wall break. So far, though, Kyodog will be playing on the right side. It's going to keep back Daryl pretty well. We might see a pinch as well onto Parzival. Keep in mind that Parzival went to the World Finals back in the day, back in 2019. So these are good players to be watching out for, even though they're not, you know, AQM.
Yeah, no, I remember watching Parzival and seeing just how strong this player could be. So definitely a ringer on the red team for the moment. Just a bare amount of damage coming out from AQM on the enemy safe. And so Portuguesa sneaking on in there. You can see Daryl on the bottom side, and now gonna go to work, finding a kill, and then some on the top side, another kill as well. And so big damage coming out from Portuguesa. Problem is, on the top side, AQM also doing work here. 68% left on the red team's box versus 73 for AC Milan Clash.
And this has been done by Kyodog alone. He's literally all by himself been dealing this much damage with the damage gear, right? Obviously, level 11 Rico plus extra bouncy. And he's already gotten this safe to 42%. And Portuguesa Esports have fought tooth and nail for every single bit of damage with every single brawler on their team. Now, I think we will actually get to see a roll in here from Daryl. There it is. Will we see a gadget either? Yes, but it's Tar Barrel. It's not going to be getting that 5,600 damage that you're capable of pumping out with a Daryl gadget. And AC Milan Clash actually have taken so much damage. Oh, wow. A key kill there onto Daryl. And AC Milan Clash get to fire back.
Kyodog, just so cute, man. Like, a good Rico play really is exciting. Strong angles. Look at that. Again, just keeping the enemy at bay. And the kill! Parzival gets murdered by Rico. Just geometry mastermind. And able to just pile in the damage out of the box. That said, AC Milan Clash also doing work. We're coming down to the wire here. 20% and counting from both sides. 16%. AQM in the lead here. Portuguesa can't sneak by. Good job coming out for the bow. That kill should do it. And despite Portuguesa doing a great job, they leave 21%. Not enough. And it goes to blue team, AC Milan Clash. But this was, I'll be straight up and down. No disrespect to Portuguesa. I am surprised at how close that was. They're coming out here to play.
Yeah, no, I gotta say though, Portuguesa was very impressive with how much damage they were able to get off of AC Milan Clash, how well they were able to shut down a defense. I think one of the main things that hurt them was the early game by Kyodog. Now, we'll see what Portuguesa Esports is capable of when it comes to getting the wall break. VT Zim actually was able to slip past that vortex, it looks like. And it will gain him a pretty powerful position. Parzival is the one here defending both of these guys who can just peek on either side of the obstacle. 84% remains. So that was only 16%. And compared to last game, that's not too much damage, but we still got a whole lot of Brawl Stars to be played here on Heist. A roll in from Daryl. Won't get any stuns, actually, so he's not able to get too much off of that. That was not the best Daryl super we've ever seen, but thankfully Parzival is kind of able to save this and play control around the supply drop as well.
Those Daryl supers have to go a lot better if Portuguesa want to find themselves on the good side of this set for sure. You know, I talked highly of him, but it's all in. You've got to actually succeed when you all in. Here, not going to be the case either. Goes in for the damage, winds up finding himself dead because the player hides behind the safe and is able to avoid death. Great job there from Motep, who then, well, walks into a gale. So, rough stuff. However, an answer back for sure ready. And so, counting down, damage on both sides. But again, AQM finds themselves in the driver's seat.
I do think Guikul has been doing a good job, actually, of getting some reliable damage on the safe. That said, though, Kyodog, He has the damage gear. He's playing Rico. He's beaming this safe down. It's just ridiculous. I didn't think Portuguesa Esports would allow it to happen again, but I don't even think they are allowing it. They are trying their hardest to take him down, but it's simply not enough. And this is a 2-0 and a little hard for Motep.
Motep. So that heart's directed towards Kyle Dog and nobody else. Sorry, folks at home. Motep doesn't love you as much as he loves Kyle Dog. That was, like you said, man, you know, it's fun. I love good team play. I love when we get to see, you know, the pull into the stun, into the damage. I love it, the combo. But every now and then, Kyle Dog just comes through, grows the grain, bakes the grain, and eats the bread himself. And that's what we saw in that one. And you gotta celebrate it sometimes, man. Kyle Dog, hats off to you quite literally. Homie just wins the round, and what more can you say? I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all.
It's true. I mean, look, I gotta say, we saw good gameplay from everyone, but
absolutely.
This is probably the one. This is the one time in history that I'll say like that was kind of a carry, right? Like that was really well done, and I don't want to jinx it, right? But I also want to see it happen just a little bit more. I want to see what these players are capable of. This is not the usual that we'd be seeing from AQM. Typically, it is like, you know, a total team effort, but. Look, if you give him the Rico, he is seriously going to shine. So I gotta say, well done. And Hard Rock Mine is coming up next. Another map that is famous for how effective Rico can be. I feel like he's pretty much the first brawler that we talk about when we see Hard Rock Mine in the rotation for a match, because he's not like one of the de facto like best brawlers in the meta at any given time. But he does very frequently get banned on this particular map because of how good he is.
Well, one thing that I wanted to mention before we jump into this next one is, listen, sometimes, you know, hard carry goes hard carry, and Kyle Dog did what he does, but now is where you have to adjust if you're Portuguesa. And this is a big deal because, so Gooey Ghoul, who we saw on camera before, he's actually in the same room as the coach and Parseval. So they're not on camera or anything, but they're in the same room. They can communicate, they can break down some of the defensive options that happened last time around, and they can make these adaptations as we jump into set number 2.
Hard Rock Mine, we love to see it. We want to try and see if we can observe some of the team communication that's happening through some of the lane matchups that occur on the battlefield. We'll be getting into the draft. We'll see which brawlers might be looking for optimal matchups versus each other, but one of the first things you can start to look for is, are these players changing lanes? Are they swapping with each other? Are they making some pretty fundamental adaptations through the game that can only be made through careful coordination? So that's one of the things that we should be looking for. First, let's observe the bans. When we see AC Milan Clash, they get first pick, they don't ban Rico. Portuguesa Esports get second and third pick, they ban Rico. That's pretty much half of the story of how this map plays out most of the time. There's Brawl start us off, though. That's going to be a lane brawler. AC Milan Clash are going to wait just a moment to pick what their mid brawler will be. Portuguesa Esports might pick it a little earlier on since Gene is available, but we'll have to see. No, a penny. Interesting gameplay.
I love it. Well, so the penny is strong, and Hard Rock Mine. So Hard Rock Mine is a great map that she can put a turret down, and that you just won't be able to cross the street to deal with it. And that's going to be a big deal. So, you know what? I love the Max in response. He's one of the few characters that could, like, dodge in real time. A lot of Brawl Stars play is kind of like, is not reactionary, because projectiles and the movement speed is so slow that you kind of have to be one step ahead. Max is one of the few characters, Stu is one of the few characters, that can respond reactionarily, and I like the choice.
I wonder how this is going to play out, what the lane matchups are going to be. I think it's most likely that we see like a bow mid, even though he has shorter range than Penny. His positioning at mid makes sense because of its mines. Also Stu on lane, right? 8-bit obvious mid. I want to talk a lot, and I want to observe very carefully the last pick from Portuguesa. It's Surge, and as you can see, since Bo was picked earlier in the draft, he's going to be going right towards that totem dropped by Parseval. Now, Motep knows that he has to take that down quickly, but we actually do get to see the first level gained by Surge. Surge can really, really struggle if he doesn't get a super, and he's outranged by literally everyone by on the team of AC Milan Clash. But because of Bo, he's able to get that level 2, and he hangs on to it because of his star power. I just wonder how consistently he'll be able to get the level 3. There's mutually assured destruction on the left side. Motep goes down. Kyodog, though, looks to fill this role on the left side. You can see an immediate change in tactic from AC Milan Clash once they move from a 3v3 to a 2v3.
And that's what you've got. That's the mark of a strong team. They can calling audibles. They know how to out-leverage their strengths and their weaknesses for sure. Kyle Dog here on the stew has been where my eyes are 100% of the time. You mentioned the Surge here on the backside, and he's hanging on for dear life and going to be able to hide in those bushes. Big deal there for Stu. 7-4 as AQM have the lead, but it's a tenuous one. I don't think they're as in control of this game as they have been the past couple.
VT's dim, let's see what he's capable of. With Stu's, oh no, okay, good, teleport back. With Stu's speed zone gadget, VT's has even more speed, which makes him a very viable mid and makes him quite scary to deal with for Portuguesa. He's going to use his second gadget already, actually. He only has one more as an escape plan, as a method of getting that last gem. But if Portuguesa Esports pick up the next gem, then that's going to mean nothing, because they can still hang out at mid, and it's going to be acquired by Kyodog here. Portuguesa Esports don't have enough time to wait for these gems to spawn. They have to get a kill onto either Kyodog or VTZim. Will we see it? Parzival is going to stun VTZim, and we don't see Pizinho able to get in and get that last bit. Kyodog picks up 10 gems, but Portuguesa Esports, if they can get Motep, they can tie this up and interrupt the countdown.
Well, they can't. Motep finds the kill off the assist from the right laner there, and just a great play again. See, this is what we expect a little bit more out of AC Milan Clash. Kyle Dog did a lot of the heavy lifting, but the whole team came through and supported him. It was a team effort, despite the fact that Kyle Dog Stu, I think, was front and center for sure. Lead singer with a strong band behind him, as opposed to just a lonely guy with a guitar. And so now as we jump into this one more time, listen ready. Portuguesa put up a good fight. They just fell a little bit short. I will not be surprised if this stretches out to a third one. This could wind up in the hands of Portuguesa. They just have to find a way to lock down the stew, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, we see the lane switch on the left side already. Parzival is going to be charging up his super a lot more than previously. It wasn't reachable by Carl, and Coutinho right now is like, bro, I need another totem. You gonna give it to me? It's all the way over there. Oh, now it's gone. Okay, I guess I'll have to find it the old-fashioned way, but he is outranged in every single form. In fact, he might end up feeding a little bit of damage to the enemy. There's one more shot on Kyodog. Really, this is an important matchup to pay attention to. Coutinho, if he doesn't get that level 2, is pretty much going to be disabled for this entire game. He won't be able to do anything. AC Milan Clash, meanwhile, have picked up 6 gems. We'll see Guigul also go down deep behind enemy lines. There's not too much control being played at mid. Parzival is going to look for a super. He won't be able to get it just yet. He's able to force VTZim out of his turret for a little while, and he's able to predict accurately where he is going. There are the mines going down. Some of the walls break open on the right, top right side, though. Kyodog has pushed right into their spawn and gotten a key kill. Pizinho still not able to get much value, and AC Milan Clash just needs one more gem in order to start a countdown.
AC Milan, as they hit the countdown, Motep has not been as active as I think his team would like him to be. In fact, he's going to fall down here, but I guess it's all good because he didn't really have anything in the pocket anyway as a result of him not picking bombs. So Portuguesa now finding their final push there at VTZim, and those 2 kills should confirm it. And that will confirm it all. Thumbs up, baby. And he's got the water bottle showing us that, listen, I've been around, been there, done that, got a water bottle. He is chilling and absolutely not the villain as his team winds up on the top side. And quarterfinals done and dusted, baby. AQ Milan Clash. And listen, you know, this is why we watch the games, because if you just show up and you look at the 2-0, you know, Portuguesa Esports, okay, they got walked over. I don't think they did. Each game, listen, they lost, I understand, but they were a lot closer than some of the other matches we've seen earlier.
Yeah, I want to see Portuguesa versus like 6 or versus like Zero Zone or something, and seeing what they're capable of. I think in those situations, they could very well head on to the semifinals, right? If they were on the top side of the bracket, who knows what could have happened? But the reality and the prediction also kind of remains true on the bottom side of the bracket. We still got Chasmac and we still got AQM, and they're going to be facing versus each other. I just don't know who's going to come out on top. That said, though, bringing it kind of back to Portuguesa, I think this was really well played by them. Every single game was pretty close, even though they weren't able to get like a set victory anyway. You're facing versus AQM, man. That's a really tough enemy, and I think they ought to give themselves a pat on the back for how well they were able to stand up to these guys.
The team knows what they're doing. We've seen these players in good positions before. That's a match that you can actually take home, watch the VOD, take a look at the tape, and learn from it. That's how you're going to get better in your own individual games. Take that tip home with you, and this is something the Portuguesa can do moving forward, which is exactly what we're going to do. Bracket coming at you right quick as we've got the semifinals looming on the horizon. Bottom side, Chasmac BR and AC Milan clash. That is a clash, no pun intended, of the Titans. And then the top side, which is what we're going to hit up next, is 6 versus Renegados. And these two squads were fun to watch in the early phase. And I think both top side and bottom side, we have some nice, even matchups.
I think so too. I mean, Renegados FA, I would definitely say a little more likely to pop off than 6, but we saw 6 versus Zero Zone, pretty close match, right? How do we stack up Zero Zone versus the rest of the region? I don't really know. We haven't seen them play versus too many teams in the monthly finals previously. So I'd say top side of the bracket, bit of a mystery, right? Maybe we say it's like a 60-40 in favor of Renegados. Bottom side of the bracket, I don't even want to try and come up with odds, man. This one has so many factors at play. These are two phenomenal teams. I don't want to jinx it, but I also can't really formulate an opinion on how this one's going to go. It's going to be a wild one for sure.
Absolutely. Don't forget, we're leaving the best of 3s in the past. We're moving on to best of 5s. Before we get into it, Renegados and 6, they're coming up next. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with the BSC. We'll see you in a matter of moments.
Zeta are all over the spin. 5 seconds, and Zeta Division are going to be the LSI 2022 champions.
決勝で結構接戦だったんですけど、なんとか粘り強いところが出て勝つことができたんで嬉しいです。SK ゲーミングがその個々の能力も高かったりだとか、チームとしての連携もあったんで一番強敵でしたね。はい、今日無事に優勝できたんですけど、やっぱり危なかった、決勝が危なかった場面が結構あったんで、そういうところを今後改善していきながら、最後までやりきりたいと思います。世界大会には出れると思っていて、最後の世界大会も優勝できると思っています。観戦していただいてありがとうございます。これからも頑張りますので応援よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。でした。
What a fantastic result for Zeta Division. They continue to reign supreme, our MSA champions, and deservedly so.
It's here! The ultimate comatose collaboration from Poco and Sandy, featuring hit tracks Tired of Losing to You,
I'm tired of losing to you.
Dying for a Lion,
No more fiesta. Por favor, give me siesta.
and the number 22 hit single, The Sleepy Jew.
Hush, little brother, say no word. Sleepy to
Sleepy Tunes.
Hi, I'm Stu, and welcome to Stu's Spectacular School of Driving! Whether you're a beginner or an expert looking to brush up on their skills, we're just the place you want to Need to learn in a hurry? No problem! Take our crash course, you dummy! Stu's Spectacular School of Driving! We'll get you driving!
People often ask, how can I do become a world championship winner? What must I do to get abs of steel and fist of fury? The answer? Gimnasio Primo! You will learn to summon strength, summon asteroids, and serve a spicy jalapeno knuckle sandwich to even the strongest of brawlers. Fight with el fuego in your heart. It will not be easy, but as El Primo once said, no pain, no gain, no glory. Gimnasio Primo. It's showtime.
Welcome in to the Brawl House. The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it! No way! And that is that! What an insane moment!
Welcome back, friends, brawlers, and everyone else. Well, if you're not a brawler, you should be. It's F-Dot and it's ready, and we are ready for set number... We're in the semifinals, folks. It's best of fives, and we are excited to jump into it. We've got two different matchups for you, and we're starting with one of the more interesting, one of the more even, one of the more crazy matchups that we've seen in a minute. Renegados is going up against 6, and these are squads that aren't number 1 or number 2, but certainly fight like it.
Yeah, and one of them is going to be number 2 at minimum, and with the potential to get to number 1. We got to see what they're made of, too. And they'll be heading on to the grand finals. And it's up to you to try and predict whether it's going to be Renegados FA and 6 FA. Make sure you share with us what you think that outcome is going to be. But I'm going to put it right out there. I think Renegados got this one. I'm a big believer in the Marcel mentality. I love the Protesto. And though he has retired it, he's still got the mechanics to back it up.
Yeah, for me, when it comes down to the Renegados, it's really about the teamwork that we see out of these guys. It's the combination of Marcel and his other laners. Marcel usually finds himself in that mid. And when it comes down to it, just the communication is what really impresses me when we see these guys take the battlefield. We're going to start off with Brawl Ball, which is definitely a communication-heavy game mode. And you've got to be able to react with your teammates. I think that's something, like I said, that this squad really excels in. And so I'm excited to see Renegados kind of like come together and just sort of like ultra up and do that sort of thing. And so the draft coming at you in a matter of moments. And we've discussed a lot about the picks and where to go and how Penny is really interesting. Daryl is, and Carl is really interesting. But it's been Daryl that I think has really stolen the spotlight in a lot of these matches, either for good reason or bad, because we've kind of seen both.
Yeah, and he's a challenging brawler to draft as well, because you got to draft him late and you got to have all the conditions correct for him. Otherwise, your enemy will be able to pick some brawlers to counter him out. Like a single Gale pick can completely make a Daryl useless. So you have to have good drafting capabilities in order to get there to begin with, and then playing him is kind of the easy part. Now, when it comes to brawlers like Penny or Carl or things like that, it seems like drafting Carl is actually quite easy because players don't really feel like banning it too much. We haven't seen a single Carl ban today, I don't really think. We've seen like a odd Penny ban. We've seen an odd Penny pick as well. These brawlers, they either just got back into the meta or just got reworked or both. So every part of it is going to be a challenge except for the draft. So I can totally see why Daryl's being played more, and there's still a little bit of caution around Penny and Daryl. It's going to get started here on Pinhole Punt. I don't really know if Penny will be played here, but I could definitely see some Carl.
I was going to start to go into, like, listen, the Carl, I think, is a character that slides past bans. I don't know if you ban him all the time. I think you can kind of deal with him, whereas Penny, I think, needs to be banned all of the time, with the exception of maps like this. Like you said, Penny here is probably not the numero uno, and so you can kind of forgo that ban here. But the other maps, I do want to see her, like, I want to get rid of the Pirate. But moving into this one, the Daryl ban does come through. The Gale ban is important. And so first selection over here for Renegados will be that Carl. And this is sort of what I expect, you know, the quote-unquote meta to be. A lot of map-specific bans, and then Carl just, he's good, but he's just not that next level. He's probably the best non-banned character, I would say, to go to. And so I like his positioning here. And then across the way, the Squeak and the Lola.
Yeah, Lola's going to be good for countering out tanks, so Renegados FA probably won't play another tank, but they could go for a Byron if they wanted to. There's the Max, actually, and Max is a phenomenal brawler for this map. She has mid-range, so that is one of her weaknesses, but that's okay, because it's Pinhole Punt, and if you set up in the bushes, those bushes give you not only plenty of speed, or well, they do give you plenty of speed, which gives you plenty of positioning, which means you can get closer to your enemies and line up those mid-range shots. Okay, cool. Now, we also want to talk about the Squeak a little bit, because Squeak is also going to be one of those brawlers that's strong at mid, and he is able to claim it a little bit more easily since he does have that residue gadget that locks down an area for a fairly long time. So things are, I think, shaping up to be pretty good on both sides. Renegados FA are taking their time to decide their fifth pick because they could really run with a lot of things here. Pinhole Punt is a very versatile map. And yeah, look, that's a safe option right there. That's a spike. I don't think Renegados could really screw that up with a spike, but 6FA could try and counter it out.
Still on the other side. Cool. You know, it's interesting. You look at this Renegado selection, and Spike is as kind of standard as it comes. Max and Carl, you need to play differently. You broke down how the mid-range kind of plays here. Carl plays differently as well. But of course, in Brawl Ball, because of how dynamic you move around the map, that mid-range is a lot less punishing than it is in other game modes here. As we jump into it, you know, I don't know which draft do you like better?
It's a bit of a mystery to me too. I'm gonna lean a little bit more towards 6FA because I actually really do like Lola, and I think she'll be able to deal with Carl very, yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, he was low health, but still, like, this is gonna be a pretty much decisive victory for Lola, and even versus Max, her attack is denser, it pumps out more damage, it has longer range than Max. The only thing that I could see giving her trouble is maybe Spike. And even then, you have Stu to do the job versus Spike because he has so much maneuverability, mashing those two words together. And Marcel, his attacks travel kind of slowly. They also reload slowly. Good pressure from 6 so far. This might be an early goal.
Ooh, might be, and it will be. There, well, okay. We put the clock real quick, and all of a sudden, just like that, the staggered response. Renegados are able to fight back. Still scoreless at 122. My birthday, buddy. And right in the middle, ball pushed up here on the right-hand side. Juby's able to confirm the kill onto one, but again, it's Lola. That's alive. Spin to win is good. Can they find? No. He falls down. I thought Juby was going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that all the way home. But instead, strong defense on the other side.
Good stuff. 6F8, though, are going to have to forfeit mid for just a little bit. We do see the use of freeze frame by Lola as well. And Doritos is actually trying to shoot around. He's able to get some substantial damage off as well. On the right side, Juby is going to try and take down Loco. Loco's going to take a whole lot of damage. There's the speed. Juby's a walking wall of health. There's 1 kill, 2 kills, maybe a red kill, and there's the blue kill as Juby is able to walk it in. 30 seconds left, and Renegados are up by 1 goal.
Now, that one was just a war of attrition. I think Six kind of had everything in their corner, everything lined up their side. Kind of like how strong this push looks right now. 3 players low HP. In fact, 1's dead, 2's dead. And then that opens up for the 3rd time. No staggered respawns. And we are going to go to overtime unless there's a kickoff goal. And there won't be. OT, baby. And this definitely in the favor of Six.
Remember how I said maybe Spike is the only thing that can deal with Lola here? Well, if you're able to dodge out the curveball, Spike isn't too much of an issue. At least Jexer seems to play it that way. We'll see Loco kind of lead the charge on the left side, does heal up a little bit of health, and he'll be using his super to get forward a little bit. Marcel does get him taken down, and Doritos is trying to look for some supercharge on the left side. The last flying hook forward by Carl. It's going to be a takedown on a Squeak, but a counter from Jexer. Look, I gotta say, Jexer on the Lola is very fearsome. Nothing seems to get past him, and that's why Marcel's going to focus him down. Does get taken down in return. 15 seconds left in the game, and Renegados are going to try and tie it.
Doritos tosses the ball back, and I don't know if that's the right choice. There goes the speed boost, and Marcel trying to block the charge. Won't be able to happen. Lola's still alive. Somebody needs to find the kill, and somebody is not. Oh, no! That is, so right now, Renegados, so it's a tie game. The goal doesn't go through. Renegados are sitting here like thanking whoever they need to thank. they lost the game. Straight up lost the game, but time was on their side. So let's do it again. Game 1.
Lot of bag fumblage there by 6FA in the last game. There were a couple of goals that they could have gotten, and there's not really another way to put it. They fumbled the bag. This time, though, the ball's going exactly where it's intended to go, and no one's letting go of it either to risk anything. Run down the clock a little bit while you're at it. That doesn't change the fact that that was about a 20-second goal, which is very impressive, but Renegados FA are ready to return fire. Flying hook forward on the right side. Juby is going to be leading the charge. Here he comes, but he wasn't even necessary, actually. Doritos was able to get that ball right around the corner, and that one was, I would say, just about as fast, if not faster, from Renegados. And we'll see the pitch return to the middle. 1:35 left on the clock, but I don't think this one will really get to expire unless these teams, knowing that it's a tie, start to play a whole lot safer.
0-0. That's what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? It's just a 1-goal game now. Winner take all. And so, oh man, that noise is annoying. Marcel here trying to deal with the mid lane. Low there in the center, and it winds up being a kill on side of Juby. Now Doritos in trouble, toss the ball forward. Now, can Six push? They can't. Nice job there coming out from Renegados, dealing with the pressure that Six pushed. It's a lot.
Oh man, once more, super forward by Juby. He's able to take down Squeak. He will get taken down, returned by Jexer. Doritos doesn't want to risk the solo push around the right side. Oh my gosh, so many dashes around, but Doritos is able to scrape out of there alive. He's trying to charge up his next super off of Alke so far, though it's not going to take down Alke, but he does get the super that he bargained for. Slight push up around the left side. Marcel's going to try and slow things down. If he can get a super, he'll be able to block off an entire lane too, but Alke can, well actually no, he can't do the same thing. He's out of gadgets as well. A lot of gadgets have been expended so far, and on the side of Renegados FA, it does look like they have a couple more if they want to use them. 10 seconds left though, and it's hard to make a call as to which team is in the lead here unless Six are able to get a kill.
Oh. It's all going to flow up here, overtime, and a big kill coming out from 6 to start it off. Yeah, that might be all she wrote, folks. One player to play defense. They're going to pass, they're going to kill, they're going to score, and Loco is on the good side. That brings 1 goal, 1 game to the opposition. Beautiful stuff coming out from 6.
I think that 6 was really in the lead all along, even though they conceded some goals here and there, and they unfortunately didn't make a goal a couple of times in game number 1, which ended up being a draw, so kind of not really a game on the board. They have been in control of this matchup. We have seen Renegados actually playing fairly well, taking advantage of key matchups, especially Juby, always making sure that he's on the Squeak lane, since Squeak isn't really able to pump out high DPS, and Juby can get in close range, so he doesn't get zoned out or anything. But Renegados FA, they haven't been able to do much versus Jexter on the Lola. And even though he's been countered out a few times, Loco still has great positioning, and he has great maneuverability with the Stew Supers. We'll see if anything happens, though, now that Marcel... Actually, no, he doesn't get slowed down. We'll see if Alke is able to lock down a lane or something to slow things down, but for now, Juby's going for this goal.
And it was that was really mechanically difficult what Juby's over here doing, but cannot be the one-man band. Needs a little bit of backup, but the rhythm section just not showing up. And so, honestly, good kill here for Marcel. 6FA, I think, is in the lead, as you said, quite literally, but also with momentum. Alk falling down could be that momentum swap. Just over a minute left in this game. 6 does have the lead as far as the set is concerned. Now the red team slowly pushing in here, needs about 1 more kill. Big Cactus goes down, but not the player. And just like that, the pressure that 6 had being alleviated. Nice kill by Juby.
Moments ago, I saw some of the craziest Stew mechanics I've ever seen from Loco, and I'm going to encourage you to look at him again and just what he's capable of. He does have the ball right now, so he is a little bit nerfed. Now that he's let go of it, maybe he'll take this right lane, get a few shots on a Juby. There's a breakthrough too. He's able to get out of this one alive, and watch him face versus Marcel when that happens again, because he is dodging out these curveballs like crazy. So far though, it hasn't generated a goal for 6, but they have had Renegados on the back foot for a good amount of time, especially now that the residue is down on the right side. Doritos is going to be seriously slowed down. Health pool going to be leveraged here, and there's the goal for 6. There's not enough time for Renegados to take this one back, and that is going to be the set headed to 6.
So this right here is a great example of hard to execute versus easy to execute. If you joined us at the beginning of this, you heard me and Reddy kind of talk about how, you know, which draft is better, and I'm not quite sure still which draft was better, but which draft is easier to play. It's that second one that 6 chose. The Lola just has longer shots, wider shots. You know, when you look at the composition, the 2 brawlers that are teaming up with Spike, they're just harder to find those kills. They're harder to find those opportunities. When they happened, we saw Juby walk up the right lane by himself. When they happened, we saw big moments coming out from the Stew. But to get it all to line up is just really, really difficult. And, you know, Renegado is a strong team. That's why they chose how a difficult to execute composition. On the other side, though, it was easier for 6 to do their game plan. And I think, honestly, that's why they find the win, because it was just easier to play their composition, which isn't a knock, by the way, at all.
Yeah, I would say, especially when you come in with a prerequisite, that you're able to play these brawlers to such a degree, right? Because these are professional players, so they're going to be able to play the Stew to its full extent. They're going to be able to play it very mechanically, this very mechanically demanding brawler. But once you have it on your side, you can kind of coast, right? You still got to focus up. You still got to make sure that you're dodging out all the curveballs from Spike. Which, once more, I want to remind everyone that was absolutely remarkable, and I wonder if we'll get to see it again in this matchup. But yes, totally agree. I think that this was, pretty easy to execute, and we can observe that mostly in the Lola pick. Now, when it comes to double swoosh, I think that Lola is another brawler that is worth watching out for. She's pretty strong on a lane, whether that's left or right. Probably would play her right since she has good range, good spread. She can reach into those bushes and check for brawlers. And given how well it was played by Renegados, wouldn't be shocked if Six decides to use that as one of their bans where they go, this isn't like the best brawler in the game, but we don't want to play versus it again. And that's a privilege you can afford yourself because you have 3 bans per team.
Respect ban, right? You gotta do your homework. You gotta find it. You get the meta ban, you get the patch ban, you get the respect ban. That's how I kind of look at the 3 bans. You know, you got to deal with whoever's really, really strong, or the polite way to say like 2 we just don't want to deal with. And then you get the one that's like, all right, what's popping recently? We get rid of them. So you're looking at like micro meta here. So I'm looking at like, you know, ban the Penny, ban the Daryl, and then ban whatever they beat you with last time, right? Like that's kind of what you're looking at here. And then across the way, you kind of do something similar. And so our next setup is going to be double swoosh, as you said, gem grab, switching things up just a little bit. And, you know, I gotta say that the pirate ship locale is one of my favorites. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! I'm so upset. He's always sleeping. He's always sleeping on the job, man. It's unfair. I want to go to sleep, man. I mean, I can't because all these games are so good. If I could just take a snoozer, you know? You know what?
I mean, I heard there's a new collab. Yeah, maybe. I heard there's a new collab between Poco, Sandy, Sleepy Tunes. Might have heard of it. Might be the 17th most popular song in the world at one point. The Sleepy song. You should give it a try. I'd say it's a adequate replacement for melatonin. Though I won't be sleeping on this matchup coming up here. Here come the bans, and Penny is finally going to get to see a little bit of respect, a little bit of regard as she is being banned out. There's a spike ban as well by Renegados. I don't know. Maybe they just don't want to play versus it when they're playing on the left lane. Though they're the ones who picked Spike last time. I don't think 6 is too intense about it. I think Lola is also still on the table for 6, and I don't think it would be an unsafe pick either. But here's the Crow first from Renegado, so they're already looking to ban out anything that's really relying on mobility.
I love the bow ban. I think the bow ban was really important for double swoosh. Really, yeah, you don't want to walk over a mine here. That's the problem. And, you know, 6FA here, they're going with the Lola selection. That is, yeah, man, make me not play it. Like, this is what we beat you with last game, right? Last set went to us because we beat you with Lola. Different map, different game mode, sure, but, like, make me not play it, dude. Like, my hot hand, feed the hot hand. That's what we say in basketball. Yeah, give me back my Lola. Look at what we did. All right, let's see what happens. But the Jean pick, I think, for Renegados might be the difference maker here.
It's very bold to pick Jean into Lola because you cannot pull Lola when she has her ego up. And given the playstyle of this map, she's probably going to have that ego up a good amount of the time. So Renegados FA, they have a lot of confidence in themselves, but they went into the last game confident, and look where that got them. I don't want to like harp on it too much, but it might be a little bit too bold. Though there's the Tara, and that's going to be the matchup that they mostly try to find onto Lola. But Six actually hit him with a double whammy. There's the Mr. P. Mr. P makes Jean feel almost impossible to play. Now, it's not impossible to play, and with proper assistance from your teammates, it's totally playable, but Mr. P doesn't make it any easier. It's without a doubt a counter. We'll see how Doritos plays on the right side. He's going to be outranged, but he will kind of counter out Jexer by use of those chains.
And I'm here with you, like the Gene. One of my favorite characters, but I think he's the difference maker here. I just he's going to get dunked on this time around. Doritos comes around the corner, and Tara has to be the heavy lifter, I think, for this squad. Renegados, we can get their Gene pick all we want, but it's 6-0. Here's what we have to say as they're maintaining this mid control really, really well.
I wonder how long Renegados have left, though, because the clock is ticking. There's the ego down from Alke. The freeze frame as well is going to push things out. That's the last gadget by Doritos, by the way. Thankfully, he was able to get a kill on Jexer, but he's not going to be able to claim the right side very easily. We saw a moment ago, he got very greedy, and he tried to go for a double pull, and he wasn't able to get it. Now, he gets double teamed by Loco and Jexer is going to have a few more gadgets left to use. At mid, perhaps. But yes, I think Renegados absolutely had that game earlier, had Doritos not gotten greedy. Thankfully, though, they were able to recoup, find their place once again, and here's a kill to start off with Alke, and a jump in from Jexer, lamp blowout as well. Will he be able to get the kill? It looks like no way he jumps back with that.
That's huge. Oh, but he's
oh my god.
However, there's help. Mr. P's able to pick it up. 11 gems in the pocket. The countdown is rolling. 11 seconds to go. Can 6 hold on? Doritos says, no way. Give me my money. But then the answer back. This is a back and forth like we have not seen in a while today. 5 up for 6, and players are just going down. Left another countdown for the red team. This one a little bit more stable than what we've seen.
Oh no, a jump in. Doritos is forced to pop his super, and he gets a kill on Jexer, who knew that was a Sui mission anyway. Let's see if we can get a pull that generates some value. No, it doesn't look like it. Unfortunate. Had he actually gone for an attack instead of a lamp blowout, if he actually had an attack, that would have been a countdown interruption, but obviously he wanted the gems. He didn't want to just restart the countdown and be out of the poll for the next opportunity to interrupt. Yeah. Unbelievable stuff in the last game. That was serious back and forth. Renegados FA, hopefully they're able to kind of withdraw and realize that they got a little greedy. 6 FA though, that was very frantic from them. They're almost a little lucky for the timing of things that they were able to come out on top.
We've got a new game here. And again, Renegados are the ones leading, but just a reminder, that's what it looked like earlier on last time around as well. Juby taking care of business, getting a kill onto the Lola. We were afraid of the Lola, and honestly, it hasn't really been the Lola doing the heavy lifting as Loco finds the kill against Doritos. 7-0, but 6 pushing up now. Loco, another kill for the Mr. P.
Oh man.
And they pushing up, jump in, damage is not good enough, but 6 has momentum and control of this mid area, however fleeting it might be, as Renegado steps forward.
It's going to be tough for 6 to do much, especially since GB does have his super, though they are able to take down Marcel, pull by Doritos, and Renegados have pretty much found their rhythm. I didn't point it out earlier, but this strat is just double pull. You play Jean, you play Tara, you feed your supers off of each other, right? You need a partner in order to capitalize on your pull, and who better to finish the job than someone who gets a pull super of their own while doing so. And we saw it in full force through the last game. It was either Tara had a pull or Jean had a pull, and there weren't any options for 6 to try to stay out of range of the pull. They had to push in because Renegados only needed a couple more gems in order to start the countdown. Let's see what 6 does in order to keep Doritos from getting that first super, because Doritos, he pops his gadgets really fast at the beginning of the game to gain himself some room on the right side, forcing a lot of the attention on himself. That enables Juby to get a super for himself. So far though, no gadgets popped by Doritos, no position gained by Doritos either. But still, 6 FA are trailing in gems.
Mid control one more time. Started one more time by Renegados. Feeling more like game 1 than game 2, though. Game 2 was Renegados had their footing, kind of stuck in the mud, felt good about it. Game 1 was that 6 has a little bit more control here, like game 1, than they did in game 2.
Good aggression on the right side. Alke will be able to get some decent damage onto Doritos. Doritos has to pick a target to go for. He's going to go for the ego, waste a couple shots on it. Not a big deal. Alke gets away scot-free. All he lost was his ego, but maybe you could see the benefit a little bit from dropping the ego for a moment. Here it comes, though. A good kill onto Doritos. Marcel with an emergency super onto the right side. Juby's trying to get away from this one, but he gets taken down. A little smiley face made out of gems on the back right side. But it's not going to do much for 6FA. All they've done is prolong things. Yeah, it kind of looked like a smiley face. You got to call these things out when you see them every now and then. What I do want to call out right now, though, is 2 pulls available. And 6FA got to play things carefully.
A $1.42 on the clock here, and 6 has a bunch of gems, but Renegado's 1 away from the countdown. That said, mid control seemingly in Red's hand, and Blue starts off the countdown. A dozen to go. Here comes 6. Actually, it's Marcel getting aggressive, diving in and taking care of Lola on the left-hand side, and Doritos gets another kill. That should be it, and it will be a nice look there as Renegados goes ahead and ties up the sets 1-1.
Very close games here. I gotta say, had there been a split second more on the clock, then we would have seen a tie, 10-10 gems in a countdown interruption as well. And with how withdrawn actually Renegados were from mid, it definitely would have been an interruption and probably a countdown for 6FA. That said, though, it's Renegados in the lead. They take the set, they tie things up, and it's on a Kaboom Canyon to dictate who's going to be in the lead next. Whose turn is it? So far, though, we saw 6 domination in set number 1, a single game by them in set number 2. It looks like the double pull just came back to give them a whole lot of trouble, and that's just seeing an opportunity for Renegados. They saw a chance to pick both Jean and Tara instead of playing counter to the existing Jean counter, and it worked beautifully for them.
Yeah, it worked out really, really nicely. And shifting over to Kaboom Canyon, I think that this is also where we can see a little bit of an adjustment, an adaptation one more time from the teams. I think that Renegados probably remember Brawl Ball and remember how they really tried to bring out some crazy composition that was really tough to execute. I think they played a little safer here in Kaboom Canyon. I'm going to ask for a Daryl ban. I think that Daryl has done a great job in these heist games this month. I think this is kind of where you want to say goodbye to the barrel. I love my Daryl, but I think this is where you let him take a nap for sure, because he has been all over the map in these heist games this month.
Yeah, he seems to be a really big issue. Just the mobility combined with the damage potential that he has on the safe is going to be everything. Much different from like Carl, for instance, who has a lot more mobility that he in fact gets for free because he has that mobility as a gadget. But he's not able to pump out so much damage on the safe just because of the nature of his attack. You got to throw it back and forth, you get 1800. Daryl, you stand on the safe, you tap that button, you get 3600. Right? You know if you know the tech, then you can stand on top of the safe, pop a gadget, walk in a circle, and get 5600 damage off of a gadget. So Daryl is definitely the brawler to play as long as you can shape the draft the way you want in order to make him playable. But like you said, it might be too much of an issue to even expend effort towards that and just go ahead and ban him outright. That said, Kaboom Canyon, when you play it really safe, it gets very, very close, and that just might put you at a disadvantage. I'm not really sure. Heist is a mode that rewards aggression, so playing things safe is a total risk.
Yeah, if you want to play things safe, you really have to start from the draft phase. You have to look for these defensive characters that kind of like dig their heels in and just say you shall not pass, right? Like that's your goal here if you want to play it safe when it comes to heist. And I am your resident control player. I am your resident guy who likes to play it safe and slow and tortoise versus air and all that. Not in Kaboom Canyon, not in heist. Just gas pedal, dude. This is where you've got to bring out the red. Find yourself just running and rolling with it. It's why I like Daryl, why I want to see him banned out. Won't see it. We will see the Penny banned out, which I think, goes without saying. First selection. I don't know if I want to first pick Daryl here. So it'll be the max for 6. And I like that choice. I don't hate that choice, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, typically first pick goes towards a brawler that just you can't do without. Not this time though. Six recognized that they got to pick a brawler that they can shape things well around because some of the go-to brawlers have already been banned out. Byron is kind of one of them. Penny is another. Gale is actually another. I think that on Kaboom Canyon in particular, Gale would be worth first picking because he can go for that kind of cheese jump pad strat into mid that we had the pleasure of watching earlier, and the enemies had the misfortune of playing versus earlier. In fact, was enough to take down a Penny. Yeah, okay, here comes the Colette. And there's no Byron to pair up with it, but I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue. Colette's probably going to be placed on the lane versus Lola. And there's a bow as well, which is interesting. I don't think it'll be bad. It's not game changing either. I just think it's really solid, basically.
It's kind of like one of those. Oh man, I forget which draft, and my notes are eluding me here. Three good brawlers. They don't necessarily talk to each other, but like, yeah, Colette's good. Bo's good. You know, it all kind of makes sense. Thumbs up here. Across the way, the Renegados, as they finish off their one here with Eve. What's your take on the blue team's draft?
Look, I mean, I think these are all good brawlers. I think Eve's going to be good for playing control, and that's probably more of what we'll see. Carl has the potential to be a disruption on the back line. Doritos is probably going to do the majority of the damage in the game if Renegados can push their control up to the enemy side. But I think this is another case of my puzzle analogy, which would be in a bit of poor taste since, well, I guess AQM is coming up next, but a puzzle seems to be something that they have a little bit of trouble with. That said, though, RNG so far have had a pretty good time pushing up into mid. 6FA are backed up a lot, and they have no max super yet, so they don't have the speed to retake mid.
Sometimes you just gotta trust what you're good at, and that's what we're seeing here. You know, just three-player good stuff. What's your comp? Is it a great? It's just stuff we're good at. Juby finds a kill on the left lane, spins in there. They've done 40%, just about 33% precisely. 6 is safe, and 6 has not passed the halfway mark on the map at all. Here comes Juby to finish off the kill, but a nice dodge coming out, and Juxer able to find one and answer back. And some nice maneuverability coming out from the 6 to avoid some almost certain death.
We'll see on the left side, Jexer actually gets his mine taken down by the hatchlings from Eve. Marcel is playing on the right side right now. I wonder if he'll shift over to the left when he recognizes that Jexer's mines need to be taken down, but for a little while there was really only one viable map, or one viable lane on the entire map, which was the right lane, and if Jexer is able to get another super, then that could repeat itself. But the control game is not going to do them a whole lot of favors here because they do need to get aggression onto the enemy side. Hatchlings don't get taken down in time, and 6FA are going to be forced to expend some ammo on it. Meanwhile, Renegados know that this is a weakness, and they're going to be pushing up around the right, around the left. Doesn't look like 6FA will willingly let them through, though. A push over to the left by Alke, and another super in from Loco. Renegados FA are taking a beating right now, and they only have 20 seconds to respond.
Colette dove in about 3 different times, but Bo finds himself on the good side of the safe damage, and the fight up against Eve loses the fight against Lola, and Renegados just coming up a little bit short. 6, one more, just for fun, and it's Colette. That is why people don't like to deal with Colette. On ice, just free 10, free 10, free 10. And then
She's so frustrating to deal with when you don't entirely outrange her, because that means she's gonna find the matchup that she outranges and hammer down on it. Now, the one that she does outrange maybe slightly is Lola. If you have speed, then range isn't as much of a concern. We'll see her actually try and get a couple shots and succeed on Juby. Does get taken down by Marcel in response, but he's fighting a 1v2, is going to have to back out at least until these hatchlings spawn. Doritos also going to try and buddy up on the right side. And we'll also see Alke kind of forced out, but the speed comes through nonetheless. And Loco is going to try and get a whole lot of damage off of it. There's the Gotch Gadget as well to heal him back up. And also, good success on the left side. Alke does go down. Renegado's FA have to make some quick moves unless they want to surrender mid to 6.
Could be trouble there. Flat launch. We saw last time around. 90 seconds on the clock here. 2 to 3. And then we're back to full strength. Colette does have the super available, so she's got to find herself in range. There it is. 10. Just like that for 6. Takes care of Eve before she can get too far ahead, and the hatchlings dealt with as well, but Doritos doing a good job. Still, lead here for 6. Renegado's looking to change that as they push forward.
Oh man, another super in from Loco, but it looks like Renegado's FA are pretty much done defending their safe. Their primary attention is getting towards the enemy side, but there are 2 more members of 6 waiting for them. Down goes Alke, but Jexer is able to clean things up. Meanwhile, 67% left on the safe. That's 2/3, and it's going to be lowered even further. Another 10% knocked off. And another 10% knocked off, and then some, as Jexer's able to get some damage on the safe too. Huge plays from 6FA, and unless Renegados are able to reclaim control of mid and seriously punch some stuff out from Lola onto 6's safe, this is a done deal. Doritos is just one shot. He's going to have some protection to stay alive. It doesn't look like Renegados FA are going to be able to muster enough damage.
No, not at all. I mean, this is, no matter what they can do in this amount of time, it's just not going to be enough. 6 has looked fantastic in this game, and they take this set as well. 1 set away from running away with the match, which would be an upset, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it would certainly be an upset for me. I thought Renegados had this one. And of course, I love Marcel here. He's maybe the Protesto has drained his powers. Maybe that was just a 1-season thing. Still, though, I think Renegados can find an opportunity to bring it back. Keep in mind, we've seen some pretty aggressive game modes go the way of 6, and we saw the more control-based modes go the way of Renegados. And this is exactly a repeat of what we've seen from 6 versus 0 Zone. Thing is, though, now these next few modes, I'd say it's pretty topsy-turvy. You know, some give or take, whether Bounty is actually a aggressive reward mode, but I think that Knockout definitely is one that caters more towards control. So Renegados, obviously, they have to win this next set in order to get themselves a win overall. But I think Renegados aren't going to find as much difficulty on this next map as they have previously, and 6 are going to be the ones who have to play a more reactive game.
I've got to agree there. I think when it comes down to it, you know, Renegados can kind of like, this is where they can kind of rest, not rest, but this is where they can kind of lean on their established, what they're good at, just kind of play their strong selections and say, 6, bring us the game, which, before, if we were looking at Bounty as our first game mode, I think I would be very confident in what I just said. But as we've actually got a chance to see 6 respond, I still think that's the game plan that Renegados should jump into this one with. However, I'm not sure it's going to be strong enough to deal with 6's unbridled aggression. And so, you know, I look at the Bounty, and we saw it with Gem Grab, and I think that Bounty might be similar, where Renegados kind of do well, and then at the last moment, 6 is able to kind of steal things towards the end. Now, I know that Renegados wind up taking that set altogether, but the way that 6 found their victory, I think they can play that same way here and kind of enact that game plan in this game mode as well.
Well, it's not even just the game mode, right? It's Shooting Star. And this one, it seriously can be a game of aggression, but more often than not, it's a game of sharpshooters. And this one, I think I have a lot of faith in Renegados that they'll be able to pull it off, but still, I mean, even in a control-based mode like Gem Grab, we saw that 6FA were able to get a single game, and the opposite can be said for Renegados when it came to the aggression-based modes, or the ones that reward aggression the most. Now, when it comes to this map, Shooting Star, the way you play aggressive is you pick up Max. And I think that that's going to be pretty much an immediate ban from Renegados unless they have first pick and they decide they want to try it themselves. Even so, though, they can't really play the enemy's game here. I don't think that's something that they can afford. They got to play their own game. They got to sit in the driver's seat.
I agree. I agree for sure. Like, I don't know if you could hear when you said, you know, they get picked to Max. I was like, ooh, I would like that. But they're not going to pick it. So maybe that tips their hand a little bit into telling us that they're going to select it. No, it'll be the mean Gene.
Okay. Gina's going to be a strong brawler no matter what side he's playing on. So I think that that's actually a pretty wise first pick. Renegados, oh man. Yeah, I think maybe their plan was to play Gene Max, but instead they're going to be playing into the Max. Sometimes you just got to choose between the lesser of two evils, and I think really this is a similar case where Renegados were forced to choose between the greater of two strengths, and they were willing to play versus the Max once again. Now, we do see the Byron as well. It looks like Renegados FA are, for the most part, going to try and play something that is very safe, right? I think Byron's always going to be a good asset to your team, but fifth pick, I think, is more prone to be a tanky brawler than usual. Okay, there's the Lola. It won't be 6 running it this time. Renegados showed us what they were made of with the Lola last time. They weren't able to get on that high safe, but they were able to stay at mid relatively well. And I think that's, for the most part, their plan. They want to shut down any kind of tank that tries to push them too hard. And they have Byron also to heal up Lola all the while. They have Gene to pull anyone who gets too aggressive. So this is more of like an anti-aggression than it is about playing for control. So 6 got to play this very carefully. The Max could be an asset. Max could be one of the less impactful brawlers. There's Brock, and I have no idea where this is going for 6.
I see I made like a face like Brock. I love Brock, but just it looked like, you know, we have the Bell, we have the Max, so it's like you're between two weird strats. Got the 2 sharpshooters, like you're gonna play old school bounty, 1 kill to no kills. But then the Max is like, but we want to hit the gas pedal at the same time. 2 strategies to kind of work against each other, but I am excited and eager to see what they wind. You got to be creative, so I'm here. I want to see how it works because I think they can.
Well, let's see if Juby does get some good healing onto Doritos, because I think he's going to be the primary source of damage from this team. Marcel, once he charges up a super, will probably enable the team to push 6 back a little bit more, though only time will tell. Okay, here's the super. Marcel assumes the Gene with a super position on this map. Doritos, I think, knows that there's a nest egg there, so he's going to play cautiously around it. Yeah, he heals up to full health before he pursues it, gets some healing along the way, but still gets hit in the face with a damage amplifier, so that's going to be very costly, since he's the brawler that kind of needs to spearhead this charge. And 6FA still have that blue star. There's a speed popped as well, and this is going to help 6 push up a little bit more. Renegados are going to have a lot of ground to cover if they decide they're only going to push in when the clock starts ticking down below 20 seconds.
Keep in mind, you look at this is how we thought. This is how you want to play your double sharpshooter competition. Max, like you said, not super impactful, but like you don't have to be. Just get 1 kill and kind of sit on the back foot. 20-second countdown now. And Renegados here pushing on in. Has to find something. As just running at top. Juby finds the kill. And here comes the rush in from Max trying to answer back. No, it's a pull. Renegado finds it. Portal 1. Answer. Not good enough. And it's Renegados to take game 1.
Very, very close game. We could see a lot of I guess invisible interactions happening there at the end too. Marcel holding onto the pole, and you see Max get right out in front because she knows she has a phase shifter. If there's a pole, she's gonna phase shift away, and that is gonna be the end of that. But it didn't happen. Marcel kept his cool. He held onto that pole. And all the while, the teammates from Renegados knew, like, okay, Max is trying to bait a pull. As a consequence, she's out in the open. Let's beam her down and get a ton of damage on her. And Max not being there to support left Bell wide open. Marcel was able to get a pull a little bit later on. Things started to fall into place for Renegados. And this time, even though they're not leading with the blue star here, they continue to push 6FA back. Marcel doesn't even have a super, but does he even need one? Kind of a push in, actually, as 6 want to retake mid, and it looks like they will get it, actually. Marcel still pushing up at Jexer. He's still trying to get his pull. Not going to be able to get it just yet, but still, Renegados have firmly stood their ground throughout this game.
6, though, in the lead. Whole lot of nothing going on, which again is good for not just because they have the blue star, but because this is the competition. They want to keep everybody at bay. They want to keep, honestly, 6 wants a boring game. I'm sorry, folks. This is kind of what they want to happen. They want to just, let's hang out for 2 minutes. Please don't come near us. Please don't hang out with me. Please don't call me. Please don't text me. And Renegados, on the other hand, they're like, we're going to wait till 15 seconds and then all in. I think that's the game plan here for the blue team. 18 seconds to go. They start to push up.
Okay, already a super in from Juby, but he's not there to support Marcel. Marcel does go down. A kill for Juby onto Alke. Loco is going to try. He does get the takedown onto Juby, and this one is a victory for 6FA, and that is going to bring us to match point. Now, Renegados are pretty close to bringing this to a set number 5 as well. Just a single win is all they need to end off this set and head on to set number 5, which I think they specialize a little bit more towards. But here's the deal. Here's the interaction happening. This would be so much more decisive for Renegados if they got to play defense for this game. Instead, 6FA is forcing them to play offense. No way! Loco is going to go for a huge risk, and he gets to take down Juby, and along the way, he gets the support to get out of there too. 5 stars, and he picked up a blue star and 2 kills along the way.
This is I understand. If they go at 5, I think they lose to Renegados. So they go, they get hyper aggressive early. They go, all right, listen, game number 1, we kind of had it, and then Renegados was able to answer back, and we just barely lost. Game number 2, we were able to keep them at bay, but Renegados are going to be able to adapt and overcome. Now, if they're able to figure it out, they have to figure it out not once, twice. They got to figure it out a couple of times here. 6, I love that burst of energy in the beginning, and then now return to their gameplay that was up until the last game. I like the strategy. They have to hold on for 50 more seconds. Yeah, they do.
Okay, Juby trying to keep himself alive. Takes a lot of hits, but thankfully he had a super to keep himself alive. Nope, not anymore. Jexer takes him down. Doritos has to defend himself with his ego, and Loco doesn't even bother pursuing. He just made Doritos waste his super, and that's extremely important. Only 30 seconds left in the game, and a whole lot of ground needs to be reacquired by Renegados FA. And a whole lot of stars, too. Marcel might be able to get a pull. Alke looks quite vulnerable, but he's not going to go for him just yet. Doritos also hit with the damage. Yep, down goes Jexer. Here's a pull onto Alke. Alke's able to get the kill, in fact, and a rocket laces jump away too. This is a runaway victory for 6, and they're headed on to the grand finals.
What a fantastic and set coming out here from 6. I loved the way they executed this one. You know, as I said during the commentary here, they realized what happened. They lost by just a little bit, so they had to be aggressive in the beginning, but then they went back to their game plan. They knew kind of like what they wanted to do, and they knew how to execute it. They knew how to get it down. They knew how to figure that out, and that's what I think allowed them to kind of end this one I'll be honest. I mean, how good of a team we know Renegados to be between their playstyle, between Six's playstyle. If this goes to Flaring Phoenix, I think Renegados wins and finds their way to the finals. So Six knew that they had to win here, and they pulled out all the stops. And dude, this was cool. I really enjoyed watching this. That was a lot of fun.
I gotta say the exact same, right? I had my doubts, and I was a bit of a Renegados fan, and even I am happy about it too. This was huge stuff, right? I'm happy that Six had made it all this way, and they seem to have come out of pretty much nowhere as well. Now they're headed on to the grand finals. What a way to make a name for yourself. And look, we're in the second half of the season. This is after MSI. Points are doubled, and you got a lot of ground to make up if you want to advance to one of those top 3 spots. And Six knew the task, and they knew exactly what they had to do. They were able to deliver on it, and I think that they keep up this momentum, they're headed to Worlds with the rest of the guys.
Well, it certainly could be. Again, just a reminder, there's a 3rd position here going to Worlds for all these teams in LATAM South, so you got to keep that in mind. Coming up next, we have Chasmac versus AC Milan Clash, and the winner goes on to face against Six, who, you know, that's all right. You got to climb the combat ladder, so to speak, right? Six takes care of one raid boss and then has to deal with another, whether it's CMGBR or AQM. Both of those have a ton of hit points and swing for a ton as well. So Six has their work cut out for them, but making it to the finals just as is, like you said, with respect to the points and everything, and also just as a, you know, congratulate, like, you did it. You made it to the final 6. Nice to meet you. And this is a big moment for Six. So congratulations. I want to make sure that this team gets their flowers before we shift gears into this next one, because they not only did they take down a team that I think was the top card, but they did so in strategic fashion. They identified not just their strength, but their own weakness, which I think is a harder thing to do. And they identified, they knew when they had to win, and they got the dub. So again, last time I'm saying it, congrats to Six as they find themselves in the finals. And now we find out who they got to deal with as our semifinal Chasmac Gaming versus AC Milan Clash.
It's going to be a really, really weird matchup. Weird because I mean, as much as we have watched this match, or as much as we have watched this region, as well as we know this region, we haven't seen this matchup in the semifinals just yet. And also, there's a lot to process that's happened over like the last month, stuff that we haven't seen, stuff that we've only seen AC Milan Clash's half of, and it's just a little bit too much to break down right now, but thankfully they're playing versus each other, so that'll be a good way to pit things against each other and see in a more concrete what has been going on behind the scenes. Chasmac Gaming BR, they need no introduction, right? They are number 2 in this region, and they, if they keep up this momentum, very well could steal AC Milan Clash's spotlight. That said, AC Milan Clash, when it came to LAN, they played pretty well. They faced versus Tribe Gaming NA, which is a really hard matchup to have first of all. When it came to Chaos Cup, I know it's a little bit of, it was a weird one, right? This was an unofficial competition, but they played Tick blindfolded, and yeah, I mean, one of their teammates was doing a puzzle for most of the match, but they still won a 2v3 for a good portion of it, and that I think speaks volumes. It's gonna be a really hard to call match.
You can take your Chaos Cup stats, and I won't diss it too much. Back to the stats that actually matter. Chasmac won 3 clean sweep last month. So that, I think, is something you can take to the bank a little bit more. who won blindfold. So that said, go watch the VOD. It was hilarious, and what a cool use of event.brawlstars.com as well. Like, really cool use of the viewing platform to really get the viewers involved. If you missed the mid-season invitational, boy, did you miss out. But I think it's a really cool look, if we can zoom out real quick, of how the Brawl Stars scene has matured. You know, just a couple of years ago, me and Reddy were just kind of like talking about Brawl. Now he's an international jet setter, and we're seeing all this crazy, like, you know, interaction with the fans and such cool stuff. The way Brawl has grown, man. Ooh, I get a little emotional. It's so cool to see the scene glow up. But right now, Chasmac is the one glowing up, and it's AQM that's standing in front of them. And like I said, AQM have their work cut out for them. Have not won this way in a month. So Chasmac Gaming, BR, Ring of Fire, first one up. Expect to see the Gale band. We'll see how it works out. And there's Firecrow and VT Zim. We've seen them. We know them. Depends which team you root for, if you love them, I suppose.
Well, here come the bands with double Colonel Ruffspan. There's also the Bonnie and the Janet from AC Milan Clash. A little bit more timid from these guys, but still, I wouldn't really want to play as these brawlers or against those brawlers either, so it makes sense. Chasmac Gaming BR, much more targeted, actually. And I predict that this is actually because they have first pick, so they don't want to eliminate anything that they wouldn't mind having for themselves. And here's the first pick, Crow, and then also response of Byron. Now, Byron is probably going to be combined with something a little tankier here, so I wonder what AC Milan Clash will choose. Oh, actually, never mind. At least not yet. It won't be a tanky thing. They do have 6 picks, so that would be the safest place to pick a tank. And here's the Penny, actually. And this is going to be a great brawler to set up on Ring of Fire. In fact, it's probably one of the best brawlers to pick on this map. And Chasmac Gaming BR have to strategize about how they're going to break open the walls and deal with Penny, period.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, are you attracted to throwers at all with the Penny selection? Like, is that something you want to go to at all, or is that still kind of crazy?
I mean, when it comes to countering out Penny, throwers are a good option, but it's Ring of Fire, and there just aren't really walls around to be doing that with, unfortunately. Yeah, and you also have other brawlers that have good mobility that can get in close range versus throwers and take them down, so it wouldn't necessarily be my pick. I think something like Bo is definitely safer. He can go for some wall break, but still, this isn't really directly addressing the problem of Penny. There's, I guess, some wall break for Bo, and that's about it. And you got to get someone to walk over your mine too. And if you want to play with the second gadget, that means that you no longer have the super totem, which means you have to earn your super the hard way. It's all over the board for Chasmac Gaming BR, and I am a lot more confident in what AC Milan Clash is playing.
I agree. Listen, you got the pirate combo here. Always going to be a fan of the flavor combo. For sure. You know, I think we need a pirate skin for Byron. You know, just let him in, old man, get him now. But real talk, and the Carl, and I don't hate these selections. They don't talk to each other as well as AQM's draft. But I think this is one of those games. This is one of those maps specifically that you can kind of just good stuff, but it's these corners that I was concerned that I brought up these throwers with. It's like, we know where you're going to put the turret, and it's not a surprise. So you lean on the option of looking for wall break. I'm hoping maybe some throwers. You said they're too easily countered. So how do you find this victory? And it's funny, both teams are really afraid to kind of step up and get active, but it is AC Milan Clash that does it first. They walk up, but Firecrow finds the first blood.
Yeah, and even so, like, Firecrow went down, but AC Milan Clash has more points on the hot zone, at least as we speak. P.E.K.K.A is going to be rushed here by Motep. There's a kill, another super in. He kind of blows past Edinho and, yeah, reemerges on the left side. Edinho has to address this issue. 1-2, swipe of the daggers, is able to take him down. A good kill for Edinho also. but still AC Milan Clash still leads, but Fire Crow is dominating the backlines, and that's where this mobility is going to come in. He has a lot of mobility, he has a flying hook, he has a super that gives him a ton of speed, and that's going to be the plan to take down Kyodog's turret. And Kyodog is pretty much being denied this turret as well. Problem is that if Chasmac Gaming VR want to get any capture on this point, they're gonna have to sacrifice some supercharge to Kyodog, and it's not an option at all. Kyodog keeps on getting healed up by Byron too, so you're gonna have to focus her at some point.
Minutes ago, it's been changed. 65% and counting for AC Milan Clash. Chasmac down about precisely 20%. But as I said earlier, it really doesn't matter until you hit 100. And so, problem is, there's 3 players here for Chasmac, but they're not being aggressive. I understand that there's trouble on the other side, but you've got to look more, and I don't know if Chasmac is playing up the box. There's the change. Fire Crow to the back line, able to take care of one, but answered just as quickly.
I wonder if we'll see any kind of countering of the turret on the left side. Doesn't look like it just yet. Adinho would like to go for it, but it's being defended by Kyodog. Now Kyodog pops around to mid. Big damage. You see the gadget being put to work as well. A rush in by Firecrow gets denied by Kyodog, and the last bits of capture coming in as the final few seconds tick down. AC Milan Clash, they're very confident about this one. They pick brawlers with supers that are pretty much game-changing, and as a result, it seems like Chasmac Gaming were pretty timid to push in. And look, I guess let your super do the work for you. Let your brawler do the work for you, even if it means you're not even pushing any buttons at all. And I don't know how Chasmac are going to find their way around this. They're going to have to dodge out some attacks or something, but versus Penny, versus Byron, their shots travel really fast. It's going to be a supreme challenge.
I don't think it's impossible, but Chasmac, this is what happens. They find a kill or two, but then they don't really do anything with it. A much different look here for the blue team as they find themselves up almost 30% already. He did, and we just saw in the camp. He got a bunch of medals, and it's his team that's able to find the follow-up here. Motep getting the kill on the south side. Chasmac still at 1 on the point, 46% and climbing.
Adinho's going to have to help out dealing with Motep. Actually, never mind. It looks like Firecrow's able to take care of the job himself. That super was super useful. Firecrow is going to get taken down in close range by Motep, but not too much of an issue as Pekka is able to claim some percentage on this point. As we say that, another turret goes down, and some mines are baited out too. No value on those. Fortunately, Adinho's able to pick up a kill, so is Firecrow, and now Firecrow gets to go back to work, trying to clear out mid. There's the movement as well with the flying hook. He doesn't get any kills off of it. Clearly was going for Kyodog there, but you don't really need to get kills. You just got to get people to move away. You just got to stay alive on that point. Chasmac Gaming BR have done a whole lot of that, 80% captured so far, but AC Milan Clash is quickly climbing too. It just seems that Chasmac Gaming BR, they figured out how to deal with Motep. Motep was a huge pain in the side last time. Now, he kind of makes it across the field and goes down in Chasmac Gaming's bushes, and it's not really as much of an issue. That is going to be this game going to Chasmac Gaming BR, and we're all tied up in set number 1.
AC Milan Clash, I think they had a couple choices, they had a couple options. They just took too long to execute. And we saw them, 100% goes the way of Chasmac, but they actually won the fight. Too bad Chasmac only needed 1% to go, and they secure it. And so, if I'm AQM, I'm looking to do the same thing, but earlier.
Alright, good close range kill by Kyodog. VT Zim lining up the healing shots as well. Much stronger start for AC Milan Clash. What they have changed about their strategy, I'm not really sure. Motep does go in and goes down too. Adinho also able to claim a kill. Does go down himself, but Pekka is there to grab those points of percentage. Motep now an alternate route around the right side, It's going to be up to Adinho to try and slow him down and deny him healing. Just got to gradually poke him, but it is going to take some time. There's a tricky roll by Motep and a good pinch, too, between VT Zim, Motep, and Kyodog. The entire team coming together to surround an enemy. And now we're starting to see Chasmac Gaming VR going a little bit more solo, just trickling into mid, though P.E.K.K.A is able to get a double kill with a single shot on the left side. Motep still doing his thing. He's not able to get a kill out of it. Chasmac Gaming BR, all 3 men headed up to the point. AC Milan Clash, just 2 so far.
Troublesome. Troublesome. That's what I'm looking at here for Chasmac. They just kind of foot. P.E.K.K.A getting a kill is a good look, and here's a jump in from Crow, who follows up with a kill on the Kyodog. However, the turret poking away and making it hard to stand on the point. Great job here from Adinho. He's able to kind of like draw out the turret, fade it a little bit, but another one on 61-5, and now it's a tie game. Lead change going over to AC Milan Clash, and they are in the lead. Kill on the P.E.K.K.A
So
stalls
far?
it for the moment.
Yeah. I think we saw a new strategy emerging here from Firecrow on the back end, trying to kind of be a pain. We'll see a super in from him as well. Does take down Motep, but not able to generate too much value off of there. AC Milan Clash are about to capture, and Chasmac Gaming BR need to get in here and get a whole lot of capture, perhaps even taking down Motep. Doesn't look possible, and AC Milan Clash will run away with this one.
Hot zone, hot dog, VT Zim. Look at all those medals behind the young man. That is, you don't get those for free. That's all I'm going to say. So, wait. Are there 2 cats? Double cat. All right, I know Firecrow lost his last match, but now he's got the power of double cat. They have to be able to take set number 2.
Well, set number 2, I wonder how it'll differ from set number 1, besides the map and the mode, obviously, but let's get that out of the way. It's pinhole punt, right? Crow is still going to be strong. That is one of the strengths that AQM boasted in the last game, or rather that Chasmac boasted in the last game. Canal Grand, I wonder if that'll favor either team more, right? We're definitely going to get to that mode, but pinhole punt first. Crow, strong option. M's also going to be pretty strong. Anything that can use a speed gear to get good mobility in those bushes at mid to perhaps close the gap between themselves and some targets, going to be a strong option. We saw Max actually prevail here earlier. Though, I want to talk about something that I love about this map. The left and right sides, they favor some mid-range matchups, so we'll definitely get to see some of the tanks that these teams specialize in emerge here.
Okay, all right. So are we going to see the Daryl ban or pick?
It seems like a pretty game-deciding pick from what we've seen in the past. So if you don't get first pick, I think that you're going to be banning out Daryl. If not, you probably want to pick him. But it all depends on the confidence of the teams as well, because if there's a possibility of Byron Ash or something, I would definitely rank that above Daryl.
Okay. Yep. I like the Ash play. That's a character that we haven't seen at all this tournament. Even though we've played some maps that I think might call for her. But here we are. Pinhole punt. Brawl ball. What's up?
I mean, first of all, you're looking at brawlers like Gale who can defend against tanks. Also, Spike, always going to be a troublesome one. Can get good value at mid with the speed gear. Can also play pretty much any other lane that is called for. So, a very versatile brawler. I would definitely say it's a red flag if it's being picked earlier on in the draft, because this is a very safe brawler, a very consistent brawler, and you're sacrificing the potential of a brawler that is a little bit more difficult to play, is less versatile, but can get you a whole lot more reward. I'm wondering whether they'll play Stu in this matchup. It really comes down to the confidence of either team on this brawler. I would say Stu is also a viable ban as well. We won't see the Stu ban. We'll see the Gale ban, actually, and also a Byron ban. So AC Milan Clash, I think, are poising themselves for a Daryl pick. Now, I wouldn't really complain if that were first pick. Okay, Gene for first pick. And Chasmac Gaming BR have the option to choose this, but still, picking a tank early on in the draft opens up the doors for an enemy to pick a tank counter. And now that we see a tank counter emerging, maybe Chasmac paired that with a tank of their own.
Nope. It's going to be the Bell paired with Lola, so just a whole lot of damage. That's what we're seeing on the side of Chasmac Gaming here. Option over to AC Milan Clash as they look to round out their draft. And yeah, I think this is kind of where, yes, even if you pick the Daryl, you kind of, I think this is kind of where you go with a tanky option. We'll see the cannon and the follow-up here. How have you liked Bonnie? Have you enjoyed her addition to the game?
No doubt. I mean, I think she's a really inventive brawler design. She has long range. I think it's been a while since we've actually... I think she might be the first slow brawler that we've seen in the game. We have very slow on 8-bit. We have normal speed, but we don't have slow like we do with Bonnie. That, and she's able to counter it out with like kind of a crow jumped style strategy. You could almost compare it to Edgar. She has like hard landing built in, so she deals a little bit of damage. She's like a guaranteed kill most of the time, unless you have some kind of CC to knock her back. I think that she is a brawler that we need to see in the game for a little bit longer to really understand what her purpose is. Like, is she like a squishy counter? Has that been seen in the game yet so far? Still though, I think that she'll make a good addition to AC Milan Clash's comp so far. There's a Spike last pick. That's pretty safe. It's also a good counter to any kind of like tanks that might arrive here. And I think that'll be decent versus Bonnie in close range. You also got to note that Stick Around Spike Super is great for defending and great for locking down one of the sides of the opponent's goal when you're on offense.
I love these guys. I really do. I think that, you know, you have your really quintessential position with Spike. That's kind of what you play in the game mode. And that'll focus you on a really rock with you and character. Very interesting composition, kind of very standard, but ain't nothing wrong with standard. As a team went out from Chaz, make a little bit too soon to get goal yet.
Pekka on the right side, trying to help out Motep on the right. Though, still, Motep is going to be keeping his distance. Pekka gradually backing up. A good use of the gadget as well. Kaio Dog on the left, gonna get the CC onto Pekka, down he goes. And AC Milan Clash actually have ownership of mid. Motep still trying to hang on to this positioning. Heal up a little bit of health first with the help of Magic Puff. Still though, Kaio Dog is gonna get forced out. Fire Crow using that superior range to his advantage. Not going to be able to get the damage amp off, but still, BT Zim also pushing in, going to get denied by the Ego. Kaio Dog also falling. And Chasmac Gaming BR get to advance one more rung up the ladder towards potentially scoring a goal.
Tough stuff there. 56 seconds left. Still no goals, as we're seeing a stabilization here. And, you know, like I said, these standard compositions, there's so much that these teams can kind of look for. They're tough to play into. Are we just waiting for overtime? Or is there an opportunity for these squads?
It might be waiting for overtime. Pekka's actually able to get a kill onto Kaio Dog, so Chasmac Gaming's BR might actually score here. There's a pass up to Adinho. Easy slot into the goal. 20 seconds left for AC Milan Clash to return fire. They do have a pull on Kaio Dog. Chasmac Gaming BR probably gonna walk back a little in response. Never mind, actually. There's a double team onto Kaio Dog. A jump in from BT Zim isn't gonna change much either. No kill and no one to pass it to him. He is stranded here on offense, and that is gonna be this game headed to Chasmac Gaming BR. And honestly, I think that this was, I mean, no doubt it was well played, but I think in a large way it came down to the Spike matchup as well. I mean, we've touched on this before. It's a safe brawler, and it's a safe brawler for a reason. Spike is simply good and is able to pump out a lot of damage. I think one of the main things, though, is that Adinho is not afraid to play this into the counter on target. Look how he's able to take out all those shades in just one single attack. But also, he knows where to place that Spike Super to lock down the lanes and allow his teammates to play around it.
That's really, yeah, it's really about both of these compositions are about perfect timing on the execution. Adinho has been a big part of CMG's kind of prowess here, even though Spike is. Listen, Spike on Brawl is kind of boring. He just does his job. But, like, gotta be boring to win. Like, no hate. You just, yeah, we got curveball on a big slow field. Sorry, dude. Also, big cactus. Like, you bring exactly what you need to the table. Fire Crow the kill. This could be big. And the answer back from AC Milan Clash is
man.
Oh!
Kyodog. Oh man, taken down. Adinho with the kill, but still not much positioning one here. Adinho gets to choose carefully when he wants to win a lane, pretty much. There's the super down, and we'll see Motep actually just migrate back to mid. Chasmac Gaming BR not really taking any risks here. AC Milan Clash doing a good job of pushing into mid. This passive gameplay, I think Chasmac is hoping will turn into a kill for them. They are able to get a kill onto Motep, but down goes Fire Crow just as well. Another takedown onto Kyodog. VT Zim not going to pop that super. He's going to hold on to it. 50 seconds left. And still, Chasmac Gaming BR, they go up to mid, and they sit there, and they wait, because they don't want to risk pushing into a pull. And also, they're looking to get pretty much a team wipe, and that's when they'll start going for a goal. They're playing it very, very safe.
That's the problem, is that these kills have been rather staggered, and so they're just not able to surge forward. Here comes AQM. This needs to be the moment of opportunity for them. 20 seconds on the clock, but it's all blue jerseys. Kyodog behind enemy lines gets a cheeky kill, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 12 seconds left for AQM to find something. And I don't know if it's going to happen this time around. Chasmac Gaming 2-0. Scratch that. Overtime it is. I really thought Chasmac was going to be able to pick and run with it. Who has the advantage here?
I say Chasmac, they have it covered. They have the range, they have the damage, and they have the positioning. Kyodog has a super, though. He's not going to be able to get a reliable pull onto Pekka. Instead, he's going to go for Adinho, which was the right decision. Pekka would have been able to slot that into the goal and probably block Kyodog's super in the process with the ego. The ego's not really where Pekka wants it doesn't look like, but it's not going to phase him. He's still going to get a widespread shot. Good pull onto Fire Crow. So much ground has been picked up by AC Milan Clash. A good kill by VT Zim. The dodges are not there, though, and Adinho is able to keep everyone back. Kyodog passes the ball to the right. No super. Chasmac Gaming BR advancing up the field once again. This is their chance to make a goal happen, but Fire Crow doesn't have the positioning. Big pull as well, and AC Milan Clash can defend it. That game right there, I mean, look, we saw a win from Chasmac Gaming BR, but that game right there was kind of a nothing burger. We saw we saw lots of good plays by both teams, but not enough risks taken to generate any kind of goals.
Well said. Well said. We saw a whole lot of nothing. That's what we saw. Just. You know what it is? Because the kills don't matter. It's not the stuff after the stuff. And right there, that's how you get it done. You gotta line them up and knock them down.
Thank you, AQM, for making something happen. It looks like AQM were never really opposed to playing aggressive, though. Chasmac Gaming BR was playing very, very safe, and now that is actually going to be their downfall. AQM are popping their gadgets a lot faster, but to a lot more reward. We saw Motep actually use his last gadget already, and we might see a goal generate off of it. VT Zim does get hit by the damage amplifier and taken down. Kyodog has a super. He's not going to pull Pekka, that's for sure. Oh, never mind. I take it back. How is he able to hit Pekka? Maybe Pekka's ego got tripped up on the side of an obstacle, and Pekka ended up losing at that matchup as a result. Did you see how confidently he was marching forward while he was slightly ahead of his ego and then got pulled in the end? Yeah, and AC Milan Clash get to hang on to this position for a little bit longer, but a team kill is going to give mid to Chasmac Gaming BR.
Little bit of Lola cosplay there, right? You're playing with your ego, but also you're just confident as heck walking out there. Look at me, I'm the showstopper. But one goal on the lead here. them who last game they were hanging on by a thread. That was Chasmac Gaming. I gave Chasmac Gaming a ghost goal. I just thought they were winning hard enough. This time around, they're going to find a real. And now we're tied at 1. AQM have to find the next gear.
Okay, who's it gonna be? I think it'll probably go to overtime, actually. Both teams are gonna play a lot safer now. As I say that, though, VTZM takes a risk. It pays off. Firecrow tries to super forward. It's not gonna pay off. Edinho receives a pass, but dies immediately after. Motep was not able to receive any pass. So now, AC Milan Clash gotta focus up and hang on to mid, while this push at mid still actually means something. You see VTZM leading the charge already. Perhaps a combo from Kyodog. A pass over to the left. He has a super, but Pekka's actually gonna have his ego behind him, so still, he's not immune to the gene pull here, but he has a little bit of backup firepower when it comes time to deal damage.
I think that was a little bit of a blunder there from AQM. They should have just held on to the ball, waited for OT, and tried to push it on in. Would have been successful? I don't know, but it would have been a lot more successful than what we just saw there. 36 seconds on the clock, left in overtime. Damage being prioritized for Kyodog. Slowly. Here comes the ball push from the mid lane. Kyodog gets out of the slow field, but Pekka finds the kill. Motep now 2 versus 1. All right, there's own goal protection. But my heart skipped a beat real quick. We are going to see another tie game here. I'll do it again. Dude, you know when you're in...
Oh my goodness. Like, look at VTZM. He's so ready for this to be over. He's like, we've played 3 games. No, wait. 4 games, possibly? No, 3 games. Okay, but it feels like it's been an eternity because we've gone to the very end of overtime 2 times. That's a 2-3.5 minute game. So we've spent our fair share of time here, at least 10 minutes in this set without a victory yet. And AC Milan Clash could still fire back. In fact, they just might. Kyodog, never mind. Pekka throws his ego up in just the nick of time. 60 health left to his name. On the left side, perhaps super in for Bedinho. We'll give him a little bit of space, but not too much positioning. Still, Chasmac Gaming BO are kind of returning to their old ways, hanging out at mid, trying to get a double kill, and then get a goal off of that.
And though trying, obviously, to stop them, but trying to do their own game plan of jump in and then see what happens. That's what's been their go-to strat, and that's what happens. VTZ gets one and some, but good positioning from Edinho. It's double kill, not worth anything. Kyodog can fall down here by himself. I was like positioning, but his idea was so aggressive that Chaz didn't play offense because they had to deal with him, and it works out. Still scoreless after a minute.
Edinho on the right side, still trying to look for some value on Motep. He could get a super, but he needs to place it in an area that closes off a large lane. It seems like most of the times when Edinho throws down the super, it just gets walked around. But that, I think, also is kind of a testament to AC Milan Clash's adaptability. They're able to play on simply 2 lanes, forfeit one, and then play the other lane from mid without having to actually stand there. We'll see AC Milan Clash do something a little adventurous on the left side. VTZM tossing the ball forward, trying to get some value on Pekka. Pekka is going to get his ego up, but once more, it kind of goes behind him. Kill onto Firecrow, kill onto the ego, and Kyodog actually gets to hang out at mid for a little bit to recover some health. Motep taking a similar position. There's the pull, and this is a good combo that AC Milan Clash can use to get a goal.
Jump in, push in, there's the walk in, and a goal for AC Milan Clash. With 6 seconds to go, I don't think we're going to see a goal. We won't. We're going to a game 3.
Or like a game 5, if you count the 2 draws. That took 3 minutes and 30 seconds each. I'm sorry, guys. I thought we removed Backyard Bowl from competitive rotation for this very reason, though I hardly think that pinhole punt itself is the culprit. In fact, Super Beach, or whatever you want to call it, depending on the theme, is a lot more prone to these kind of draws. But look, I guess hand it to the value that the mid position can give you, and just how essential this ring of bushes is to winning a game here, because once teams get a hold of it, they really don't want to let it go, even if that costs them the potential of getting a goal. Chasmac Gaming BR, though, are doing a good job of playing from the bush and getting some pinches. That said, they did just lose Pekka. Firecrow's next on the menu. Oh, Kyodog hits a pretty much blind pull as well, but it's still not going to get them too much room. Edinho is an unknown enemy, and he will go down, but he did get a good trade there. Kyodog also going to get taken down. Chasmac Gaming BR, it doesn't look like they'll be able to get mid either. It is very, very even from where we stand.
Just really hard for either team to gain a footing. And out of these situations, here on the left-hand side, things up. His team not really trying to push either. Firecrow needs to help out. No, he doesn't. Peck is able to do it by himself. The ball. Remember, the ball. Trouble in the mid lane. Ball goes up forward, and here they come. Chasmac. Dude. Thank you. Crow scored.
Still just enough time, actually, for...
Yeah, I don't want to rip him too much, because here you are burning time. There is a reason to play like that. So, my bad.
Oh, of course. And I mean, here's the thing. AC Milan and Clash, they got a super. They might be able to do this. Here's a super on Motep as well. A pass around. No, Edinho's not able to stand in the way. And we're back to a 1 versus 1. 1 versus 1 in the set just as well.
Right.
AC Milan and Clash, though, they have a couple supers. Maybe the double pull can provide them some value if they get towards the more aggressive end of these bushes.
All right, pass forward. 1, 2, 3. Big paw as AC Milan Clash take it just like that. What a clean play to end a messy set. And just like that, pinhole punt goes in the pocket of AQM and then set away from the grand finals.
If I'm Chasmac Gaming BR right now, I'm feeling really, really defeated, because each draw, a draw doesn't count as a win. It's not a win, and it's not a loss. And so basically, you've gone 1, 2, 3, 4 games without winning. And that has to take some mental toll on you. Now, hopefully they got a good coach hyping them up in the back end, because they still played well throughout this entire thing, but the entire time they were 1 game away. But for 4 games in a row, they were 1 game away from tying things up. And now AQM has 2 points on the board headed into Canal Grand, which can seriously go either way. And in a large way, it comes down to how they perform in the draft.
Well said. I listen, if it was almost any other team besides Chasmac, this is where I put a lot of emphasis on momentum, and I say, all right, man, see you in finals, it's already over. 2-0 clean sweep, because all the wind. This is why I'm not on Chasmac, because I'm done after that. Like you said, after that, I'm like, dude, oh my God, all that and we still lose. Okay, I don't know what to say. But when you're a #1 team, you're used to this adversity. This is the mental part. You know, they have that saying, sports is, and it's usually a high percentage, like 90% mental or whatever. And that's obviously a lot. You've got to be good at the game, dude. But staying locked in is such an important part. And that's why, like I said, if this was any other team but Chasmac, I'm sitting here and being like, all right, when's finals? But here, I think Chasmac can calm down, take a brief moment, and then just shake the Etch-a-Sketch, reset. In America, we say quarterback mentality. You got to take it just next play. What happened last time? I don't remember. What's going to happen this time is what matters. And we're going to jump here into Canal Grand, as we said one more time, bounty time. And you mentioned how important the draft is this time around. What are you looking for, Eddie?
I'm looking them to wake up Daryl here, because he can be a real game changer on this map. But you have other tanks that you want to be thinking about as well. And I do think that teams will either be apt to ban or pick Gale pretty early on so that they can have the leg up in the tank matchup, because it's basically guaranteed to appear. Carl ban from AC Milan Clash. That's a first. From Chasmac Gaming BR, though, they ban out the Grom, which I find a little peculiar. But hey, maybe they just want the Sprout for themselves and they don't want to have to deal with the Grom.
Yeah, the Grom was exactly where my head looked at. I said an interest. First time we've seen Grom banned all month, and a very interesting one for sure. But like you said, maybe some deep picks here coming out as the first pick overall. Squeak. All right, give me your take on that one, because it's a little strange to me too.
Yeah, Squeak, you're able to get good visibility within bushes with your gadget. You're also able to slow things down. And when it comes to mid, right, you only have one little tiny land bridge that can connect things. So if you're able to slow down movement across that, then you're looking pretty good. But still, brawlers that have an ability that gives them mobility are going to be able to cross that pretty easily. And Daryl is going to be one of those brawlers. And I think Chasmac Gaming BR are trying to look to acquire that brawler for themselves, because they are picking Gale here. Mind you, it wasn't banned. So AC Milan Clash would be kind of setting themselves up for failure if they played a brawler that needs to get in close range in order to be effective. And there's the Sprout pick, actually. I think that'll be fairly good versus the Gale. You don't need line of sight to deal with Gale. You also can block off mid if you want. So I think AC Milan Clash are playing a heavily control-centric game. The other thing to consider is that AC Milan Clash, if they're able to get that blue, or rather, if they win or lose the blue star, they're pretty much set. And especially if they lose the blue star, because if Chasmac Gaming BR decides to back up into their own spawn, they are going to get spawn trapped 100% by the combo of Squeak and Sprout.
We got the Surge here on the bottom side, just going to look to, teleport over the canal and just be really aggressive. Of course, it's tough for me. I rarely like Surge. I like him in theory, but you mentioned it earlier on, just like if you don't get those levels up, you kind of just get stomped on. And Daryl is a character that can deny you that. And so I look at this comp right away. I love the composition from Chasmac Gaming. I don't hate AC Milan Clash's comp, but I just think what Chasmac is bringing to the table is going to be more consistent and easier to execute.
Yeah, I think that AC Milan Clash is more demanding technically and communication-wise, especially the Surge, as you pointed out. I think AC Milan Clash, though, if they're able to, play this brawler mechanically, are kind of up to the task. We'll see Dog actually, oh my gosh, Pekka, relax, dude. It's only been a few seconds. The game just started, bro. Still, though, AC Milan Clash, if they're able to back these guys up into their spawn, can make it happen. And it is very evident that Chasmac are acutely aware of this and refuse to give up mid. They will not be giving up this position at all. VT Zim will get a good hedge, though, and it'll save kind of Dog as well. A recycling of the hedge, too, to break open some of the bushes that Chasmac Gaming BRC is a huge asset right now. Still, though, AC Milan Clash. Oh, no way! A big stun onto these guys, and a kill for them as well. Edinho will have to pay the price, but still, Chasmac Gaming BR does lead, and they might have enough bushes to stick it out through the rest of the game.
An important kill there, gets 4 stars, and that looked like that was going to keep AC Milan Clash in the game, but Chasmac Gaming off to the races. 1 kill, though, 6 stars. Still a 6-star lead here for Chasmac Gaming. They have just been, they're gaming. They are looking real good. This time, Pekka gets smashed. Now, all of a sudden, we've got a matchup. 24 seconds to go, and AC Milan trying to be Clutch Kobe. 3 players teaming up, dealing with Chasmac has been able to throw. People locked up in there. See you later, buddy. Toasted and roasted. And now 1 kill will do it. 4 stars still separate. Set 2 stars now. And again, 1 kill. Can Milan find it? No. And it's Chasmac.
Oh, man. Chasmac, they have played this one very, very smartly. And, you know, you can see the mentality from AC Milan Clash, like what they're kind of going for, even with the Surge, actually. This is one of those instances where Surge makes a whole lot of sense. You're able to counter out tanks that are trying to use some movement ability to get on top of you. Cowdug doesn't have a super yet though, and is gonna have to pay the price. Never mind, actually, it was covered up by the kill or by the score. He got out of there alive, but was then taken down by Adinho. Actually, Adinho not gonna be able to get too much value here on the right side either. But Surge, he's able to kind of start off as a brawler that benefits from people moving towards him, getting that super as a stun as well, especially now that he can move somewhere with his super. But also, once that's happened, he has a whole lot of range, and he can play as more of a long-range brawler as well. That said, though, Chasmac Gaming BR is still leading. They sent Daryl to the back lines to try and cause some disruption, maybe convince people in, but it's only left Firecrow and Adinho alone, and here's the trap onto Adinho once again. He is going to get taken down, but AC Milan Clash will come out on top this time.
The answer back that happened didn't happen last time around. Great stuff here. And again, Kyle Dog has the level this time around. I think that was a big problem there for the Lieutenant last game. So 10-6, AC Milan Clash now in the lead. I think we're really seeing what AQM saw when they drafted this, what we didn't see first time around. Pega goes in and is immediately sent back home, and the kill comes the way of Kyle Dog. And he's doing it again and again.
Wowza!
20 seconds left. Pekka doesn't have a super. This is bad news. VTZim also has a hedge, so he can block off the left side. Looks like he's mostly going to block Pekka off for a little bit. VTZim doesn't have a gadget to recycle this super, and Dino is going to have to kind of take a back seat as Pekka needs to tank this. Here's a super in. Pekka won't be able to get a kill. Kyodog is stunned. 1, 2, 3 kills. A team kill for Chasmac Gaming BR. And that is going to be their first set victory in this match. And a 2-0 at that.
Caught me by surprise, dude. Caught me darling. I mean, sleeping. I was looking at this one. I was like, okay, all right. They got the one. Just kidding. That last second comeback in Bounty. Great look there for Chasmac. They refuse to get 3-0'd. They're like, no, dude, listen. It's just not going to happen. So Canal Grand goes the direction of Chasmac. They stay alive. Now we're headed to Hard Rock Mine, correct? Gem grab time? Let's go.
Love some Hard Rock Mine. Yeah, let's go. Love Hard Rock Mine, especially the intro video where we get to see Dynamite having a grand old time because he knows that's the only appearance he's going to make on Hard Rock Mine. Still though, right? We get to see the entrance of some other brawlers. Yeah, roasted here. Yeah, Dynamite. Yeah, please don't please don't come for me. But still, like brawlers like Rico, some other brawlers that we've seen a little bit throughout the day, like Eve. Those will be good ones here. This is also one of the maps where we see 8-Bit make an appearance. At the moment, probably the only one where we see him make an appearance, and his mortal enemy, I guess, only because she counters him, Belle as well. So those are some brawlers that I'm checking out here, but Daryl is also a real contender to deal with, and if you can play her right, Rosa.
Rosa is, we just haven't seen any. I think Rosa is one of these characters that, so the meta is influenced by 3 things usually. One, obviously like just patch notes, buffs, and way to go. 2, player influence. Regions have different metas. That's because the top players in each region have different strengths and skill sets, where Mortis might be really good because the #1 player, but and then 3, just kind of like, I'm bored of it. I think Rosa is strong, but we've seen so much Rosa in the past that like players are like, all right, just give me something different, man. Like, and that's just kind of the wheels of change, right? And so when it comes down to Rosa, yeah, those are the characters, that third category, those are the characters that I think really, really make an impact. Daryl, I think, could be considered one of those characters a couple of months ago where like, yeah, he's been played but forgotten about, whether it's because players are too bored of playing it or it just hasn't been in the meta for a long time. And then past couple of months, Daryl has snuck up and now he's the guy, right? Rosa, I think, especially on this map, is one of those characters that might be able to kind of like come up out of nowhere and be like, surprise, remember me? It's Rosa. And I would be excited to see her come out for sure.
Well, maybe she'll make an appearance in the bans. She can, yeah, definitely be a surprise pick. As far as other tanks that would make an entrance here, right? Our favorite, Daryl, I would say is pretty prone to sneaking up one of those lanes. We'll come down to the rest of the bans though. And here they are. Crow, Colonel Ruffs, Janet from the side of Chasmac Gaming BR. For AC Milan Clash, Sprout, Bo, and Squeak. All pretty, I think, targeted bans at what the enemy likes to play here. An AC Milan Clash, a good choice by them not to get rid of some of the greatest brawlers in the game at the moment, because they are going to get to acquire Bonnie to start things off, and that, I think, is going to be a key lane brawler for them. I don't anticipate they'll really play this at mid. I think it's going to be more of an asset at outranging a lane matchup. That said, though, Jasmine Gaming BR might try and get a Gale onto this, or maybe they're just picking it because they want to disable AC Milan Clash from playing a tank, but they want to get one for themselves on pick 6. Here comes the Max, and okay, yeah, I have no idea what Chasmac Gaming BR is going for.
I mean, they're trying to keep the enemy on foot. No, AQM probably doesn't know, and that is valuable. Like, that is absolutely something that you're trying to do here when we come to this new era of Brawl with picks and bans and this draft. I mentioned when we first introduced it so long ago that, like, you have to start thinking about the game differently. And this is that second or third chapter of introducing it, is now you've got to start thinking about it, like the other side of the coin. Spike, very standard choice here. And to follow it up, I think I would go. Yeah, I think I go another long range character here.
Well, let's see how they tie it up. I mean, I think a mid would be pretty good. We'll see Lola. Okay, I'm digging it. Yeah, has shorter range than Bonnie.
Yeah.
Okay, well, pick 6 is just as much of a mystery. I wonder if it'll be a tank. Maybe a max mid is in play here. Gale could certainly stir things up on the back end, though it is going to be a risk because Lola was just picked. AC Milan Clash had the kind of the same funny feeling as you and I. And there's the Daryl. Oh my goodness. I'm yeah. Chasmac Gaming BR, they're just going to have to show us how it's done, man.
Yep, just, picking good stuff. That's really great player good stuff, man. Sometimes you just fall back to what you're good at. Daryl has been winning. Max, that's a winner. Gale, we've seen a lot more Gale recently than we usually have, so just a couple of winners. AQM, on the other hand, is still not a standard bread and butter draft, but I think makes a little bit more sense to my cat brain than what's going on across the way. That said, it's 3-1. Chasmac with mid control here. No kills just yet.
AC Milan Clash are able to get a whole lot of positioning since, of course, no damage has been done to VT Zim yet, it doesn't look like. Firecrow still, though, has been able to pick up a few gems. Edinho pops in to try and charge up his super. It's going to be a huge asset. Push in by P.E.K.K.A. He's able to get 1 kill and almost take down Motep. Good stuff. VT Zim is up next, but he's able to scrape by with 270 health. Edinho does have to abandon post, actually, since Kaio Dog has stepped up once again. And we also saw an elimination there. AC Milan Clash down to a 2-man roster now. P.E.K.K.A. will get the rush in and takes down VT Zim. Now he needs to create some space. And Firecrow is able to pick up some of the gems too. A stun onto Motep just in time. But now Kaio Dog is going to be blocking off some of this area. Though P.E.K.K.A. is able to scrape by just outside of the Spike Super. And that is going to be the game decider, it looks like.
Adinho wins that. Adinho wins that up and down. He's the reason that Peck is able to get on out of there. 1 will turn to 0, and 10 is the amount of gems you need. Blue team, 1 in the pocket. And again, all hail Adinho. He's the one that gets Pekka out of dodge. And just like that, they're able to get the game.
Well, good stuff. Wonder how the next one's going to look. So far, CMG, they seem to be on a path towards a reverse sweep, as they had their troubles in set number 1 and 2. In fact, set number 2 actually looked quite good, but now, Chasmac Gaming are going to be getting a very hot start, actually. Adinho will be picking up this gem on offense. We won't see really a mirrored control strategy from Chasmac Gaming VR. As a result, Firecrow will get jumped on. No way! And Motep is able to get the kill too! He was able to bait out all of the shots from Gale and not give him any super and not get stunned along the way. 6 gems on top of Motep, though he is going to get closed in by Pekka. Still, no kill and a whole lot of defense. Down goes Kyodog, a good stun. Motep back inside of the cannon, and 8 gems for AC1 Clash.
A little bit of a mental reset here. Cannoneer trying to dodge and does so, no problemo. Right side, Adinho slowed and flowed. Kyodog on the good side. Spike. Making everybody hurt just a little bit more. 2 gems will feel it. But a good job from Pekka again. Pekka and Adinho have been so impressive here. Can't handle it right now as Red Team are on their way to taking their first game of the set. VT Zim take down Pekka behind enemy lines, and I think that might be it. 4 seconds to go, and all 10 on Motep. Almost 7,000 HP to deal with on the Cannon Girl. And we are on match point for VT Zim and his squad.
AQM gotta be feeling comfortable here, but that's a bad thing because you don't want to cozy up when Chasmac is 1 game away from taking this to a set number 5. It seems that AC Milan Clash just feel like they are in the spot that they should be, right? Though I don't think that will give them any slack or give them any perceived slack either. Already, they're working Pekka on the left side, trying to get some good damage. Will be able to take him down in the 2v1. On the right side, though, they left a 1v2 for their teammate, and that's going to cost them. In fact, it's going to cost them 4 potential gems that could have been theirs, and Firecrow is already setting his sights on this 5th one. It's about to spawn. Never mind. It goes to the enemy side. It belongs to Motep now. Kyodog also tries to get a push on the right side. It looks like he will succeed at blocking things off. Firecrow also nowhere to be seen. He's more focused on mid, and that's going to give Kyodog actually possession of this bush. And that's bad business. And it looks like Chasmac Gaming's strategy is going to be more to just not really deal with them, let him think that they're ignoring him, and then send in Adinho to finish the job. Still, though, it's a tie game so far.
Motep has been really active on this Bonnie. Really strong stuff coming out from this player. Teaming up with BT Zip, Austin on the left side. 9 kills after Pekka goes in real deep this time around. Smash! Able to make down 1 on the good stuff. Chasmac 7. AC Milan Clash 6. Mid control. Nobody's for now. I started for local. The Clash was there. That said, Daryl's pushed to get me on the left-hand side. Down on Chasmac. Who's running if the kill. Adinho's gonna fall down when Pekka gets another kill. Chow down is Chasmac. Just like that, this one is going to set number 5.
Not even a reverse sweep, but still a total reversal, actually. AC Milan Clash, if they hadn't gotten this last game, it would have been a reverse sweep. And look at Firecrow. I would be smiling if I were him too. They were so close to defeat just then, as they were at match point. And now, it's all the way over to set number 5. And VT Zim is looking just about how I expect the team is feeling right now. Just very concentrated, but also just quite drained from this entire last match. Set number 2 seemed to go on for all eternity. AC Milan Clash, they were 1 game away from ending things off and now they gotta finish it off in Flaring Phoenix. And in Flaring Phoenix, you get what? Throughout the entire set, right? Let's say you get swept 0-2. That means you get 4 lives in this entire set, and it could send you home instead of sending you to the grand finals.
Could be a rough one. Last time around on the top side of our bracket, we saw Renegados and 6. And I said if that one went to a set 5, it was inevitable. The whole cookie was going to crumble. This time, I don't know if that's the case. I think that we could still see AQM kind of find a win here, but it will be tougher, I think.
It's not going to be easy at all, but if we kind of observe the strengths of each team, I'd say that Chasmac has a better bet of taking this one, since we've seen how well they can play these long-range brawlers and they can play control. Now, that said, that's not what led them to victory in Gem Grab. They played Daryl, they played very aggressive that entire last game, and some of the best moments of the entire game came from Daryl getting behind the entire enemy team, farming 1 kill after the other, and that's not a reality when it comes to Flaring Phoenix. Also, when it comes to Flaring Phoenix, you do have the opportunity to run some tanks, but they're not the same ones. The one tank that I can think of that you'd run here is Fang, and he's pretty fundamentally different because his super goes for such a long distance that you're pretty much on your own once you reach that target. And if your targets decide to stick together, you're out of luck. It's a very different game compared to what we've seen so far, but it is going to be the equalizer for set number 5.
That's what we got to look at. You know, I think a lot of the aggressive gameplay is just not applicable in this game mode. It can really hurt. So, got to find the other way around, be a little bit more controlled for sure.
Yeah, just play for control for a majority of the game, and then when it comes down to it, once that poison has closed in, then you can start to focus on generating some kills. Some good brawlers here, you might be looking at like Sprout or things like that. Also Tick, any kind of thrower will be viable. You just gotta make sure that your enemy, should they get some wall break or something, doesn't take full advantage of that. Here we go though, Flaring Phoenix. Here's the map for all of you who are saying, hey, what's Flaring Phoenix? I only know Bell's Rock and Gold Arm Gulch, and even those look kind of similar. It's a much different knockout map than we're used to, but that's what makes it special, and that's why we love it. It's probably the only map currently where you would expect to see an Amber, since she's able to burn down bushes quite effectively, and more often than not, she's in response to Jean, and I think that one of these teams will pick a Jean here, so I'd say there's a very, very high chance that we see Amber as well.
I always love at the top of that 8-bit arcade, you see Shiba Nita. Not only is it the best brawler, but the best skin in the game, Shiba Nita. So, think right there, a little Shiba. So we love that. But yeah, this one's an interesting knockout map for sure. One more time, love you production. We get another look at the Shiba as we jump on into this one. And really fun about talking about this is how different this gameplay needs to be compared to what we've seen all day. It's just, we're not going to see the all-in Daryls. We're not going to see the stuff that, well, it works, but then you get punished back, but it's all good because it opens up the window. You have to see more meticulous gameplay.
Yeah, and a lot of it's going to come down to the draft as well. This is a very, very intense phase of knockout because once you're out there, you only get to play this brawler a few times. There's not really a whole lot of room to think of new strategies. Okay, this is interesting from Chasmac Gaming BR. They've banned pretty much the entire suite of viable throwers here, so I guess they really do not want to play versus these guys. Ace Clash, they're not too serious about the thrower hate. They're just going to be banning out Tick, which is understandable. Though Chasmac Gaming BR must be planning something that involves not playing against any throwers. We see the Jean first pick, an Ace Clash, fire back with the Bell, good range there, and also Colonel Ruffs, which is going to be lacking on the range just a little bit. He does have sandbags that give him a little bit more durability, also the ability to push onto an enemy lane, but Chasmac Gaming BR, are going to go for a Piper. Now, this is quite risky versus Colonel Ruffs if he just places his sandbags right next to Bell, for instance. But maybe Chasmac Gaming BR have something else that they plan on capping this off with.
Chasmac going for the classic kind of, I don't know if it's classic knockout, but it's classic bounty, and I think a lot of your strategy in bounty can be translated to this game mode, albeit a little bit more carefully. And the Daryl is here, and so I talked about how the Daryl strategy that we've seen throughout the day is probably not going to work out here. You have to just approach it differently. A lot of what we've seen earlier today has been like Daryl goes in, gets a kill, and then immediately does after the fact. Here, Daryl wants to go in for that final kill, or in combination with a Piper shot to follow it up. It's got to be a little bit more pre-planned, but I still think he's on a spot.
And I think also Chasmac Gaming BR are thinking of, okay, what's something that I can combine with the Gene that's able to quickly dispose of a target that's been pulled. Now, AC Milan Clash, they have a similar idea, though, on the, I guess, other half of why you'd play Daryl, the ability to have a lot of durability and also pick up some kills in close range. Pam is absolutely suited for the job. She has just unmatched survivability, I would even say compared to any other brawler once that poison closes in. And the size of mid, the opening, is pretty suited to her kind of gameplay as well. But AC Milan Clash, they've almost trapped themselves in this playstyle of very, very passive, very, very defensive. And that's actually quite wise versus Firecrow, but versus P.E.K.K.A, versus Edinho, they're still going to be suffering a whole lot of damage. And if Edinho is able to get eyes on these guys, he can go for a pull. And that'll be devastating if he combines it with Firecrow. That plus, Edinho is more likely than not running the new vision gear, as new as you want to call it. So he's going to have actually pretty good visibility on where these guys are, and he has actually a moment there to line up his super after hitting a target.
Half HP for the Bell on the backside. Edinho trying to keep it that way. Here comes P.E.K.K.A with just to clear out the wall. That sends AC Milan pushing forward. Poison seeping on in. Edinho barely alive. And comes the Daryl. There's the punish. We talked about it. It happened. Daryl is down. And AC Milan Clash stands up.
AC Milan Clash feeling very, very confident right now. Edinho is holding on to his super. Kaio Dog is going to be the foremost brawler since he has the most range. P.E.K.K.A's got to be the most threatening right now, though, because yes, there are bushes. Yes, you cannot see what's going on over there, but Chasmac Gaming BR, they're all in one area, and as long as P.E.K.K.A can get their position relatively right, he's able to pop off some shots, and he'll now start taking down these sandbags from long range. Those are the second to last sandbags that VT Zim has. He has one more set ready to go. He probably plans to use that for once things start getting hairy as the poison closes in. P.E.K.K.A also has to super out as well. Edinho holding on to a super. And once the poison closes in, Edinho will be able to combo that with Firecrow. Firecrow can't play too aggressive right now. He can't really roll forward. Oh my gosh, a bit of an early kill there as P.E.K.K.A gets a long-range snipe. And there's the super coming down from Motep and a wall break as well. A good super in from Firecrow, but he wasn't able to get too much off of it. A super there from Edinho, and Motep knows that this one is over. Mama Squeeze is going to take away that last bit of hope for Chasmac Gaming BR. An AC Milan Clash. We'll get a clean sweep for game number 1. Just one game going their way will take them on to the grand finals. It is a double match point as we head into game number 2. AC Milan Clash playing a similar strategy this time, sticking in generally the same area, trying not to favor Chasmac Gaming BR's strategy too much. We don't want to give that super to Edinho too early either. VT Zim actually finds a good angle. It is going to force Edinho back, at least for a short amount of time, but still not going to be able to get a kill. It doesn't seem like AC Milan Clash are too focused on getting a kill early on anyway. They're more focused on getting that survivability later on. It's the combination of field promotion, which is Ruff's second star power, and Motep on the Pam here. Look how powerful that is, especially with a supply drop down. That's 1 kill to the enemy side, 1 kill for Chasmac. Motep is going to get taken down. Edinho just needs to help Firecrow get this last bit of damage, but it looks like the poison will finish the job for him. That is going to be this round going to Chasmac Gaming BR, and thankfully that's not going to place them 1 round away from a... well, 1 round away from being 1 round away from being taken down. They are operating at a match point, so nerves are definitely high. But Chasmac Gaming BR have learned that Firecrow rolling in is not a good strategy. No matter how many times Firecrow tried to capitalize on that position, it simply didn't work out. And they're going to use him as more of an asset for overtime than anything. They also don't want to concede a damage amplifier, especially on top of Firecrow. They have their tank. AC Milan Clash has theirs. Missed damage amp as well is going to be quite costly for AC Milan Clash. The poison continues to close in. Big pull, actually, for max range, and a roll in for Firecrow. We'll see if it works this time. A roll out, too, and Motep is on very low health. Pekka lines up 1 shot. There could be the last set of sandbags, possibly, and it's a 3v2, and AC Milan Clash is on desperately low health. There's the last kill by Firecrow, and now we're at double match point. And we love to see the cats in the background as well. Chasmac Gaming BR, AC Milan Clash. They are locked in a fight to the death. A double match point. Only one of these guys can head on to the grand final. And it's absolutely mind-boggling that this is just the second semifinal. There's still more to be played after this, but who will go on to the grand finals to claim all of the glory? Well, AC Milan Clash already playing slightly differently, being a little bit more adventurous, not turtling up as much. But they do know that it all comes down to powering up Motep. No way! And an early pick here for Edinho with a huge pull. And Firecrow has to back up and let Pekka and Edinho do the work for now. Firecrow knows that his primary objective is to get that last bit of damage once the poison closes in. Until then, he would only be feeding supers, and Motep is a devastating brawler to face when he has his super. We're already going to see the Mama Squeeze turret go down. Dog with the shield active. No, here comes Firecrow. 1-2 stuns, and a double kill with assistance from Pekka and Edinho to finish things off. Chasmac Gaming BR find themselves 1 round away from heading on to the grand finals. Edinho, in the same position that brought him success last time as well, as far up as he can be with his super, just to keep AC Milan Clash forced in the same position. And as soon as AC Milan Clash decide to try something new, Edinho's going to be there to punish them. But the only case where that doesn't work out is where AC Milan Clash decide to get adventurous on the other side of the map, and Edinho still can find a pretty aggressive wall that will work out for him. Motep leads the charge, but he is powered up, and he does have a whole lot of health. There are the sandbags as well. Edinho's going to gradually try and fire these down. A kill on a Firecrow is not going to be good for Chasmac Gaming BR, but it's not the end of the world either. It is still possible, but it's certainly improbable. Tons of support on the side of AC Milan Clash. In fact, it looks like Edinho's just going to opt to go down here. Pekka's still going to fight these guys because he wants to pick up a super of his own, but doesn't want to give the super to VT Zim, and he does actually manage to dodge out every bit of damage perfectly. To make the call to sacrifice 2 of your brawlers when you're faced in a 2v3, when this round could get you to the grand finals, has got to be a huge decision. But hopefully for Chasmac Gaming BR, it ends up paying off. Firecrow with the roll out, as he does get tagged up by the damage amplifier as well, the one that he just rid himself of, unfortunately, as well. Still, though, Firecrow just needs to hang on until those last few seconds of the game. AC Milan Clash hanging in a different position than usual still. It worked for them last time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, but we don't even know if it was working to begin with. Dog still hanging on to the super. but he's not going to be firing it on anyone except Firecrow. He already has exactly what he wants. So once the poison influences everything to close together, we'll see it used for some extra damage. Here it comes. These are the final moments of this match.
Coming in here, hot. Poison starts to flow on in. Pekka jumps backwards. Zim that gets one. The Kyle Dog gets two. And the third falls down. AC Milan Clash takes it, and that's it. It's over. We see BT. He's going to the finals. Oh, man. I love the excitement, bro. He was amped up.
Incredible stuff. I'm super excited for AQM2. Firecrow just trying to, probably evaluating some decisions there. I mean, maybe the Double Cats, look, they got them pretty far. They almost got them a reverse sweep, but still, Firecrow, unfortunate, won't be able to make it there to the grand finals. And this is a bit of an early end to a journey that we usually see for both teams head on to the grand finals. And that's just for the happenstance of them ending up on the same half of the bracket.
Exactly, you know, when it comes down to it, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But that means we have an exciting grand finals for you, because sure, there's a top card, but there was a top card of finals as well. So we'll just see some crazy stuff. I'm super excited.
I'm super excited too. Now we got AQM headed on to the grand finals, and we also have 6 in the grand finals. Now, what kind of matchup will this look like? We saw some pretty good stuff from 6 on their aggressive plays on AC Milan Clash. It seems that they did a little bit better when it came to those more aggressive plays as well. So that is going to look like a bit of a mystery. Who's the more aggressive? Who's the best at playing control when it absolutely matters the most? We'll have to find out when they actually play each other.
Well, there is no mystery. The finals are set. I'm going to take a brief little Daryl nap. We'll be right back in a little bit with the grand finals.
welcome in to the Brawl House.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way, Lingswan! And that is that! What an insane moment!
Welcome back, Brawl Nation. It's Dot, and it's ready, set. We are getting into our grand finals. We've got some teams out here that not everybody might have expected to see. Bracket coming at you live in a matter of moments, and ready, set. Talk us through what went on.
Yeah, we saw a pretty fiery start from Renegados on the top side of the bracket, but 6FA proved to be a very challenging team to beat. They took down Zero Zone 2-1, and I think we kind of chalked it up to be like, okay, 6, they won this time, but then they took down Renegados 3-1, and that earned them their spot in the grand finals. And I can't say that this was as challenging of a journey for Chasmac Gaming BR and AC Milan Clash to get beyond the quarterfinals. Along the way, they took down KIB Esports and Portuguesa as well. When it came to the second semifinal, though, that has got to be the longest semifinal I have ever witnessed. So many draws, so many match points as well. And in the end, Chasmac Gaming BR did get taken down for that final game. It's AC Milan Clash to head on to the grand finals to face 6FA.
A big deal once again, another reminder, past a point of the season, everything is worth double. We've got more points available, so Chasmac falling down to AQM, and AQM going to the grand finals is actually a very big deal. 6 coming out of nowhere really can start to make up a bunch of points, and with the big picture, with Worlds in mind, P.S. LATAM South also has another spot in the world. This is all about the big picture for me. It's all about who wins.
Yeah, I mean, look, we see Chasmac Gaming is just behind AQM, and they're going to fall a little bit further behind as well, unfortunately. For the side of 6, though, they got a lot of room to make up, and let's say they're able to take a win over AC Milan Clash, a really huge challenge, one that they have never completed before. I mean, you know, today might be the day, but still, that's a whole lot of points to win, and that third spot is currently being contested by a team that's not even playing right now. So I would say it's up for grabs at 6FA. They look like they got the skills to pay the bills, and they're going to be climbing up this mountain from a pretty disadvantageous position. But hey, look, you made it to the grand finals. You're getting a whole lot of points. They're showing the potential to get a whole lot of points in the future. I think they're in a pretty good position.
God, you're in the best position that you could have dreamed for, right? And as I always bring up the idea of improving and learning from what's going on here, you know, you come out here and when you win, you're able to look, how did we beat this team? And in the terrible event that 6 winds up losing, they get to look and be like, hey, we got to go up against a powerhouse. What can we draw from this? How can we learn? Because there's still a bunch of months. It's July, baby. You still got time to make the monthly finals push on forward. But we've got a great and juicy matchup for you, and we're going to be starting Double Swoosh Gem Grab. And this is one where we were talking a little bit about the drafts and what to expect when it comes down to this map. And are you still looking for the Rosa? Is this a Rosa world?
Not so much as I used to hope for. I mean, look, every now and then you can see a Rosa really shine, but you gotta set the stage for tanks, and the only tank that's really impressed us today, he's taking a nap right now. We'll see if he does get banned out or picked. Yeah, I wonder what a sleeping robot sounds like. I wonder if they just have an actual snore that's played on loop. Maybe a question to be answered another day. Right now, we want to see what those bans are. We see the bow ban by both teams. In fact, double Janet ban too, and a Crow and a Bonnie ban. Interesting stuff. That is going to leave a lot on the table right now. Some of the primary brawlers that I'm looking at, though, probably going to be Jean. Actually, here's the Squeak first pick. AC Milan Clash, if they pick the Jean, they'll get the opportunity to pair it with something as well, so it doesn't get countered out too hard. Max will start us off. We'll see what pick number 3 is.
I like Mac for AC Milan Clash. I think that thanks to the table. Yes, I was hoping to see the Carl here because Carl, he's got the mobility thanks to the gadget, but without when the gadget's not available or he doesn't want to use it, can be kind of stuck in the mud. We can enable Carl to just start zoom in, and that's when he gets really scared. What are we trying to see? Oh, the family. Oh, Al, we love the family. Shout out to all your family. We love it. We're a family here at Brawl. Ready? You're my little brother. We're a family here at Brawl.
I love that, man. I love Big Brother F. Dot. Fun stuff. It does feel like that sometimes as well. Though I am the analyst. I guess sometimes Big Brother's got to go for the little brothers for some specialties as well. Now, as far as analysis, though, I didn't really see the M's appearing so much, but I don't hate it either. I think this is going to be a pretty solid pick as well, especially to lane up versus Lola. Yep. Let's get it started as well. 6FA already trying to contest mid here. Cowdog going to take some damage, but AC Milan Clash will run away with the win at the start of the game.
I really like M's on maps that are heavy with bushes. She's not my favorite brawler. I think there's a lot of issues, but being able to just send a spray and kind of like sweep out the stealth areas, I think is a big deal. Right now, 6 are starting to do well. They're going to be able to, no, just kidding. Motep wiggles on out. Kyle Dog helps him out, and here comes Carl. One more shot will get it. Just like that. Milan Clash proving why they're so dominant.
And here's a super in by VT Zim, though he gets immediately stunned by Loco. Motep able to pick up the kill too. M's in your bushes is one of the last things that you want. She has so much area control, and when you can't see her, you might actually just get 2-shot by her. And we didn't see that exactly happen for 6FA. They backed out just in time, but still they weren't able to catch up to Kyodog. He's just so slippery, and that speed is working wonders for him as well. In fact, earlier we saw him literally run circles around the enemy in order to help get a pinch with his teammate. Good stuff by Kyodog, and that's game number 1 headed to AQM.
He's been so impressive today. Kyodog, I think, has been one of the leading players, and interesting is we got a chance to see Kyodog win a game by himself, which is so rare in Brawl, and sometimes that can like juice a player up and get them a little ahead of themselves, but he had no problem backing off later on, playing the team game. I love that. It's available. Sometimes you can just ask him to step up, but he's not looking for that. He doesn't need the spotlight. He can play the role that the team needs him to, and because of that, you find this holistic, just big team approach. 6FA are the ones getting the kills, but AC Milan Clash are the ones objective focused at the moment. 7 games to none.
Kyodog gets slowed down, not too much of an issue though. He has a phase shifter to use. Motep is though going to get beamed down by the combination of Loco and Alke on the left side. And it looks like AQM's bushes are gradually being invaded by 6FA. We even see Kyodog slowed down and taken down, in fact, by Jexer on the right side. This is not looking good for AQM. 6FA gradually farming up the gems here, and they won't let AQM out of their own spawn.
Yeah, I wasn't really good when I went I wasn't concerned about the fact that AQM dropped off their gems. They dropped them in the same spot. I'm concerned about the fact that mid belongs to the blue team. Jixer gets another kill, and 6 has set amp here in the mid. Am is trying to go by themselves. Fine, you want to be on our side? You can come on our side. Big pull coming out from Gene, and a secondary kill? No. VT Zim spin to win, and the call. Okay, all right. 6 is playing real well on this mid.
Dog just has one more gem to grab, and it seems like it's such an easy one, but he has no phase shifters left. And Loco has a super, and that is going to cause 6FA to run away with his 10th gem for now. Loco is going to be able to get a push onto Motep, but now that there is no pull on the side of 6FA, Cowdog can assume the normal position and grab an 11th gem. He needs to get one more, though, to be able to run home safe, but he gets zoned out by Alke. Now it's Motep who grabs that gem, and 6FA, they can grab as many gems as they want before the countdown ends, but they got to get an interruption. It's either got to be on Motep or Kyodog, but it doesn't seem like they'll be able to do it. Motep was so close to being taken down. As we saw, he was cornered by Alke, and we saw actually 6FA were starting to look real good in game number 2. AC Milan Clash, though, still managed to run away with it, and we'll get the whole set as a result.
Man, that was every now and then when we see these sets, we see these matches that are just like quintessential examples of, like, you know, I have a teacher where I get to point and stuff. Like, so we saw 6 maintain mid control, but it didn't matter because AQM was so much better at 1. If they did fall, they fell someplace safe so that their gems were able to be picked up by their team under no threat from the enemy squad. And also the sort of like hokey pokey, the in and out, the pick a gem, leave a gem, the take a penny, leave a penny, and that's sort of that next level of gem grab. How do you gem maintain mid control? Do if both teams maintain mid control? Well, then you have to play it into that next level. AQM shows us what you do when the enemy team has mid control and you still find the win. 6 is sitting there like, hey, we have mid. How are we losing? And AQM's just like, yeah, man, this is the next level of gameplay. Mwah. Oh, man, beautiful, dude. Somebody make a video out of it, please.
Great stuff. I mean, look, it takes a really, really talented team in order to make the game look like an art form like that, and also to so clearly put on display why you are winning. And look, you can talk all you want about how, like, oh, well, they make it look easy, but they can very clearly explain pretty much with their gameplay what they're doing right, because it's that plain to see, and that, I think, is beautiful. Now, I wonder if the same will happen on Dueling Beetles. There's one hot zone to compete for. It's right in the middle of the map. You got some nooks where Penny can hide a turret or something, but even when we did see that in play, AQM didn't seem like it bothered them. They just repeatedly jumped in. Gale, Daryl, Penny who? So I wonder if they will ignore the Penny pick once again.
I mean, it's possible. It totally is possible, you know, just working around it. And I think if I'm AQM, that's kind of where I want to lead my enemy team. You know, we got a chance to see them in the last map, and they sort of let 6 do everything 6 wanted. All right, you want to kill us? That's okay. You want to take mid control? That's okay. We know how to bring up that next level, and I think we're going to see the same thing here. You want to take the penny? That's fine. We know how to deal. We know the response. We know the answer, and I think that's the key. We always talk about how do you play up against a team that's you know, better than you. But how do you play against a team that's maybe a rung down from you on the ladder? It's not just, we are at a level where even though AC Milan Clash is almost undoubtedly a top card in comparison to 6, the level of play is so high that you can't just troll and pick good characters. You have to have a game plan. And by allowing 6 to lull them into feeling safe and then taking advantage by use of a supplemental strategy, that's what we need to see at this level of play. They do it. AC Milan Clash does it perfectly in set number 1. And so we'll see what happens here in set number 2.
Well, they start things off with a Penny ban, actually, so they don't want to play versus this brawler, and it's clear that they knew that this whole Gale jump pad strat, it wasn't going to fly past 6FA. 6 were going to know how to counter it, or never mind. No way AC Milan Clash is able to get this.
Listen,
no.
listen.
No.
I sat here confidently saying they would be fine to deal with Penny. They banned it. You sat here confidently. Listen, you know what? All right. The players are just going to throw us curveballs all day, and it's totally fine. But, you know, this is the audacity. This is the fun stuff that we get in a grand final like this. And so, you know what? Jump, Gale, jump.
Yeah. Go, go, go. Let's see what Motep is capable of. He's kind of being a thorn in the side here so far, and he will get pinched, but it's hardly a concern. Already 16%. We'll see how long it takes him to respawn. Okay, you get 10% on the save, or 10% on the objective. Actually, I will say 6FA are able to deal with this pretty handily. It'll come down, I think, to how reliable Loco can be with the Scrap Sucker. He's already used it once, and that might even be the second time. We'll see Alke also get some decent damage onto the enemy. Kyodog, meanwhile, is able to dash around, grab some percentage as well. So far, 6FA doing a pretty good job. AC Milan Clash, though, as long as they're able to time things up with like a couple brawlers at a time jumping in, they'll probably be able to get some more value. That said, though, the turrets from 6FA are proving to be very difficult to deal with. Here's a pushback from BT Zim, but it's not a stun, and he's going to get taken down in close range, but also gets the return kill as well. Motep cleans things up. 6FA has a decent lead, but now that things have been pushed back pretty far, especially that turret from Pam, that could turn around in the blink of an eye.
67 and climbing here for AQM. 71 is past. That was a 6's number. Good kill on the Motep, and a secondary kill on the Kyodog comes from Alk. Now VT Zim trying to dodge and weave, can't duck past that one. And now just like that, well, both squads are stepping on it. 87 and climbing is an important kill from Kyodog. Comes on out, and it might be enough to seal the deal. One more,
Wow.
and just like that, AC Milan Clash just refused. That one was just a refusal. You're not allowed to win this time, buddy. Like, they just did not let it happen.
We're gonna have to see them play another game because it's hard to really identify. Well, like you can kind of identify the turning point. 6FA, they backed up a lot. They used their abilities in a more defensive position. But it's hard to see if AC Milan Clash actually changed anything about how they play. And I think you could attribute that to 6FA running out of gadgets, right? They definitely use them pretty fast. You can already see them using their gadgets pretty quickly already. And there's the super, but it's far back enough to where it's not really going to pose that much of an issue for AC Milan Clash. BT Zim also being able to capitalize on his super, getting some stuns. That's another thing that we started to see a little bit more towards the end of the last game. Still though, AC Milan Clash, this is a much more decisive game than the last. Similar pattern, they were able to get a whole lot of capture, but BT Zim with another stun, only 2 shots this time. He doesn't farm his super back up, but here comes Motep on the Daryl. A roll in just to disrupt things, it looks like, because he's not going to get too much capture off of it, but the gates are sort of open for BT Zim to get that last bit of damage to charge up his super, and then start playing for the team and pushing things out of the way and comboing with his teammates.
Alk able to find a kill, and then another one. And Alk is looking to be the enabler here for 6, and he ties it up. Both teams ticking forward, but here comes Pam, 6 again on the good side of things, and all of a sudden they've got a lead and they're running away with it. There is a minute and a half to go, so all the time in the world for AC Milan Clash to stop this train, but how do they do so? 3 players in blue jerseys standing on the point, and it's just them. Jixer gets a kill, and 6 gets a win in Hot Zone.
Not a doubt in my mind that this one was going to be a close one between 6 and AC Milan Clash. You can really break it down to the micro plays. We saw at a point actually a missed Gale super, which could have spelled defeat for one enemy. And look, that's a whole third of the roster, and that opens the doors for your teammates to come in and grab some kills as well. I think a lot of the game we can observe that whenever Gale's popping off, the game is being won. You're literally pushing the enemy off of the objective. You are denying them the objective, and it's very important to do so. We'll see, actually, if Alke gets taken down. He did push very far back. He was able to return with enough time to start capturing this objective again. Kyodog does get taken down. He was stopped by an obstacle, They tried to get through. Motep also trying to play a little bit more defensively. It seems like AC Milan Clash is having some difficulties defending the area around the landing pad. They take immediate damage when they land. We'll see if Motep's able to get a kill though. There's one onto Alke, but still 6FA are leading confidently.
Trouble here for Kyle Dog, just way too low in the HP department. Still able to trade out, but again, it's 6 with the lead here on the top of the point. 65%. AC Milan Clash now, 3-player strong. They're going to go in, but Motep falls. The Daryl has not been strong this match.
It has not, and I think it appears to me that Motep is just kind of thinking that by the choice of the comp, they're going to win. But that has not proven to be true at all. And you can see them running straight forward into the zone thinking, yeah, this is it. This is the winning strategy. But 6FA are able to get pretty reliable damage off of it, especially Jexer. This time, though, Jexer does get stunned. And a little spin from BT Zim as well. They are encircled just a little bit, but still it doesn't pose to be that much of an issue. Kyodog is able to get a kill. Motep also with a stun. Doesn't look like Loco can push in by himself. And their lead has been eclipsed. AC Milan Clash, it doesn't look like they're going anywhere. BT Zim with a push out too. And as close of a game as it was, 11%, it's still a set victory for AC Milan Clash.
Oh man, that 6, that hurt me. that was so close. In fact, you know, listen, I missed it. What happened there? Because 6 seemed to be in control, and then the moment that AC Milan has been playing this, they let 6 do their thing, and then they get staggered, and then they're like 3-man push, and that's how they take over. They got denied though, but they still wind up taking the mid. That was really a war of attrition there for them.
And I think it comes back to what you said earlier, right? There's this kind of invisible resource that exists between you and your teammates, and that's health pool. You can use that to your advantage, and as soon as, let's say, 6 starts missing some shots or gets taken down a few times, there's not the DPS to deal with this constant onslaught of health. And what appeared to be the case is as soon as they were blocked off of the point, they didn't bring any wall break, and as a result, they were getting to the point through the same vectors you would expect every single time. They're just 3 lanes to go through. You spam at the 3 lanes, and ammo's not a resource for you, or not a resource of concern for you when you just keep on dying and respawning with brand new ammo. You gradually get pushed back. I don't think this is even really a case of 6 playing poorly. I think they just kind of got overwhelmed, and they were playing really well the entire time. They were hitting every single shot on AQM, but a single mistake pretty much allowed that to snowball for AQM. So maybe you can win it in the draft. It's a hard call because they did win a single game, but still, Sneaky Fields, not going to be the same situation, and we'll get to see some more 6 action in a more serious capacity, I think.
Listen, I completely agree, and this 6 team continues to impress me. You know, and you guys know me; I'm not really the nice guy, but these losses are quality losses. I have to give them up, man. Like, I'm not just giving out participation trophies here. 6 is earning my smile. They are earning my oh no's. They are earning my so closes, and unfortunately, none of those count and actually getting you a W. So you got to turn it around here, 6. All right? I gave you your flowers. Now it's time to rip them up. You have to have the victory here at Sneaky Fields. I mean, it just has to come through here.
It has to, because there's nothing beyond this, right? For 6, there are no flowers. There are no flowers for them to rip up either, but there's plenty of grass for them to rip up on Sneaky Fields. They can totally break the mold in terms of what is usually played on this map. AQM has shown that one of their strengths is playing this tank over and over. So ban the Daryl this time and then start to explore some other options, because it doesn't seem like AQM prefer to play tanks unless they can get VT Zim, Motep, whomever on that Daryl. That said though, that's kind of the way this region plays Brawl Stars, is they love their tanks and they love to have at least one and play around that. So perhaps exploring that is something for after the grand finals and over the course of a month, not something that happens within just a few minutes during a draft.
Possibly. That is something that we've got to think big picture, right? Like zoom out, as I like to say. You've just got to think about the larger, which again, in Sierra 6 is feeling good. Just being in the finals, getting a ton of points, but certainly want to turn up as we turn ourselves to Brawl Ball. And AQM here, one set away from taking this month's trophy and a whole bunch of points, which I'm not going to do math on camera, would be very good for them. We'll see how closely it takes them to Chasmac or otherwise. But draft coming at you one more time. Alk and Kyodog on screen. Kyodog has just not given us any emotion. He just looks cool, calm, collected every time. Clash band off the squeak, the penny, and the spike. Just kind of important bands, if you ask me. And they go for the crow. Oh, fast.
Okay, I'm still... Oh, man, yeah, that was like locked in lightning speed. Interesting from 6. Okay, tank counter. Whoa! That's like a speed run of the draft. Funny stuff. Okay, so it looks like AC Milan Clash for pick number 4. They wanted to open up the Daryl possibility, and 6 said, no. Like a very stern voice as they reached their finger towards the Griff. And apparently AC Milan Clash was deterred enough that they went for a different pick. Imps is going to be basically a better Griff, I think, in this matchup. That said, so far, 6 is actually making some big moves. No way Alk is able to put this one in. What? Whoa. That is a different side of 6 than we've seen so far.
That is a dominance, just a kickoff goal. Pop, pop. Fun to watch. I hope that 6 can keep it up, but no, looks like on Clash, anything you can do, I can do better. They just pull it off right just like that.
Wild stuff. Okay, at least we see a supply drop down here. No way Kyodog pulls this off.
Oh my god, did you see what Kyodog
kind
just
of
did?
game is that?
Did you see
what the... I must have missed something. My eye was on the ball.
That's play of the day. I don't know if we do that anymore. That's play of the day. That was the equivalent of throwing the basketball against backboard to yourself, jump over and slam dunk it. That was the coolest thing I've seen all day. Do it again, Kyodog, please and thank you.
Leave it to Kyo to make these kind of things happen. What a lightning fast match. Already... Did anyone realize that we're at match point? That went so fast. It's the fastest game of Brawl Ball that I think we've seen in BSC this year. And it wasn't even like a roll by Triple Tanks. It was simply a pop-off by AC Milan Clash. Yep. But still, we got to see some pretty high-speed action from 6FA. Likewise, we see Motep take down Alke on the left side. Jexer also trying to maintain some distance. Motep has a super. And AC Milan Clash, once they heal up a little bit of health, might have a goal in the bag as long as they don't get kept back too bad by 6FA.
Tough stuff here. AC Milan Clash for the win! Bang! Puts it in! Kyodog winds up on the good side, and they have a minute and 20 seconds to defend what could be the tournament.
Okay, Jexer does get a good takedown onto Kyodog at maximum range, and that's something that Griff specializes at. He's great at getting damage with his super on targets that are backed all the way up at the edge of its range or towards an obstacle where, well, that projectile is going to meet the end of its range. So that's that. We'll see if Jexer is able to generate some more value off of that. AC Milan Clash are really backed up towards this line of boxes. I predict they'll probably move if Jexer is able to get a super, but they do have VT Zim holding him back so far. And if VT Zim can influence Jexer to get in just the right position, he'll be able to pin him against an obstacle and then generate some more super and a kill off of it. That said, so far, 6FA are holding their ground on the right side as well, and they're going to try and advance their back line We'll see Kyodog slow some things down. Motep also 1-2 kills, and no value on the super for Griff. AC Milan Clash? No way they're gonna be doing this. There's no way into there. There's no wall break left because Griff has no more gadgets.
Oh no. 7 seconds to go though. There's a little bit of help. Frozen is Loco. The pass is good. And folks, we're still here. Overtime is primed and ready. Milan Clash timed it poorly.
Yeah, not amazing. Alke would have probably been able to break it open nonetheless. Forgot that he was running the Colonel Ref star power that lets him break things open. Jaxer also getting a good kill on VT Zim. And Loco's gonna risk it all. No way he just fed a super to Motep. That was a very aggressive play that gave him nothing. Thankfully, Alke is there to help him find his position once again. There's a final set of sandbags from Alke as well. Kyodog won't be able to really fire through those. Loco does pick up the supply drop as well. Motep has a super though. 15 seconds remain on the clock. A whole lot of space for Jexer, but it's only temporary. Motep and Kyodog are super low. Loco can get the kill. He is able to. Kyodog is low too. VT Zim is low likewise. He's going to try and blast things away. A kill and a double kill for 6, but no Cigar. And AC Milan Clash will manage to tie things up.
All right. Okay. One more try here. And we jump right back in. Still tournament point here for AC Milan Clash. Does a great job by 6 to keep the enemy at bay. And they'll try again.
Motep on the right side.
Open up.
Getting some space versus Jexer. He is using that speed gear to have a whole lot of mobility, to have a whole lot of effective area where he could exist at the moment. Big slow on a Loco, a jump in by Kyodog. He will be able to survive, and there's a gateway for the ball to go into the goal. Motep will slot it in, and we're just 37 seconds in, folks, and already it's a goal for AC Milan Clash. It's like last game all over again.
Mid, wide open. You can see Kyodog trying to sneak on in there. Can't find an entryway. Motep doing a good job of keeping Griff at bay. But still, 6 doing a fantastic job of keeping the left and mid pushed up. So even though Griff is losing, everyone else on the other side is winning. So good stuff here from 6. Still nobody's game. 1 goal in the pocket here for Milan Clash, but we saw how safe that was last time.
Oh man, this could be the game decider actually. A big slow onto Alke and Loco. Pass over to VT Zim. Looks like 6FA were actually able to hold their ground throughout all of that. Still though, they dismantle Loco on the left side. They have full possession of these bushes. Jexer's not able to get too much out of that super either. Kyodog once more tagging up Jexer. Motep is wide open on the right side. This could be it. A pass to Kyodog, and he slots it in. That is going to be the last goal and the game decider, the set decider, the match decider. And there it is, folks, in the flesh, or whatever iPads are made out of. That's going to be the win for AQM.
A clean win, too. 6 did a ton of work to get to this point, but AC Milan Clash knew that this was a big deal. Oh, look at that. Bruce. You got a Bruce, don't you?
I got a couple behind me. They're both celebrating as we speak, but it's very silent. And it's completely idle as well. I just kind of know in my heart that they're celebrating at the moment.
I feel that. Here, I'm going to celebrate too. Okay, I'm done celebrating. Great job coming out from these teams and looking at what they've been able to do here. Hope you guys were doing well. Let's show you one more time the bracket and see how everything has kind of peeled out as we have spent our day here looking at the quarterfinals, into the semis, and now find ourselves all the way into the grand finals. And Renegados falling down to 6, I think, was a big deal.
Yeah, and we didn't really expect it either, but 6FA, they left it all out there. They showed us why They won 3-1 through their crazy good gameplay. Even versus AC Milan Clash, they looked pretty good, though AC Milan Clash, I mean, without a doubt, showed them up. And AC Milan Clash was coming off of, a close match, but a huge win as well over Chasmac Gaming BR. They, without a doubt, have proven twice today that they are '1 in this region. They're not second to Chasmac Gaming BR, and they're not second to anyone else who dares approach them in the grand finals.
Incredible stuff looking at what AC Milan Clash was able to do here. Chasmac falling down, I think, was a bigger deal as well. Just keeping in mind the big picture, gotta wonder what those points are going to look like. We'll see that later on before we say goodbye real quick, but just going over how this day has gone, a couple of surprises, and a lot of fun watching these maps come out, because I think that we saw like some standard gameplay. We got to see the pennies that we were expecting to see, but as the day went later and later, I think we got away from kind of the standard stuff and more into the weeds about how do you react to the reaction to the reaction, and really fun stuff looking at the top teams get creative.
Yeah, and you gotta get creative, right? The new patch dropped just a few days ago, and that's what this game is all about. When you have balance changes every single month, you have a new brawler and all new abilities every couple of months, you gotta be on your toes. And that's, of course, at the end of the day, what we notice is the most consistent thing across all of the top teams in this game is they are all very adaptable, and they're able to think on their feet, and they're also very hardworking, because you can't make a split-second reaction that is as educated as saying, okay, Carl is going to be like one of the best brawlers in the game right now. That takes a little bit of testing, and it takes a little bit of time as well, and it's a lot of time to dedicate in a very small window. So any team who makes it to the monthly finals, to the semis, to the grand finals to claim that victory has worked so hard to get here and deserves it 100%.
Well, as I said a number of times here, it's about the bigger picture. With mid-season invitational in the past, all of these wins are worth even more points with Worlds on the horizon. And so just like that, AC Milan Clash snatch away the first place from Chasmac Gaming. Chasmac Gaming's in second place. And hello, our new friends in 6th, because they're in 3rd. And a reminder, 3rd place goes to Worlds now. That's a new thing. LATAM South gets a 3rd position. I know the yellow thing is on 6th place, don't worry about it. 6, right now, if it was all over, they would be the ones going to Worlds, and that is insane.
It's ridiculous. I mean, that's just the impact of doubling up the points, and 6 showing up when it matters most. The thing is, though, that their challenge is not over. Zero Zone, KIB Esports, look how close behind they are. Arena Quesito obviously being left in the dust here. They were formerly 3rd place, now dropping to 6th as they didn't show up to compete today. Renegados FA, though, they're sitting all right in 7th place. They have gotten a nice boost in points as well, but 6FA, Zero Zone, KIB, they were here before the doubling of the points as well, and that also goes to show just how impactful that first part of the season is as well. Though AC Milan Clash, they look so untouchable at the moment, it is remarkable. Still though, congrats to Chasmac Gaming BR for firmly hanging on to that position, and of course 6 for making a giant leap to number 3 in that world spot.
Everybody on notice for 6, not just this region, but other regions as well. When we start to talk about Worlds, we have to look at the world and start to think about all of these other teams that have been in good positions. We got a little bit of a glimpse into what the future could look like at that mid-season invitational. Some of those strong teams standing up on their hind leg and ready. You were there at MSI. Who are the stronger teams around the world that you got to take a look at?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that, and I'm loosely quoting someone in the NA Brawl Stars community here, that MSI, I think, revealed that the big picture, right, the world right now, As far as which teams are the best, it's the most balanced it has ever been, ever. And Zeta Division, especially, they faced off versus STMN in the semifinals. And STMN, they hadn't practiced the maps that they were running versus. Yeah, they hadn't practiced the maps they were running versus Zeta because they were more focused on taking down Tribe EU. And they still managed to take a set off of Zeta and almost took a second as well. Zeta is a beatable enemy. Tribe NA looks like it could be a contender. So does STMN. So do so many other teams. We saw SK in the best shape they've been in a while. This is an amazing state that the global Brawl Stars sphere is in right now. And I don't really see it going anywhere either as we prepare for Worlds.
Yeah. It's the maturation of the scene, you know. Every year we come out here, we see another sort of like, you know, link in the chain being added, and you know, the game's getting deeper, the players are getting stronger, the consequences of all of the actions are getting more and more impactful. And here we see all of our leading squads from across the world, 6 for Europe, 3 for North America, LATAM North, 3 for LATAM South. Shout out to ANZ, and then of course, I mean, the Zeta Division region, East Asia coming through, and just, you know, all hail King Shatampo, as they are the ones that always get looked up to in Brawl Stars. So a lot of fun to take a look at all these coming out here. A lot of strong teams, but like you said, this is the closest the competition has been in a long time. So you definitely don't want to sleep on it, like Daryl.
Don't want to sleep on it because there's so much happening around the world too. And yeah, maybe some of the broadcasts happen at really late hours for you too, but I promise they're worth watching live. It's an electric experience, and these teams are so amazing. And I can't wait to see them at LAN again at the World Finals. But still, we got some more Brawl Stars to play as well, because the points are far from finalized. As we saw, 6 made a colossal jump to 3rd place, and if they keep it up, they'll stay there. But just as well, a team like Zero Zone could come to claim that 3rd spot somewhere down the line, and it is a race for the finish.
Well, of course, like you said, there's a ton of other shows that we have going on. Next week, July 9th, 4 p.m. KST. Make sure to join us for East Asia. Join us wherever you want, but especially at event.brawlstars.com. That's where you get the cool stuff. Actually, the cool stuff is just the gameplay, but you can get the cool stuff in the game. You know what I'm saying. Make sure to join us on July 9th. One more time, that's at 4 p.m. KST. And figure it out, and we will see you then. But for now, that's it. Ready? Thank you so much, and everybody in production, great job. And of course, shout outs to you guys in chat. Without you, we'd just be us. So thank you so much for showing up. As per usual, we'll catch you next week. Brawl on.
Thank you.